19 years, we've zeroed in on the very first pick. Who'll it be in our 19th year? We know it's a quarterback.
Back to pass goes Leaf. Here's the rush. He throws to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown! That is the most unbelievable touchdown play in a college football game.
Manning back to throw. Looking pass down and out is touchdown. They got it. He scored. Peyton Manning. Give him 6.
The NFL is full of stars, but there's always room for more in the galaxy. It's blast-off time for the class of 1998. New York City, the Big Apple. Madison Square Garden, the site of so many major big-time sporting events, and inside at the theater. They're ready. And some of the best players we'll hear from them very early. Peyton Manning. Will he go first to the Colts? Or will it be Ryan Leaf that goes first to the Colts or second to the Chargers? Charles Woodson, the Heisman Trophy winner. We'll hear from him very early. And the running back that everybody covets, Penn State's Curtis Enis. It's the 63rd annual selection meeting of the National Football League. I look forward every year to just saying that. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Berman, and welcome inside here to the theater, along with my usual compatriots, Mel Kiper and Joe Theismann. We have Tom Jackson up on the demo set. We're everywhere. Chris Fowler and our college gang up in Connecticut. We are all over the country. And to steal from Chuck Berry's sweet little 16, we're really rocking in Boston and Miami FLA. We're up the coast in Jacksonville and Cincinnati IA. All right, I'll stop now, which is too good to pass up. The first pick in Indianapolis, a later pick in Green Bay. We're live in the heart of Texas and out on the desert in Arizona. And with the most intriguing player early on in West Virginia with Marshall's wide receiver Randy Moss. We'll video teleconference into the Jets and Giants and Baltimore. And Carolina and Tampa Bay and New Orleans and Kansas City and St. Louis in the Windy City in Minnesota, the champion Broncos and San Francisco. Frankly, we're going to run up a hell of a phone bill. Radio, wall-to-wall, ESPN Radio, noon to 6, ESPN.com, and that's not it. And welcome back to New York. We are eagerly anticipating the start of what may go down in history when we look back 10 years from now as the high watermark draft of the entire decade of the 90s. The Indianapolis Colts have been, which quarterback do they go with? Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf. Our Mark Malone is out in Indianapolis. Let's get the last word before it's official. Mark?
Well, the last word is that Bill Polian and Jim Mora, this organization, Boomer, they're not making it public in terms of who they've decided on. They spent many hours last night, very late, trying to separate these two quarterbacks. Bill Polian had told me that earlier in the day, they had them about a tenth of a point apart. They were very, very close. They spent most of the night separating those two. And I had probably one of the most interesting philosophical discussions about quarterbacks with Polian that I've had in a long time. For about an hour last night, we discussed the pros and cons of these two guys. First of all, Polian says that he's not enamored necessarily with big, strong guys, although both of these quarterbacks are 6'5". Peyton Manning, it seems to me, is the guy that has the most experience, and that ultimately is going to be, I think, the difference in this draft. He played the extra year, certainly, as he came back, 6'5", 230. He's got more game time experience. He prepares well. Again, the nickname, the caveman, that he's been tagged with by his teammates because he watches so much film. And when you look at all the intangibles that Bill Polian really researches and looks at in a quarterback, especially with the track record this franchise has had over the last decade or two in terms of quarterbacks, they need to make the right choice. He's not saying, Boomer, but I can tell you this. In my gut, if I was playing poker with him, I think it's going to be Peyton Manning.
I think if we had to go out on a limb, that would be our guess. But you know what? They earned this 4 months of keeping everybody in suspense. Let them keep it for another 15 minutes. Let's go quickly to Mel Kiper, and obviously Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf, two guys we're going to talk about at length, and hopefully at length for the next 12, 14 years. Let's look at overall value. How would you rank the board specifically on the best players available?
I think when you look at it, Chris, Andre Wadsworth could be the next Bruce Smith. Arizona trades down, still gets the best player on my board. Charles Woodson, dynamic, pure cornerback. Then the two quarterbacks, the cerebral quarterback in Manning, the gunslinger in Leaf. Keith Brooking, a versatile kid, can play middle linebacker, can play outside linebacker, and of course Curtis Enis, very well-rounded running back, outstanding pass receiver out of the backfield. Then there's a drop-off. After those top four, the grades slip a little bit. Then you pick it up up again with Takeo Spikes, an outstanding middle linebacker. A couple players to watch. Kyle Turley, because of his versatility, can play guard or tackle. And Grant Wistrom has definitely moved up into that top 10 because of his very consistent motor.
The most intriguing story of the day will be the wide receiver for Marshall, Randy Moss, who I did not see right there. What happens with him?
Well, the off-the-field concerns certainly are there. Not on the field. Of course, at Marshall, dominated the Mid-American Conference. Those 44 touchdowns really stick out. He was a man among boys when you talk about how he dominated cornerbacks in the MAC. But those off-the-field concerns, and really as a wide receiver, he still has to develop his skills, getting off press coverage, route running.
But for Pro Bowl talent, he may be a man among boys, as you say. Well, we're about ready to tee it off. And on the first tee, Commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And thank you for being here. Welcome to the National Football League's 1998 player draft. We'll start with the Indianapolis Colts having the first selection. The Colts are now on the board.
So while the Colts, quote, think it over, Joe, Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf, both have potential to be stars for a long, long time. Do you have a preference?
Actually, I don't necessarily have a preference because both bring a lot to the table. These are both very good athletes. They're both very big, young football players. When you take a look at the opportunities that they've had to play, you have to take a look at the experience that Peyton Manning has. He's played a lot longer. As a matter of fact, Ryan Leaf played 2 years in high school, 2 years in college. Peyton Manning played all 4 years in college, so he's played more just in college. Leadership, because Manning has played more, he has that ability, but Ryan Leaf jumped up a lot in his senior year. Maturity, again, because Manning has played so much football, he gets the edge there. Physical skills, Ryan Leaf brings just a ton of natural talent. And the conversation that you have with the personnel people and the coaches regarding these young men is the upside in Ryan Leaf is terrific. What you get from Peyton Manning right now is a wonderful, polished athlete. Both of them bring a lot of assets to this table. I think both will fit very well with the teams that they wind up with.
Well, each owner brought jerseys of both. And by the way, whoever team they don't go to, let's just say the Colts pick Peyton Manning. Wonder how much that Ryan Leaf Colts jersey would be worth at a charity auction. In 1983, John Elway was drafted first by the Baltimore Colts. Do you remember?
Baltimore selects as the first choice in the draft quarterback John Elway of Stanford.
As I stand here right now playing baseball, I said I don't want to be a jerk or anything about it. We've been telling you for 3 months that I'm not going to play in Baltimore, and I know for a fact you've been offered 3 ones and a quarterback, and you turned that down. And right now you have nothing.
Of course, John Elway never took a snap for the Baltimore, then Indianapolis Colts, quarterback for the Denver Broncos, and of course will be receiving his Super Bowl ring before opening day. The Broncos, John Elway, of quarterbacks who have started 6 games or more since 1983. He's the only one. What have the Colts done since then? Jeff George, Jim Harbaugh, Pierre Trudeau, Mike Onion, Pagel, Chris Chandler, Gary Hogeboom, Paul Justin, a smattering of who they've had. 20 years ago, they drafted Burt Jones in the first round, and he worked out. But Elway never became a Colt. Art Schlichter was a first-round pick. They have a chance to undo a lot of negative history in the quarterback. I don't mean that Jim Harbaugh or Jeff George weren't good players, but maybe not to the degree of Peyton Manning, who brings special talent, starting with his release. Almost releases the ball too quick, doesn't he, Mel?
I'll tell you, when you look at Peyton Manning, his size, he's over 6'5". You look at that 230-pound frame, really an extension of your offensive coordinator. Statistics prove them out what I'm talking about in terms of his accuracy. I mean, he is on target, rounded off his game as a passer. And I'll tell you, the arm strength, watch him here. You know, stick it between a defender, get in the end zone. And when you see accuracy, I think that's what I'm talking about here, on a very consistent basis. And as I said before, what I like about Peyton is he can elude the initial defender, and he has that ability to loft the ball, Joe, and that's an instinctive quality that only the great quarterbacks really possess.
You know how big this draft is? It's not very often that we see the owners of the first 2 teams.
That's right.
Jimmy Irsay is going to bring the card up for the Colts here in a few seconds. Alex and Dean Spanos are here, the ownership of the Chargers, to bring their card up with the second pick. And as we speak, Jim on cue. Very exciting moment for him and the entire Colts franchise. And the question now becomes, will the RCA Dome, a.k.a. the Big Horseshoe, will that become Peyton's place?
With the first pick in the draft, the Indianapolis Colts select quarterback, University of Tennessee, Peyton Manning.
What a proud moment for Peyton, his family. He saw his brothers, mom and dad, and of course Archie Manning, who excelled with a very poor team for years and years in the New Orleans Saints. The jersey's ready, and here he is, the new quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts, Peyton Manning. And I guess we must do this. Golf fans know this cheer. In Indianapolis, you can now yell, Peyton, you the Manning!
I think it's a great choice, Chris. I mean, I believe that he's going to fit in so perfectly. And really, when I had a chance to talk to the organization over the last 2 weeks, they've sort of pointed themselves towards getting ready for the Peyton Manning arrival. His athletic ability, his quickness. And Mel, you brought up something else. Remember during the college season, everybody talked about the little pitter-patter steps that he used to take. When you watched him in workouts, they were gone. He's very conscious of what needs to be done to correct his skills to make himself play at the next level. He's coachable, he's teachable, he's very smart in his approach to the game of football. You're really getting the perfect student as well as a fine, fine young man.
I know, Joe, but just a note of caution. I think we tend to expect too much from young quarterbacks in the National Football League. They're force-fed, they're scrutinized really as rookies. I think it's unfair. I think he needs to be brought along slowly. Sure, he'll be the starting quarterback on opening day more than likely, but still, you have to go through those growing pains. It's not the SEC any longer. I think too often, Joe, quarterbacks that first, second year are talked about as busts or booms, and I think it's far premature.
I don't think it is in the case of Peyton Manning. See, I get to disagree with you in the first 15 minutes of the show, which is a rarity. But I really think that in the case of Peyton Manning, you're going to see his statistics at the end of the year probably look like a 3 or a 4 year player. I think he'll be able to adjust that quickly. I really feel like this young man can adjust that quickly to the game of football. The Indianapolis Colts are going to need him. They're a football team that's not very far away. Offensively, they're in pretty good shape. Tom Moore takes over as the coordinator. Rusty Tillman takes over as the defensive coordinator for Indianapolis. Rusty will run an aggressive style of defense. They get Jeff Herrod back in the middle. They're soaring up that side of the line. Offensively, good tight ends, good running backs. I think there's a lot of people around him to be able to allow him to be successful.
And he should start right away. And I think in the Bill Polian, Jim Mora era of the Indianapolis Colts, the key player for Peyton Manning will not necessarily be who he has up front. It's going to be Marshall Faulk. If a big-time running game can go with a nice, young, maturing quarterback, this will be a treat.
Yep.
Marshall becomes key to how Peyton Manning does, who is now with our Mike Tirico. Michael.
Okay, Chris, thank you. Peyton, one of your endearing qualities is that you are such a team guy, and you gave your team the credit all the time at Tennessee. Will you at least take this moment to feel proud of your accomplishment?
Well, it's an honor, Mike. There's no question about it. I'm really excited about what's ahead and just proud that the Colts put their faith in me. I'm looking forward to the challenge of getting the program going, and it's a really exciting time right now.
Everyone was playing great poker from the Colts side. Were you at all concerned that you weren't going to be their selection?
I had a pretty good idea, Mike, but I can keep a secret too. There's no question about that. But like I said, really excited. Going to Indianapolis today and looking forward to visiting Mr. Polian and Coach Moore. And I'm excited to go to work. I'm ready to get started right now.
Quickly, how long have you been keeping that secret?
I can't tell you that either, Mike.
We'll talk to you later. Okay. Peyton Manning, the Colts' #1 pick. He will wear his dad's old number 18. He couldn't have it at Tennessee, Chris.
All right, Mike, and congratulations, Peyton. He can keep a secret. So can the general manager of the Colts, Bill Polian, who's with our Mark Malone. Let's go out to Indianapolis right now. Mark.
Well, Chris, we said that, or I said at least this morning, I wouldn't want to play poker with Bill Polian. He has kept a secret so well coming up to this draft. You and I spoke at length last night. You still didn't really indicate to me where you'd go. Tell me, in your heart of hearts, did it take you until late last night to really come down to this decision, Bill?
No, not really. I think sometime around midday yesterday, Jim Moore and I sat down and we said, you know, what's in our hearts? We've done all the research. We've done all the measurements that you can do. And in the end, it comes down to making a very tough pick. These are two very, very fine football players. And we just felt that Peyton, because of his experience and his maturity level in the game of football, not personal maturity, but in the game of football, fit best for us in this particular situation. I'm confident that Ryan Leaf is going to go on and have an outstanding career, and I wouldn't bet against him playing in the AFC Championship game in the not-too-distant future.
Speaking of his maturity and his experience level, does that mean that this kid comes in and starts right away? He's at the top of your depth chart?
Well, we're going to start him out there, and we'll see where it goes. We're going to throw him in, whether it's game 1 or game 4. I think is immaterial, but he's going to learn on the job, that's for sure.
Well, Bill Polian has certainly put his brand on this particular franchise with a #1 overall pick, Peyton Manning of the Tennessee Volunteers. Now, let's take it back to Boomer in New York.
All right, Mark, thank you. So Peyton becomes now the 9th quarterback to be drafted #1 overall since 1970. Drew Bledsoe, the Patriots, 93. Jeff George, Indy, 1990. A fellow named Troy Aikman, who won 3 Super Bowls for Dallas in 89. Vinny Testaverde, the Bucks in 87. John Elway, 83, Baltimore, but of course never took a snap there. Steve Bartkowski, a very good quarterback, 75, Atlanta. 71, Jim Plunkett by Boston, won 2 Super Bowls with Oakland. And a fellow named Terry Bradshaw, 1970 with Pittsburgh, who won 4 Super Bowls. So it's pretty good pedigree. Peyton fits right in. Why is San Diego on the clock? They moved up from the 3 overall spot to the 2 spot, which was owned by Arizona, and they paid quite a price. They shifted first-round picks. It cost them a 2nd this year. Eric Metcalf, linebacker Patrick Sapp, and Bobby Beathard surrendered the first-round pick in 1999. But they felt they just had to make the move.
The one position we just couldn't afford to wait any longer was the quarterback position. I think it was unique to us, you know, that right now, in the position we're at, we needed to address the quarterback position if we had the opportunity to do so. And it was there. As expensive as it was there for us to have that chance, so we took advantage of it.
The amazing thing in this draft is that we were in 3rd position, and I don't know when again you're going to find the 2 teams in front of you where one team doesn't need a quarterback. If we're ever going to be there and, you know, get to the position where we want to be in the league, you can't do it without one of those guys. And if we're right in our evaluation that either one of these guys can take you there, then I think it was a deal we had to make.
One thing that Bobby Beathard has never done in his history, and of course building the Super Bowl champions in Washington and a Super Bowl team in San Diego, before that years around the league, Miami, he has never drafted a quarterback in round 1 or in round 2. He's done pretty well in round 3 to 8. And back when they had drafts up to round 17, he drafted 7. There's one of our favorites in the league, Sid Brooks, longtime equipment man, gentleman extraordinaire for the Chargers. And he doesn't know what to do right now. Who do we pick?
He's also
possibly could we pick?
Gee, maybe it's the guy on the camera right now. I guess it would be, maybe we'll go out on a big tree here. Ryan Leaf, I think, is obviously a natural fit. I felt like each of these guys would be a natural fit for their football teams. The thing about Ryan Leaf is he brings a swagger to the game. There's an upside to Ryan Leaf that nobody's quite sure of because he hasn't played as much football as Ryan Leaf. He's got tremendous feet for a big man. He can back out, look left, turn and throw right, as well as any smaller quarterback I've watched film. And looking at a lot of it, I can tell you, he gets rid of the ball quickly. He moves very well for a big man, throws extremely well on the run. The only question you have is how long is it going to take for him to be able to be comfortable at this level? If you're going to compare him to one football player that's come out in recent years, he definitely would have to be compared to a Drew Bledsoe because he's that type of an athlete.
Well, he moves a lot better than people would think.
Oh, yeah.
Someone at 6'5 and a half, 245, and it led the team to the Rose Bowl, and a bomber in the Air Coryell Dan Fouts mold. He's in a good stadium, isn't he, with a little bit of history? Let's go to the commissioner.
With the second choice in the draft, the San Diego Chargers select quarterback, Washington State University, Ryan Leaf.
What's up, big guy?
The hugs from the Leaf Brigade, or I guess we should call it a forest. Why not? Because there's lightning bolts here adorning the theater in New York. Ryan Leaf from behind stage to front and center. Yeah, like it's a great pedigree with throwing the football at San Diego. He stays on the West Coast.
And he only had 32 members of his family here last night.
Why not? I said it's a farce.
It's great. It should be. You're right.
And you know what's best about these kids is I say they're kids, but these young men who we've gotten to know a little bit, and I don't know either of them well, but they're just fun to be around, in addition to fun to watch play football.
They are, and in sitting with them last night, having a chance to visit with them, both of them have made this simple statement. They're ready to get it started now. They're ready to get it going. They want to get on to the next level of their life, and now the moment has come.
Is the ceiling higher in your mind for Ryan Leaf, Mel, than it is for Peyton Manning? As Alex Spanos, the owner of the Chargers, he brought 2 jerseys too. He could file that Manning jersey and sell that at a charity auction. There he is, Ryan Leaf, 16. Is the ceiling higher on him, perhaps?
Well, I really believe, Chris, when you look back at this trade, San Diego moving up from 3 to 2, 5 years from now, it may not look like Bobby Beathard gave up enough. This kid has tremendous potential, great physical ability, throws the ball all over the field. And I think when you look at San Diego, they were fortunate to have this pick. They tried to trade away the 98 first-round pick in the 2nd round last year. So Bobby Beathard, fortunate to have that choice to get a Ryan Leaf. Touchdowns 33. Of course, he was the guy that led that team into the Rose Bowl, really carried that football team on his shoulders throughout the season. You see the ability to throw across the body and still throw strikes down the field. That's why his accuracy is questioned sometimes, because look what he tries to do. Always that gunslinger, doing whatever he can to get the ball in the hands of the receiver. Remember, this kid's 245, 250 pounds, so defensive ends coming off the blind side or attacking the pocket are not going to be able to intimidate Ryan Leaf or take him down very easily, because he can shrug off defenders a la Roman Gabriel, the former Ram. And what you really liked this year was the poise. You see how he's not flustered. Mike Price, I thought, worked with him last summer, quarterback coach, head coach with the Cougars, and Mike Price deserves a lot of credit for transforming Ryan Leaf into this great quarterback that he was this season.
And now he goes, Joe, with assistants like June Jones and Joe Bugle. Who has the better situation, Leaf or Manning, or are they both very good and very nurturing for them?
I think you have to compare their situations, not just to the coaching aspect, but the people around him. For example, from a coaching standpoint, I think it's fairly even. I think both of them will benefit. Bruce Arians in Indianapolis, June Jones in San Diego, excellent quarterback coaches. They're both in systems that will allow them to develop as quarterbacks. Offensive line, I think Leaf has a little bit of an advantage right now. San Diego went out and got Aaron Taylor and John Jackson to really handle a terrible problem they had. Skill positions, I think the advantage goes to Manning a little bit. And the last part would be the defense. I think also Manning gets a little bit of an edge in Indianapolis. Ryan Leaf is going to have to go in and grow up with this football team. Peyton Manning is going to come into a football team that has a lot of pieces in place. So if you're Manning coming in, I think the expectations will be higher because the football team has a little bit more around it.
I'm almost sure that Peyton will start in week 1. I think Ryan Leaf may not start for about a month. He may wait behind Wheelahan, but if you're looking at the schedule, week 5, October 4th, San Diego at Indianapolis. Will it by then be Leaf against Manning? Something to point out very early in the season. 93, we had the identical situation when Bill Parcells played the same sort of bluff. Was it Bledsoe? Was it Meyer? The Patriots took Drew Bledsoe. Rick Meyer never panned out in Seattle, and now he's in Chicago. In 71, it was 1-2-3. Jim Plunkett with Boston, Peyton's dad Archie with the Saints, and Dan Pastorini with Houston. Arizona is now on the clock. Will they trade down? We know it's Andre Wadsworth, but yet so does everyone else. The calls are coming in to the desert. They'll spend the full 15. There's the War Room.
Speed.
Quick.
Bruce Smith.
Intensity. Relentless.
Devastating.
Performer.
Wow.
Dion.
Exciting.
Exciting.
Athletic.
Playmaker.
Skill. Flashy. Smooth.
Athlete.
Scary.
We've had the quarterback time. We may not have another quarterback drafted today in the first 3 rounds. May not. But now it's the time for Andre Wadsworth and Charles Woodson. 2 tremendous players who may make this draft, along with two quarterbacks, one that we shall never forget for those of us that love and follow pro football. Mike Golick is out in the desert. Let's check in with him right now. Mike?
Thanks, Boomer. Well, Andre Wadsworth is their man if a deal isn't put in front of him. as we're speaking, Vice President of Player Personnel Bob Ferguson has been on the phone in the war room talking to some of the teams or getting involved in some conversation. But if no deal is done, Andre Wadsworth will be the man. Let's send it back to you, Chris.
I think, guys, thanks, Michael. I think that when you heard Bill Polian, who ought to know a little bit about Bruce Smith, say, well, how would you describe Andre Wadsworth? Bruce Smith, we have not had, Mel and Joe, a lineman, a pass rusher ranked this high since Bruce Smith and Ray Childress came out in 1985. That speaks volumes. The pick is up to the commissioner, so Arizona obviously has held all calls.
With the third pick in the draft, the Arizona Cardinals select defensive end from Florida State University, Andre Wadsworth.
Fittingly, in Arizona, the defensive line coach for Vince Tobin is one of the greatest of all time. Joe Green and the Steel Curtain. And now he has Eric Swan, Simeon Rice, and Andre Wadsworth, along with Aeneas Williams at a corner. Folks, I know this Cardinal team was 4-12, but you put those three guys on the front line with one of the best corner cover guys in football. This is a dictating defense.
Well, it really is. Look at all the close games the Cardinals lost last year. That may not happen in '98. They have also a great young quarterback in Jake Plummer. Wadsworth, 275 pounds, a la Bruce Smith. Look at the sack total and the pressures. This is a guy who played defensive tackle and nose tackle until this year. Look at the way he uses his arms and hands, strong hands. Well, he gets off of blocks tremendously well, and then has that great speed. Look how he closes on the quarterback there. That's what separates him. Look at the athleticism as well coming up here. This is what you're talking about. Athletic ability, speed, dominating qualities. Watch this play against Ohio State. That's what separates Andre Wadsworth from all the other great defensive ends that have come along. He's a special player, even more special than his playing ability, Chris, as a person. Great character. He's going to be a major asset to the Arizona Cardinal football team, majorly on the field, but as well as off the field and in the locker room.
Something to remember about the Arizona Cardinals here. I'm not putting them in any Super Bowl, but this is a team with a fifth-place schedule with a dictating defense. The Giants wrote a fifth-place schedule to the division championship last year in the NFC East. Arizona moving up the board. Boy, they have made some big changes since Bob Ferguson went out there and helped them organize their drafts. Charles Woodson, he should be next. We'll be back. Goes to the Raiders, Charles Woodson. We will see as the Raiders are now on the clock with about 11 minutes to go. Now, the Raiders, well, we were going to go to Miami for a moment, but let's go quickly up to New England and Sal Palantonio. Sal, what's brewing?
Boomer, I just heard from team owner Bob Kraft, who said that all week long the Raiders have been trying to get the Patriots to move up to that fourth spot to take Charles Woodson. The Patriots love Charles Woodson. They would love to have him at cornerback. They think they'd be set for 10 to 12 years in their division. It would really give the rest of the teams a bunch of headaches in their pass defense, which wasn't so good last year. But the Patriots say that the price is way too steep. What I hear is they're asking for is both #1 picks, the 18 and the 22, as well as a second or maybe 2 seconds to go up to the fourth spot. Mort?
Well, Sal, it looks like the Raiders are going to have quite a parlay, or at least they're attempting quite a parlay. Obviously, they will take Charles Woodson with the #4 pick if there's no trade, but they are also trying to get into the top 10 at the #7 spot with the New Orleans Saints, trying to get Randy Moss, the Marshall wide receiver. The holdup here is that the Saints, with this deal, along with a couple of second-round picks, the Saints are demanding next year's first-round pick from the Raiders, and right now the Raiders aren't giving. Chris?
All right, guys, thank you. Always interesting when the Raiders are on the clock with it. We understand the pick is coming right in. They got to go with Woodson. I mean, now all of a sudden corner, which was such a strength position for them for years and years and years, back from the days of Willie Brown et al. All of a sudden, the guys that they've had, they've been fine players, but are very long in the tooth. Let's go up to the podium and Commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
With the fourth pick in the draft, the Oakland Raiders have selected defensive back, University of Michigan, Charles Woodson.
You know, Chris, it's the only pick that I think the Raiders could have made. Even though the trade for Eric Allen has gone through, Eric Allen has now decided that he will report to the Raiders at the cornerback position. You still have Albert Lewis, Larry Brown, and Terry McDaniel. Larry Brown probably will be gone in a short period of time. So, I mean, that's a position that was certainly a need position. Even though John Gruden, an offensive guru, comes in as head coach, you still stop people from scoring. That's the best way to win. I think it's a great addition.
Well, ranked 30th overall in defense, 30 in pass defense. I mean, I think we know what's happened. And again, they have collected yet another Heisman Trophy winner. Desmond Howard now plays for him. Bo Jackson did. Marcus Allen, of course, excelled for him. Led him to a Super Bowl win over, oh, I forgot, Joe, who that was. Jim Plunkett led them. Oh, I forgot, Joe. Tim Brown, a Heisman Trophy winner. And, of course, way back when, Billy Cannon, a Heisman Trophy winner who played for the Raiders in the glory days in the 60s. And by the way, what's interesting in the stands, Jet fans and Raider fans are nearby, and they're taunting each other. We haven't seen this since the 60s, since Ben Davidson and Ike Lassiter were rushing Joe Namath. It's great up here. Look, Raider fans, Jet fans yelling at him. At any rate, Charles Woodson, offense and defense, he's always there for plays in the biggest games.
No question, Chris. I think Deion Sanders may have better recovery speed, but Charles Woodson is that kind of impact player. Great players make great plays. This is early in the year and really a game that everybody thought was kind of even. He set the tone for Michigan's season with this interception against Colorado. Sent Michigan on to an undefeated season, Colorado to a disappointing 5-6 record. Here against Michigan State, human highlight film type INT. Here's another touchdown reception against Penn State. Shows his versatility there. Watch against David Boston here. Physical style. He won't back down. He'll get up there in the face of the wide receiver in press coverage, never back off. And here's the difference maker when you talk about great plays. Ohio State, key game, punt return, 78 yards for a touchdown. This is what I'm talking about, Chris. Consistently, even with the pressure on, we were talking Heisman Trophy here against Ohio State, interception against B. Miller in the end zone. Every spotlight game, Rose Bowl against Ryan Leaf, in the end zone, preventing a touchdown, goes up and makes the interception against Kevin McKenzie. You just can't minimize that type of ability with the spotlight on Charles Woodson. Really, Chris, from late September on, he was talked up as a Heisman candidate. He came through big time in the clutch.
Well, he's primarily a defensive player who is always around the ball. We got one of those ourselves. 14-year linebacker with the Denver Broncos, Tom Jackson, who's with us here in New York. And Tommy, we're going to talk a little bit about Andre Wadsworth, a player who all defensive players drool over when you think about watching him. Welcome to New York, and how come you don't have to wear a tie? What, do you got connections?
Well, Andre Wadsworth was certainly, I think, the best player in this draft via certainly need as being an aspect. The next best player in this draft, I think, was Charles Woodson. What you get in Wadsworth is you get a ball player who is polished coming out of college, possibly and potentially better than Peter Boulware. Great technique artist, fast off the corner, has great leverage with his body. Charles Woodson is a playmaker in the mold of a Raider. He is going to be a get-up-in-your-face guy, play 6 inches off the line of scrimmage, and he certainly might affect the picks of other guys down the line as we look through the AFC West, because when you consider the fact that Sean Springs, Dale Carter, and now Charles Woodson are all in the AFC West, you're going to have receivers to counter that. So certainly I think we've looked at, in the last 2 picks, Wadsworth and Woodson, the best 2 players in this draft.
I'll be loving to watch them in the next 10, 12 years. Well, They're all excited in Arizona, Tommy. Let's head out to the desert and rejoin Mike Golick. Mike?
Thanks, Boomer. Well, the Cardinals got their man in Andre Wadsworth. And Vince, first, all trade aside, is Andre Wadsworth the man you would have taken regardless, or was there another player possibly?
There really wasn't. We had decided quite some time ago that Andre Wadsworth was our man, and we were just waiting to see if there's a blockbuster thing that we couldn't afford to pass up. But the closer it got to the thing, no matter what they'd offered, we were going to take Andre, because you draft a complete package, and we feel like Andre's a complete package.
Now, I know the phone was ringing yesterday, and this morning I saw Bob Ferguson on one time. Anything that really came about that made you hesitate at all?
Well, we've had some offers and some very legitimate offers, but as I said, it kind of, called our hand type of thing, because we decided that Wadsworth was the guy we wanted, and no matter really what was offered, boy, we were going to stick with him, because we feel like that he's a guy that can help us get where we want to get.
Now the starting left end for the Arizona Cardinals?
Well, I never give anybody anything. You have to earn it on the football field, but I would be awful surprised if he's not starting somewhere and by the time we start ready to play.
The Cardinals get their man, Andre Wadsworth. Many felt the top player in the entire draft, including the two quarterbacks. Chris, back to you.
All right, Mike and Vince Oman, I'm telling you, folks, watch out for Arizona this year. They're on the move. And now the draft has been going at Mach 12 right down the highway. We are at the point where it starts to make a left-hand turn. Chicago is on the clock. This is the Curtis Enis spot, but he is coveted by St. Louis, by Jacksonville, by maybe New England, by lots of teams. Do the Bears make a trade? Legendary franchises to pick. I have to do it. The Chicago Bears. There's about 7 minutes left for them on the clock, and their phones are buzzing. Let's head down to news on the Bears. Let's go to Miami with Chris Mortensen. Mort, what's brewing?
Well, Boomer, you're right. Their phones are ringing off the hook. They are talking with Jacksonville, St. Louis, and New England, and here's the deal. They want 2 ones. They want both of Jacksonville's ones, which Jacksonville hasn't been willing to give up. They wanted both of New England's ones. If they don't get the deal they want, Mark Catley, the personnel man, now making the picks for the Bears, will take Curtis Enis, the Penn State running back. He really likes Curtis Enis. If he trades down, then they're looking at a linebacker like Takeo Spikes of Auburn or Keith Brooking of Georgia Tech. Chris?
All right, Mortimer, well, the Bears will probably use up all the time because that's one of the few positions. Remember, they just paid money for Edgar Allan Poe Bennett from the Packers. They have they have some players there in a team that badly needs some help. Running backs, we expect maybe 4 to go in the first round. Is there a big difference on your board between the top backs?
I really don't think so, Chris. I think the depth at running back is outstanding. Teams know late first, early second round, you can get some good football players. Fred Taylor's moved up into the middle of the first. Robert Edwards is interesting. There's a durability question, but he's got great ability. Robert Holcomb, very consistent, move the chain style of running back. Skip Hicks improved a great deal as a senior this year, really moved into the early to mid second round area. So there is a lot of quality depth at the running back position, well into, Chris, the second, third, fourth round.
The Bears, they're in a division, Joe, where everybody else made the playoffs. So as the Bears sit there in 4-12 and need help, and really counseling, I hate to say it, in a lot of positions, right. Can they afford to just pick the running back here if they don't make a trade?
No, I think a running back picked at this spot would be wrong for the Chicago Bears. They made the deal for Edgar Bennett. He could have played in the Super Bowl for the Green Bay Packers last year. He was healthy enough to be able to do that. You get a relatively young back who's had a lot of great playoff experience, and now you're going to go bring in a younger one. I think they have much more needs. Obviously, the defensive line is a situation they need to address with the problems with Alonzo Spellman. They have nobody to complement the wide receiver position. You've settled down at the position with Eric Kramer. Eric Kramer will be fine at quarterback if you give him some people around him. I think they need people to put points on the board. You made the point, Chris. Everybody in that division gets to the playoffs. Yes. You get there by scoring points. Chicago has not done it. They need skilled people in that position. That's where I'd have to say they go. Defensive line and or in the wide receiver area.
They haven't had a Pro Bowler since '93, so they need big-time playmakers somewhere. There's about 4.5 minutes left on the clock with the Bears. Let's check in with our Chris Myers in Dallas. Chris, what have you heard?
Well, moments ago, Chris, I spoke with John Shaw of the Rams, and at that point, the Rams are calling the bluff of the Bears. Of course, the Rams want Curtis Enis, someone Dick Vermeil has talked with personally, and it's a need for the Rams, but they're not willing to trade with Chicago. And if Chicago goes ahead and picks Curtis Enos, then the Rams will go with Grant Wistrom, the defensive lineman, also one of the areas of need for the St. Louis Rams. So at this point, the Rams aren't willing to move. They're going to wait and see what Chicago does. They have Enos and Wistrom rated about the same, with Enos being the priority simply because that's more of a need position. Chris, back to you.
See, thank you, Chris. One of the things, I mean, St. Louis just wants to come up one spot, but the price that San Diego paid for Arizona makes the Bears think, well, they can get a similar sort of windfall of picks or maybe players, but in this case, it's running back, not quarterback. That may not be the case. We'll be back with the Bears. On the clock for the Bears, let's go to the commissioner.
With the fifth pick in the draft, Chicago Bears select running back, Penn State University, Curtis Enos.
I tell you what, I would not, and this is on no inside information for this particular, I would not necessarily rule out a trade in which Enos doesn't end the weekend a Bear, although lately those things haven't happened.
No, I agree with you, Chris. It's not that the Bears can't use a player like Curtis Enos. He's certainly a terrific football player, a terrific young man, and the Bears want to add that type of a quality player to their roster. But I think that there are other areas of needs on the Chicago Bear football team that could have been addressed in this draft, and I think will be. I tend to agree with you, Chris. I really feel like Curtis Enos may not wind up past Sunday being a Chicago Bear. At least they have him in fold now. I think it's not necessarily the move you want to see. They didn't get the deal they want, but this gives them time now to be able to work on a future deal that may even get them more players, more picks, and, of course, more opportunity to help their football team.
Although worse things could happen, Mel, than just lining up Curtis Enos and letting him be a big, bruising back in a cold weather ballpark.
Well, you're right, Chris. I think when you look at Kajana Carter and Blair Thomas, everybody says, are you afraid of Penn State backs? Well, Lydell Mitchell, Franco Harris, Kurt Warner had great careers coming out of Happy Valley. I look at that size, 240 pounds. You also see some outside speed, not a lot of creativity or elusive qualities, but we're talking about a 240-plus pounder who has a speed to take it the distance. Look at the inside power. Great tackles between the tackles. You're talking about a guy that certainly can keep the chains moving very effectively. He is a tackle breaker. There's no question about that, and he plays 4 quarters. In the 4th quarter, he'll wear down defenses. Watch him here, number 39, coming down the field, making the catch. A lot of receptions during his career at Penn State. So he's multi-dimensional. He's 240 pounds. And what I like about him is he's going to create yards, not through creativity or elusiveness, but through sheer power and determination. He'll take 1 tackle, 2, 3. It's going to take a gang tackling situation to bring this kid down. Like I said before, when you get into the latter stages of the 4th quarter, and it's a close game, and you can ride a Curtis Enos for a drive to get into field goal range, what have you. This is the kind of kid that can become very valuable, taking pressure off of Eric Kramer.
Well, 6 yards a carry last year, 19 touchdowns. And, you know, one thing you should remember about Curtis Enos, he was originally drafted, recruited by Joe Paterno as a linebacker. So there may be some question about Penn State running backs. No question about Penn State linebackers, but there is a question about Bear running backs in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. They have not hit many out. They have not hit many out of the park. Look at the running backs that they've had under Dave Wanstead in Chicago. Anderson, Worley, Haywood, Tillman, Hodge, Green.
Hodge.
I mean, Ronnie Harmon, Hicks, Salam, Harris, Carter, Lewis, and the list goes on and on and on. You'd think that the one area that the Bears probably would have stayed away from might have been the running back. But again, the pick is okay as long as he doesn't stay there.
Well, Joe, what I think the point you have to make here as well is teams tipping their hands too early. Everybody knew St. Louis had really wanted Curtis Enos. You tip your hand early, everybody, you got the bullseye. You're the target for everybody to move ahead of. And you let everybody know a month ahead of time what you really want. And I think that's a mistake a lot of teams make, and St. Louis certainly went into this draft wanting Curtis Enos.
But let me just, one other point. We all sit here and say there are other areas. Maybe this was a terrific move by Hadley. Maybe this was a move to say, okay, now I'm holding the aces. Well, now what are you going to do?
That's what I said.
You're exactly right. Now come to me with it. See, I think
there's no clock on this trade.
That's right.
You see, there's the difference. So St. Louis, the Rams, and Dick Vermeil in year 2 of their regime is now on the clock. Grant Wistrom, you heard Chris Myers said that's what is out there. But there are teams now that are running back hunting, one of which is New England. Let's go up to Sal Palantonio.
just like Mel said, Boomer, not only St. Louis, but New England was definitely interested in Curtis Enos. Of course, losing Curtis Martin to free agency to the Jets, they have a hole, they have a need to fill there. But when they were on the phone with the Bears while the Bears were on the clock, the Bears were asking for both first-round picks this year, 18 and 22 from New England, as well as a first-round pick for next year. And team owner Bob Kraft said that's just too much to mortgage for one guy. So it's back to the drawing board for the Patriots as they go hunting for another running back. Now let's go to Chris Mortensen in Miami.
Well, Sal, some people surprised by Curtis Enos going to the Bears right now, but Mark Catley, the personnel boss, and Dave Wanstead, the Bears coach, have talked out the scenario. And the next step then is to remove the transition tag from Raymond Harris, who's coming off the leg injury. That frees up another $2.5 million that they may use to target free agents after June 1st. So there is a plan in effect to take that tag off Raymond Harris. Chris?
All right, Mortimer, thank you. So St. Louis stays put, though, with number 6, and Chicago, of course, taking Enos. And they go with, well, they know the Big 12 players out in Missouri pretty darn well. And with a guy with a motor that can rush the passer inside, Grant Wistrom, that's expected to be the pick.
Draft, the Rams select defensive end, Nebraska, Grant Wistrom.
Well, this certainly adds up. And Mel, he's a heck of a player. Ray Childress, kind of his style a little bit.
Very
right?
consistent, Chris. I think you see 273 there. He could have been 255 and been an outside linebacker in the right scheme, but certainly for the Rams, he will be a defensive end with Kevin Carter on the other side. You talked about the consistent motor. Really, this kid comes hard every play. And when he gets in the backfield, he's trying to not only get a sack, but strip the football. And I think when you look at the intensity, takes you down, he takes you down hard. He's also strong. This is against the University of Washington, against Brock Hewart. So you're looking at a guy very disruptive throughout his career. Of course, Jason Peter on the inside, Wistrom on the outside. He also has a lot of power in his pass rush for somebody who's only between, say, 255 and 270 during the later stages of his college career with the Cornhuskers.
So Grant Wistrom, drafted by Dick Vermeil, and someone I think he thinks he can just plug right in and probably move him on the depth chart to start. Let's go up to our defensive wizard, Tom Jackson. And Tommy, talk about a player with a motor running. We found one right here in Wistrom.
Yeah, I think the thing that you have to know about Grant Wistrom is 275 pounds, 6'3", from Nebraska, the two-time Big 12 Player of the Year. He has great balance, and let's take a look at the things that he does well. When you talk about Grant Wistrom, he's a guy whose motor is on high all the time. He is a complete package. He has great balance. You see him right there attacking the football, and that's the thing about Grant Wistrom. He creates a lot of fumbles. Watch his balance here as he comes off the corner. Right there, you're going to see a guy try to get into his legs. He cannot. He stays up and upright. And watch the anticipation of the cut block here. Watch his hands. We'll run it back for you again. Watch his hands. And the thing that you want to demonstrate here about Grant Wistrom is that Grant Wistrom has great balance. I think the only question may be his weight at 275 pounds, standing up against some of the great offensive tackles in this game. So we take a look here. Jack is going to be down the offensive tackle. As I come around the corner and he tries to cut me, it's all about getting the hands on somebody, getting them down, and getting up and over. But Grant Wistrom is an outstanding pick, and again, I think there's a premium in this league and in this draft on defensive ends who can get around the corner and rush the passer.
Tommy still has some of those moves. That's good to know. He was working pretty quickly. Every 3 years, the Rams, L.A. or St. Louis, go defensive line first pick. Bill Hawkins, 89. Sean Gilbert, 92. Kevin Carter, 95. Grant Wistrom, 98. Carter, Wistrom, now a tandem up there, Joe.
Well, I think you got Carter and Wistrom a tandem. You also have Farr, Agnew, and Robinson on the front line. The thing that I like about the addition here is you lose a Leslie O'Neal, an outside hard-moving pass rusher. All of a sudden, you've replaced him with a much younger one. The sack production is really the problem, and that's why they went for the outside rusher. 6.5 out of Carter, 3.0 out of Farr, 2.0 out of Agnew, nothing out of Robinson. And in the top reserve is Jay Williams, who wound up with 2 sacks. So you just don't have a lot of sacks coming out of that defensive line. This is an opportunity to add speed, add youth, add power to a defensive line that is fairly young when you take a look at them. So I think it's a good move and a natural fit for the St. Louis Rams.
Well, there was no way they were going to dabble with Randy Moss after the Lawrence Phillips debacle. But Here are some teams who could, either here or elsewhere. New Orleans with Mike Ditka, Dallas with Jerry Jones and company, the Randy Moss saga, Jerry and the boys, Mike Ditka and the Saints are on the clock when we return.
The ride-along program puts you in the action.
Go right, go right. That's it, Mark. That's it. Speed up, and catch up. Right there.
Oh, man, Keyshawn, you should have had that one.
Come on, ref, you gotta see that. Throw the flag. You can't see. He was all over us. Mark, that call was all over us. That's pass interference.
Oh, sure, now they throw the flag.
NASCAR on ESPN. Come along for the ride.
Welcome back to the theater in New York. I just want to get on record right here as saying that when we look back 10 years from now, the best draft in the 90s at the top will probably be this one. This is the most prolific top we think we're projecting since '89, when 4 of the 5 picks were pretty much as good as you can get. Troy Aikman, Barry Sanders, Derek Thomas, Deion Sanders. Not everyone makes it to the Pro Bowl, as Tony Mandarich was graded so high and did not. But 4 of those 5 are great. We have the 2 quarterbacks. We have Wadsworth. We got Woodson. We got Enos. Just file that one away. Now, here's a curveball. Chris Mortensen in Miami. Morton, what do you have?
Well, the Saints are on the board, and I've talked to Mike Ditka, and Kyle Turley, the San Diego State offensive lineman. He told me that Turley reminds him of Jimbo Covert, his great Bears left tackle. That tells you that's the guy they're going to pick unless they trade. Jacksonville clearly talking trade swapping, which means Turley would be available still at 9, I think, and also obviously New England. The target there, well, why don't we go up to Andrea Kramer in Jacksonville to find out.
That's right, Mort. You got to get your geography right. The Jaguars are talking to the Saints. The player that they do want is running back Fred Taylor. They missed out on Curtis Enos. They were speaking to the Bears. The Bears wanted 2 first-round picks and a starting player. Tom Coughlin did not want to part with that. They would like to get Fred Taylor at the 7th position. If he is gone, or if they aren't able to get him, if they do stay at the 9th position, look for them to take linebacker Takeo Spikes or defensive tackle Vonnie Holliday. Chris, back to you, New York.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much. And Mort, that's been on the board that New Orleans, if they kept it, would probably go Turley. But now we really begin to watch where Randy Moss may or may not go. Of course, his on-the-field production at Marshall in 2 years, tremendous. Look at the touchdowns, 44 TDs, most of them in the last 2 years, 25 touchdowns in last season. However, to boil it down, high school days at West Virginia, 2 counts of misdemeanor battery. That pretty much nixed him. He was on his way to Notre Dame. Then Bobby Bowden took a shot at him at Florida State, but while he tested positive for marijuana while serving some time, that nixed his potential career at Florida State. While at Marshall, charges that were later dropped, but continue to have some trouble. Do you take a risk and just go with him because he's a great football player, or is there a red flag? Here's the views around the league.
Randy Moss is on our draft board right now, rated as a first-round pick. When we actually stack our board, then he won't be on the board.
I don't think you can judge people on other people. I think that if the New Orleans Saints and Bill Carrick or Mike Ditka judges Randy Moss or anybody else in Randy's on Lawrence Phillips, you're doing a disservice to Randy Moss. You have to judge every player an individual situation. You can't lump them together.
I just think if you're going to invest a first-round pick in a player, there better not be any question marks in regard to his past performances off the field.
You have to err on the side of caution because it can be very destructive to your salary cap. It can be very destructive to getting the right type of guys in and being able to pay them. So sometimes you may miss on a guy who is going to come in and do very, very well. But you have to play the percentages.
Well, I don't write bad character. I write past history of whatever it was. Do I think that can be changed? Then I put down yes or no. Do I think it can be changed? Yes. Do I think he's changed already? I think he's in the progress of trying to change. Whether he's changed or not, I don't know.
I find one of the most telling sound bites in there was Tony Dungy. Remember how Warren Sapp fell a few years ago and fell into Tampa's hands? They got themselves the best defensive player of that draft. There's how things can change, and you play the percentages. Let's go to Andrea Kramer, who might be playing the percentages, Andrea.
Well, Chris, I had a chance to read some team scouting reports and psychological assessments of Moss, and due to character problems, which are obviously well documented, there's great concern by this one team scouting report as to how Moss would potentially handle a high-priced multi-million-dollar contract. Now, the scouting report also detailed how the lack of discipline was affecting his work habits. One scout questioned his ability to lead or if he would accept criticism, and one scout went so far as to say that to the best of their knowledge, Moss had not even been really yelled at by anybody at Marshall, so how would he respond to that type of discipline once he got into the pros? These psychological tests that I saw, the summarization was, until he develops more self-discipline, he will be his own worst enemy. And this was from a psychological test that is administered to many players throughout the draft. Now, as for his on-the-field performance, scouting reports say he can basically do whatever he wants on the field. However, the flip side of that is one team's report which says they wonder how he'll be able to get separation from his defenders and how he'll handle bump and run coverage in the NFL. So certainly a wide variety of opinion, Chris, on Randy Moss.
No question, Andrea. There is a wide variety of opinion, and someone who is dialed in right now is our Linda Cohn in West Virginia. Spent yesterday with many of the officials at the Thundering Herd of Marshall, for whom Randy Moss starred and led them to the Conquest Bowl last year, and of course the playoffs the year before in Division I AA, and is now in Charleston, West Virginia right now, and is at the location where Randy Moss is. And what's the feeling there, Linda? Are they excited? Are they nervous? Do you have a feel on the situation?
Well, Chris, can you be relaxed and anxious at the very same time? That's what Randy Moss is doing right now. And yes, I am at the home of his advisors. And a lot going on, and they are looking forward to what could happen. Randy is just anxious to prove his point out on the field. You know, when I spoke to Randy in length yesterday, as well as a little bit this morning, I spoke to him about, and I asked him what would happen when, if the Saints do select him, what would happen if Mike Ditka would yell at him for the very first time? And Randy turned to me and he said simply, you know what, you know how you prevent the yelling? Doing your job and performing and doing well. And that way he wouldn't have to worry about dealing with a Mike Ditka and the yelling and potential adversity on the field. He's not even thinking about that. During my visit to Marshall University yesterday, I spoke to the coaches, I spoke to the teammates, and this Randy Moss that's being talked about by some NFL teams is simply not the Randy Moss that they know.
Well, he hasn't been a bad guy around us, you know. He's been here 2 years and he's done everything we've asked him to do. He's adhered to our very strict rules we have for our football team. He's made every practice. He's not had a cross word with the coach.
It's amazing to see how much people base on perception, and they make their points of view and their opinions before they even meet a person, before they even get to know the person. And when you do that, you can totally get somebody wrong and be mistaken. And I think a lot of people are mistaken about Randy.
All I can say is I just think his actions just speak for themselves. The team, it's a lot. Like a couple of years ago, Michael Jordan didn't get picked first, but now everybody regrets it. And I think that's going to be the same thing that happens with Randy.
We know Randy can outrun anybody, but can he outrun his past?
No, he can't, and his past is in the past, and I think his future is spotless. Randy has matured a lot.
I think they're piling on. I mean, they're just rehashing old things.
When Randy faces adversity in the NFL for the very first time, how do you think he's going to react?
I think adversity, it might slow him down a lot, but it'll never stop him, just because he never lets it stop him. He might get down a little bit, and he came through all the adversity through negative things in the media, but he's still pumping, he's still going as hard as he can.
I think he's totally made a 100% change. He's totally turned things around, and he's done great things for us here at Marshall. And whoever picks him in the NFL draft will be very lucky to have him on his team.
Whoever gets him, I guarantee you, will be doing somersaults.
One more note, another psychological evaluation that was given to and made available to the Bears, Dolphins, and Saints by a New Orleans psychiatrist said, in summary, this young man, under the right system, should adjust quickly and respond positively in a most consistent manner. So it's not all negative, at least from the psychological standpoint, for Randy Moss. Chris?
All right, Linda, thank you. We'll check in with you often. Of course, we were watching the clips there, and, you know, in that Motor City Bowl, I called it Car Quest, but I got the autos mixed up. You know, 6 for 173, 6'5" to run like that now. On field, no question.
Well, I think, he still needs to work at wide receiver, great physical and athletic ability, Chris, but I think teams have to have a philosophy about off-the-field concerns. Either you look at that strongly, or, as Bill Kuharich of the Saints said, you analyze each player individually. I really think, looking back a couple years, had Lawrence Phillips gained 1,500 yards, Randy Moss would have been a top 5 pick.
Well, the clock has run down on the New Orleans Saints. Let's get their selection.
With the 7th pick in the draft, the New Orleans Saints select tackle, San Diego State University, Kyle Turley. Dallas Cowboys.
Well, I hate to say it, we're going birdie, par, birdie, par. I mean, it's kind of gone right down the list so far. Here's a young man coached by one of the best, Ed White.
No question. I think Ed White did a tremendous job with Kyle Turley. You see the strength there, a dominator at times, very good run blocker. Remember, he came out of San Diego State program, Ted Toner, with that wide-open pro-style attack. So he's a lineman who can also run block as well as pass block. So he's going to come into the league ready to play. And I think when you look at Kyle Turley, very active, gets down the field, sustains, always looking for somebody to take out of the play and advance that runner down the field. And I think when you look at Kyle Turley, there you go, Chris. That's Kyle Turley.
Yeah, wow. Well, then you go to San Diego State. Did he hurt that surfboard?
I thought you liked that one, Chris.
Hanging 10? and now he's going to press iron, Joe.
He's going to hang a lot of 10s. I'll tell you, he's going to join a lot of offensive linemen where he gets a chance to hang a lot of 10s. Chris Nioli, remember, was the first pick last year. He fits right in. William Rolfe, one of the finest tackles in football. Andy McCullum. Jerry Fontenot, the center, comes over from Chicago. Clarence Jones at the right tackle. You project exactly where you want to put this young man in, and he's going to find a place in a very young offensive line. I don't care how good a skilled people you have. If you've got a quarterback, a running back, a wide receiver, unless you have an offensive line that can block, and that's what it looks like Mike Ditka is trying to do. He's really trying to build this football team around a good offensive line, then add his skill players. He's going about it the right way. I like this decision. It's the perfect fit for New Orleans at this particular spot at this time in Mike Ditka's coaching career.
You know, they had a pretty good defense, but they need to move the football a little bit. And now, well, maybe now we hit it into the woods. Dallas is at the 8-hole, Jacksonville at the 9-hole. Does New England move up to make a trade to get 8 in the running back of their choice? Or do the Cowboys wheel and deal, or do they just take that pick? How about them Cowboys? How about them Jaguars? Dallas and Jacksonville are up next at 8 and 9. Let's go up to our gang at our studios at home base in Bristol with Chris Fowler and company. And pretty much right down the middle of the fairway so far as the players that have gone, guys.
Chris, thank you. I wouldn't know about that down the fairway stuff, but you're right. 73 minutes into this draft, still waiting for our first surprise. Probably most of the mock drafts you read in the newspapers this week had these 7 players going in this exact order. Only the 3rd time in history quarterbacks go 1-2 in this draft. No surprise, the Colts kind of played some games late, but Peyton Manning selected with the #1 overall choice, and his experience given as one of the main factors. Manning, 41 starts in college, as expected, will wear the Colts jersey, and a strong indication that he would start at the top of the depth chart when camp opens. Ryan Leaf going #2, something he is ecstatic about. He's already looked at real estate in the San Diego area. It's an area that he has visited every summer since junior high school. Beyond that, the picks unfolding as expected. But now the X factor of round 1 becomes Randy Moss. Mike Ditka and the Saints passing on him at #7. Mike Gottfried, Randy Moss will continue to be one of the stories until he is selected. Let's first talk about the on-the-field attributes of Moss.
Oh, Chris, there's no doubt he's a great athlete, a game-breaker type player that's done a lot of things for this Marshall football program. He has excellent speed. Of course, we know that he has excellent size. He has a change of direction for a big receiver. In 2 years, he had 168 pass receptions, 53 touchdowns for Marshall University. Shows his athletic ability here. Catching this pass from Pennington, he shows speed. He shows cutting ability. He shows a hurdle here at the end. Strength of a stiff arm. He gets in the end zone. He really is an outstanding talent. Now, he has a high upside I mean, high. He has a downside as big as the Grand Canyon.
And the downside refers to some of the off-the-field stuff. But getting back to Randy Moss as a wide receiver, at times it looked very easy, and it was very easy for Moss in the Mid-American Conference. A lot of defensive backs didn't come up, didn't challenge him. They were afraid they were going to get beat deep. What about Moss as a receiver and things that might be a red flag, excluding the off-the-field stuff?
Well, you look at all the good things, Chris, but when I had him in the Motor City Bowl, he runs undisciplined routes. And the thing that bothered me the most about Randy Moss was that as I'd watch him play, he'd take a couple plays off. He'd play hard 3 plays and then take a couple plays off. He looks like he lacks concentration, and that could be a problem for a coach down the way. But he is a talent, but the downside is there.
I really think that the concern for NFL teams is not the off-the-field stuff. It really is the question in their mind, will Randy listen? Will he listen to his position coach? Will he listen to his head coach? Because at times you wonder whether Randy Moss knows whether or not to take good advice. He's had plenty of time since the end of the season to kind of rehabilitate this image and try to convince NFL teams that he is coachable, that he will live by the code in the NFL. And at times Randy has not listened to his agents or his coaches or his mother or his minister or anybody else. And I think that's a major concern, Chris. Will Randy listen to us?
Well, that's a concern for the team on the board right now. Maybe the Dallas Cowboys, who I tell you what, this would be one of the great stories of this draft if Randy Moss ended up with the Dallas Cowboys. Just, oh man, there's a lot of storylines off of that one, aren't there? Well, news of the Cowboys' interest in Randy Moss. Let's go back to West Virginia and join Linda Cohen. Cowboys, one of the serious suitors?
No question about that, Chris. There's serious interest. One of the Cowboys scouts have been staying here in Charleston at a local hotel, calling here, the home of where Moss is staying, of the advisors, keeping tabs on what is going on with Randy Moss. Also, of the trips Randy made, the Cowboys, he was the most impressed by that. He enjoyed meeting Deion Sanders. Sanders spending a lot of time with him, of course, and also he enjoyed his chat with Jerry Jones. He spent about an hour with Jerry, and Jerry and Randy were getting along, and Randy was saying it compared it to a couple of friends just catching up on old times. But Chris Myers, what is the latest in Dallas?
Well, Linda, I just got off the phone with the Cowboys war room, and they're going to go cold feet like a number of teams are with the Randy Moss, and I doubt seriously how much they really consider drafting Randy Moss at this, the 8th pick. The Cowboys have gone out of their way to repair an image. Calvin Hill brought in over a year ago as the behavioral consultant, and that's Calvin in the war room earlier today talking with the brain trust of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, using psychological and staff testing, psychiatric testing for the first time with his draft picks. One concern the Cowboys had in this study was any player who mixed substance abuse with violent behavior was something they wanted to stay away from, and that's an issue that the Cowboys have had to deal with. So at this point, the Cowboys are removing Randy Moss from the equation at this selection. Dallas is entertaining trade discussion. The interest, as you look live in the war room, is a defensive line. Greg Ellis out of North Carolina is the player that the Cowboys would select if they stay at this position. That's an area of need and something that they have a concern with at this point. Randy Moss is not in the picture for the Cowboys. Now let's go to Andrea Kramer.
Well, Chris, one team for whom Randy Moss might be in the picture, they are considering Moss, although they don't necessarily think he'll be there at number 21, are the Minnesota Vikings. Dennis Green told me, this is America. Everyone deserves a second chance. But perhaps even more interestingly, they have someone on their team they think would be a very good influence on Moss, his brother, Eric, the mammoth offensive tackle that the Vikings picked up at the end of the year. They feel that he would be a good influence on him. You also have to remember the Vikings have Chris Carter, who would be a mentor of sorts. Dennis Green said, we are considering him. It is not our immediate need, but they have not taken him off the draft board as other teams have. And one thing, Chris, the scouting reports that I read, interestingly, said, one scouting report said, hopefully his older brother will be a guide for him and help him out. They are two totally opposite people. Back to you in New York, Chris.
All right, Andrea, thank you. What is interesting here, guys, is that he could go with this pick, or he could fall all the way to early second. I'm not predicting that, but that could happen. But as you look at Dallas, Michael Irvin, of course, Pro Bowler, but since Alvin Harper left, he really hasn't had a running mate on the field, has he?
No, Michael's had to really struggle on the position by himself. Look at the pivot. You've got Michael Irvin with 75 receptions, but anybody that's played opposite him, Anthony Miller was brought in, didn't produce. Stepford Williams, a young guy, still don't know. Ernie Mills is brought in now because Chan Gailey knows what he gets in that product. I think Billy Davis could be an answer for them, but only 3 catches, and Macy Brooks, 0. I personally think that Randy Moss, if he was to wind up a Dallas Cowboy, would be a good fit. Now, everybody would say, oh my gosh, why? Because I think Michael Irvin has grown up and learned a lot from his experience and can help a Randy Moss. Deion Sanders could be one of the most misunderstood players in football. This is a top quality individual who could have great influence. Both very visible men, both very strong personalities, could help out a Randy Moss an awful lot. And now you might have that player opposite Michael that'll help Troy out, help Emmett out, now help a Chris Warren, who's become a part of that backfield, and complete that offense. The line's okay. The wide receiver position is decent. It could be helped here. I'd be a little bit surprised if they do go this route. Personally, Chris, I think they need help in the defensive line more than any place in the Dallas Cowboys. But to me, a Randy Moss there, I could understand it. I could live with it. I could even almost justify it.
When Jimmy and Jerry began in '89, they were 1-15. Of course, they picked Troy Aikman right away, and the move began up. Of course, they had all those bellwether picks from Minnesota, a unique situation. Now, Mel, since Jimmy has left, the drafting success, of course, much tougher to draft at the time, you know, at the bottom of the round. Right. But the drafting success of the Cowboys, they need a home run here soon, don't they?
They really, since Jimmy left, Chris, their track record has been horrible in terms of the draft.
Except for Larry Allen,
That's
right?
why, exactly. Larry Allen, the one gem in the second round. But when you look at the Super Bowl team and now a 6-10 club struggling, it's because you don't draft well. It catches up with you 3 or 4 years down the road. And certainly, I think the Dallas Cowboys are on the spot today. You already saw Jimmy Johnson trading down. Now he has 3 second-round picks. Jimmy's working the process. He's gotten Zach Thomas, Jason Taylor, other players in the draft in the middle rounds. The Dallas Cowboys have not been able to have that kind of success since Jimmy Johnson left Dallas.
Well, let me tell you what's going on right now. As we suspected at the top of the telecast, the next spot for a running back, Jacksonville will probably take one at 9 unless a team moves up to 8 like New England. Of course, they lost Curtis Martin and the much celebrated offer sheet to the Jets. Now, you look at the 2 war rooms, they are talking in New England and in Dallas. There's a history of deals between these teams. That should be pointed out. So if Dallas moves down to 18, they should count on getting Randy Moss there too. And New England then might go up to take Fred Taylor ahead of Robert Edwards, or the back that they would like next to Curtis Enos. Possibility?
That's exactly right,
I think it's a distinct possibility.
It is, and I think when you look at Jacksonville, we already talked about St. Louis targeting Enos early in the process. Jacksonville targeting Fred Taylor early in the process. Everybody knew to get Fred Taylor, you have to move ahead of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I think Fred Taylor, Robert Edwards, later first round. Is he going to be there for Kansas City? New England also has that running back need at 18 with 2 first-round picks. That's why, of course, they are thinking also of moving up to get Fred Taylor, which could allow ultimately Edwards to drop to KC. Holcomb also in the Chiefs' thought process, and also Skip Hicks. Early to mid-second round is where I think you'll see the UCLA product.
I predict a trade here. Do you? I think they pull the trigger here.
Well, I think when you look at Jacksonville, you look at Fred Taylor, he would be an ideal fit. James Stewart's down there. They want to run the ball. They know they have to keep that defense off the field, which was handled up front. Terrell Davis had a huge day in the playoffs, so they want that running back. Fred Taylor's not there, then they go to Keo Spikes. But Fred Taylor is the team everybody in the league knew, New England knew the last week and a half, that we have to get ahead of Jacksonville.
Well, plus the other thing is what you wind up doing at this spot now, you're really talking about swapping ones and only going down about 8 to 10 places. You're not talking about 2 number 1s and the deal that Chicago wanted. So it's not a big stretch for somebody to start moving down here. Moving down from the 8 spot down to 18 is not that big a move. They can still get defensive help there if they need it. They still could possibly have the wide receiver if they want to go that route. It gives Dallas a lot of flexibility. I tend to agree with you, Chris. I think it's a good place for a deal.
Well, the suspense is killing us because the card is up and the clock is wound down. Do the Cowboys stay or do they go?
Well, with the 8th pick in the draft, the Dallas Cowboys select defensive end from North Carolina, Greg Ellis.
Well, we're trying to engineer deals here. We can't pull any of them off. I thought this be our 2nd or 3rd deal by now.
I don't think
the phone's out?
I don't think the phones are out. I just think that the price is too high that people are asking. And everybody says
because of Arizona, San Diego, that's probably changed the whole climate, don't you think?
Plus, this also fits a need for the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, no question about that. I mean, they have Leon Lett in the middle, but they They're a little light on the outside, and Shane Carver reportedly about to retire.
Well, the number 2 ranked defense, they didn't play like it, Chris. I think teams dominated them up front. They ran the ball. Dallas could not stop opposing running backs. They had no pass rush. Greg Ellis is a very athletic defensive end. He's up to around 280 pounds. Set the all-time sack record at North Carolina. Broke, actually, Marcus Jones' old record. Here's a kid, really a hard worker. I like Grant Wistrom, also very athletic. Diagnoses well. You see the ability to read and react very quickly. You know, locate the football, make the play. Obviously very consistent. You never have to worry about Greg Ellis taking a down off. He also has the long arms and the kind of wingspan that you want in a pass rusher. And we talked about Andre Wadsworth being a great kid. Greg Ellis is regarded as the team leader of a North Carolina Tar Heel football team, which the last few years was very effective under their former head coach, Mack Brown.
Well, this is a spot where, hey, Greg Ellis certainly could be an outstanding player, and Dallas hopes so. But where by not making a move or nothing being changed around the running back situation right now, that the draft has taken a turn. The defensive linemen, now they may come off the board a little bit quicker. So the trade was not made. Jacksonville is now on the clock. We take a look at New England's war room as they now go back. The front, you know, it's a little empty here because now they're not slated to pick until 18. They'll get busy on the phones again. But now if they're looking running back, they'll have to see what goes off in the next 10 picks. When we come back, we'll talk with Peyton Manning, the #1 pick. It's the Cowboys thinking on their move.
Yeah, this was a guy that some people had rated a little bit lower down, but the Cowboys obviously liked him as a football player, needed help on the defensive line, had it rated right up there with Grant Wistrom. And in the war room earlier when they made the call, of course, Walt Chuliff, head scout, says, hey, have you been in an accident in the last 24 hours? Are you healthy? On the phone. Once he says, no, I'm ready to go, they put him on with the new head coach, Chan Gailey and Jerry Jones. The Cowboys were sold when they talked to Mack Brown, of course, the college coach at North Carolina of Greg Ellis, who's now the head coach at Texas. And Mack Brown, talking about the kind of person that Greg Ellis is, said, hey, if I died tomorrow, he's the kind of person I'd want him to raise my family. That's how highly I think of him. That's the kind of character in a football player the Cowboys are now looking for. Chris, let's go back to you.
Hi, Chris. Thank you very much. Well, you talk about character. We certainly have a man with character because the apple doesn't fall very far from the tree. Let's go up to our Mike Tirico with Peyton Manning and his dad, Archie. Michael?
Mr. Berman, thank you very much. It's a wonderful day for the Manning family, as you would obviously understand. There can't be a more proud dad to see his son exceed what he did. #2 overall pick in the draft, #1 pick. Archie, let me start with you. How proud and happy are you of this day?
Well, we're very proud of Peyton, and the whole thing, Mike, is just so exciting, as I know it is for so many parents around the country today. But sure, Peyton, we feel like Peyton's worked hard, and he's been very fortunate. He's had a wonderful time at Tennessee, but this is just a great honor for him, and as a family, we're real proud of him.
When Dad was broadcasting the Saints games and Jim Mora was the head coach, I know Jim Mora has told the story of you as a high school quarterback actually stepping in there at a pass in practice and being there with the team. How much of an advantage is that to know Coach Mora before you get there?
Well, I'm glad that I do know him, and I've known him for the past couple of years, sort of hanging around the Saints organization. But looking forward to playing for him and working for him. Obviously, I don't know him in the player-coach relationship, but I think it'll be a good relationship.
As a dad, what has been the worst part of this entire 4 years, all the build-up at Tennessee, all the awards? What's been the worst part and the best part?
Well, it's been a great experience, Mike. I think the toughest part, maybe especially with Peyton's mother, and a little bit was everything for the Heisman. I know Peyton was really ready for that to be over. Now, this has been a lot, too, and they've really raked T and Ryan across it for the last few months, but I thought both of them have held up to it real well, and this was kind of it was a win-win for everyone. But there hadn't been many low times. He's been very fortunate throughout his college career, and we've really enjoyed following him and supporting him.
Finally, as we wrap up, isn't it nice that you can wear your dad's number finally now as you go to the Indianapolis Colts, and explain why you couldn't wear 18 at Tennessee?
Well, 18's always been a special number to our family. Of course, my dad wore it at Ole Miss. That's what he wanted coming out to play for the Saints, but they didn't have it. My brother Cooper wore it when he was in high school. Of course, he was injured, and he's always been been an inspiration to me. And I'm not a real picky guy. I'm not going to go to a team just because of a certain number, but the Colts had it available, and I'm looking forward to wearing it.
Well, I'm sure Pops will now be at the RCA Dome enjoying watching Peyton Manning, Indianapolis Colts quarterback. Congratulations, and thank you from all of us.
Thank you, Mike.
Now back to Chris Berman. Chris?
All right, Michael, thank you, and congratulations to Peyton and to Archie, two wonderful, wonderful people. Archie threw for 24,000 yards in a career with the Saints that never saw his team exceed 500. Plus, it's oddly enough that Archie's best statistical season, way over 3,000, was the year the Saints won 1-15 in 1980. They're not looking for the same records in Indianapolis with Peyton Manning, certainly eventually. And he should start week number 1. But that's the decision to be made by the new head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, Jim Mora, who's with our Mark Malone. Mark?
All right, thank you very much, Jim. Obviously, you have a knowledge of Peyton, having coached his father and been around his father to a certain extent in New Orleans. Any reservations that you might have had in this process?
Well, Mark, one thing, I'm not old enough to have coached his father, okay? But Archie did, work for the Saints for the time that I was down there, and I got to know Peyton a little bit, probably not as much as people have speculated that I got to know him, but he came around the Saints facility a little bit there, the last few years, and I've always had a great deal of admiration for him and his family. He's got a great dad. His mom, Olivia, is a tremendous woman, and I know we got a quality football player, an outstanding young guy, so I feel good about that.
How does he fit into the offensive structure you will put in place? Does his experience give him an advantage in terms of getting in and out of good plays?
Well, I'll tell you one thing we're going to do. We're going to stick him into the mix right away. We're not going to sugar feed him, or go slow with him. We're going to say, hey, Peyton, you're the guy, and we got a mini camp this weekend, and we're going to stick him right in there at that spot and let him learn as he goes along. But I think Peyton, his experience will help him. I know he's the type of person that will prepare and do everything he can to be the very best football player he can be. So, and we're going to help him. We've got a good running game, I believe. And we're going to run the football. We got to make sure we do a good job of protecting him. Hopefully play good defense, and I think that'll help Peyton too.
Well, he'll have to do a lot in minicamp, or at least when you get him here, because his petition to join the Colts before June 1 has been turned down, although Peyton Manning has graduated. So it'll be a few weeks before you can get going with him full bore. Until then, it's going to be an interesting interview between Jim Mora and Peyton Manning. Now let's go back to the studio.
All right, Mark and Coach Mora, thank you very much. Peyton will probably not be signed by the guy. He's the guy that wants to get in and play right away until the collective bargaining agreement is officially ratified by all the players. Reason being, in a few weeks, that's supposed to happen. Reason being, the signing bonus in the new collective bargaining agreement can be metered out right now only over 5 years, but for cap reasons can be metered out over 6 years. So that will give them some cap relief if they wait to sign a couple of weeks after the new CBA agreement is ratified. That's why that will wait a couple of minutes. Jacksonville's pick, a couple of weeks, I should say. Jacksonville's pick is courtesy of the trade they made for quarterback Rob Johnson, setting him to Buffalo. This is Buffalo's slot. Here's the first of 2 for the Jaguars. Here's the commissioner.
With the 9th pick in the draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select running back from Florida, Fred Taylor.
Well, we knew that this was the spot. We knew that if you wanted to get it back ahead of Fred Taylor, other than Curtis Enos, Mel, that you had to make the move, which is why New England and Dallas were burning him up. Fred Taylor played at Florida, so the folks in Jacksonville know him quite well.
Well, they really do, and I think when you look at Fred Taylor, you see a guy who has those subtle moves, and he also has some power. Remember, you're talking about a 230-pound running back, not a fullback. He showed with that 4.38 clocking during an individual workout that he can take it the distance. And as I said, subtle moves, not tremendously elusive, but can break tackles, has a lot of power. And I think that's what you're looking for in Fred Taylor. Also, at the NFL level, you're going to have to see Fred Taylor improve in terms of his pass receiving skills. We know he can run with the football at those 2 dominant games against Penn State and Florida State late in the year. But as far as rounding off his game, developing into a more consistent, reliable pass receiving threat out of the backfield is something Fred Taylor is going to have to work on.
Well, he's a, quote, football player, and I got that from several scouts with about 5 exclamation points. The difference in the Jaguars last year to this year, there were 2 of them. I mean, 2 years ago, remember, they were close to beating New England and going all the way to the Super Bowl. Natron Means caught fire at the end of the '96 season, was tremendous in the playoffs until the AFC Championship game. Last year, they never had a back really catch fire, and they were way late in Denver. That's one of the reasons that they were not as successful last season.
Well,
Taylor should fill the void.
You're really talking about a division that prides itself on its abilities to be able to run the football. You take a look at the running backs in this division. Jerome Bettis, 1,600-plus yards. Eddie George, almost 1,400 yards. Corey Dillon, in a very limited time at the end of the season, just with 10 TDs. And this, you're going to remember, this guy played only the last half of the season. So this is a division where they certainly need a Fred Taylor. What Jacksonville has going for them is a limited amount of guys. They're in a situation where they just have James Stewart, who averaged 4.1. They had Natron Means. He's gone on to San Diego. And Randy Jordan is an unrestricted free agent. He only averages 2 yards. Was there a need at running back? Absolutely. There's no question. When you've got wide receivers of the quality that the Jacksonville Jaguars have, you can take time to develop a running back into a pass catcher. I personally think it's the perfect scenario for them. They need somebody to be able to control the ball on the ground more, and this kid I think will help them out a lot.
Well, now the question is, does New England at 18, who need a running back, will they get the next one, who's probably Robert Edwards, or do teams make moves in between? Keep your eye on that as the saga of the 63rd NFL draft continues. Baltimore, they talking trade with Carolina? Ray Rhodes and the Eagles on deck, and the saga of Randy Moss.
Sprint is proud to announce it's hit its mark again.
For 3 years in a row, Sprint has been ranked #1 by J.D. Power & Associates for the highest customer satisfaction among high-volume, long-distance users. To celebrate, we're giving people who sign up for Sprint Sense now our biggest offer yet. Up to 300 minutes free. That's on top of the great Sprint Diamond Minute rate.
Looks like we're going for 4.
Call now. 1-800-PIN-DROP.
It's an Acura 24-valve V6, like the Acura NSX. It's the power of sequential multi-port fuel injection, like the NSX. It's four-wheel independent double wishbone suspension, like the NSX. It's comfortable seating for 5, like 2.5 NSXs. It's the TL from Acura, the true definition of luxury. Yours.
Dockers khakis, one leg at a time.
For great selection and service, you can rely on Cable & True Value Home Centers. For all your indoor and outdoor projects, you'll find that we wait on you, you don't wait on us. Get premium quality Weatherall exterior acrylic flat house paint, just $14.99 a gallon. Premium quality Easy Care interior latex flat, $13.99 a gallon. True Value premium quality paints, available in over 2,000 colors, backed by a 20-year guarantee. Great prices, great service at a great store. Cable's True Value, LaPorte, Michigan City, Plymouth, and Walkerton.
Remind you of your checking account this week? Call Check and Go to get things rolling again. We'll cash your personal check today and deposit it 2 weeks later. Check and Go. It's the fastest way to payday. So if this reminds you of your checking account this week, call Check and Go. We'll cash your personal check today and deposit it 2 weeks later. Check and Go. It's the fastest way to payday.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to with the crowd. Yeah, that song was written by Jack Norworth. I knew him. He was a decent man. And no finer song has ever been written. You know, I'm not a soft-hearted man, but that song means something bigger than just me. And people had better still be singing it when I'm long gone.
From Alan Amici diving into our living rooms to John Madden teaching us to draw, TV and the NFL have grown up together. Monday night, you can relive it all with Replay, the history of the NFL on television, including a special look back at the beginnings of Monday Night Football. Monday night at 8:30, then again at midnight on ESPN2.
The education of Dandy Don continues. We await the punt.
So we saw a sneak preview of that show on Thursday night here in New York, and that is must watching because we've all grown up watching football on TV. That'll be Monday night. But right now, we're all over the league as this draft is going fast and furiously. Let's start our whip around to many of our cities with Mark Malone in Indy. Mark?
The Colts exercised the ghost of Dan Marino by selecting Peyton Manning first overall in this year's NFL draft. Peyton is supposed to arrive here in Indianapolis in about 2 hours. Meanwhile, the Colts go back into the war room. Their next pick at number 32, their needs at wide receiver and cornerback. Now let's check in with Mike Golick.
In Arizona, the Cardinals get their man in Andre Wadsworth and look for an immediate impact. The easy part of the draft is over. Now with 2 early second-round picks at number 33 and number 36, VP of Player Personnel Bob Ferguson gets down to work. With only 2 safeties on the Cardinals' current roster, look for them to go in that area if the top safeties on their board fall to them early in that round. Let's send it over to Chris Myers.
Here in Dallas, the Chan Gailey era begins with the drafting of a defensive lineman, and live behind us, the new head coach of the Cowboys and Jerry Jones are holding a news conference. Go ahead, gentlemen. I know you have work to do, but they had need positions at wide receiver and at defensive end. A question of character came under fire with Randy Moss, and Dallas opted for Greg Ellis. It's worth repeating when Mac Brown, his college coach, told the Cowboys, hey, this is a guy, if I died tomorrow, Greg Ellis, I'd want raising my children. They said this is a character guy who can play football, and he can rush from either end as well. Right now, let's go to Andrea Kramer.
Here in Jacksonville, Tom Coughlin had a need at running back. He just filled it with running back Fred Taylor from Florida. He stays in the state, doesn't have far to go to visit his new team. Coughlin tried to move up to the 5 slot, the Chicago Bears, to get Curtis Enis. Instead, he settles for Taylor, and at the 25th spot, he'll look for cornerback help. Tom Coughlin yesterday went through his draft board with me. It's gone exactly as he anticipated. So now let's go to Solomon Wilcox.
Here in Cincinnati, the Bengals have 5 of the first 77 picks in the draft, 2 of which will be the 13th and 17th pick in the first round. Look for the Bengals to go heavy on the defensive side of the ball with linebackers and cornerbacks topping the menu. Now that St. Louis is taking Grant Winstrom, the Bengals will now turn their attention to the likes of linebacker Keith Brookings from Georgia Tech and to Keo Spikes from Auburn. But don't be surprised if the Bengals should make a reach with one of those first-round picks and take an offensive tackle to shore up depth for the offensive line. Now let's send it out to Sal Palantonio.
Here in New England, the Patriots are still trying to move up. They lost out on Fred Taylor, they lost out on Curtis Enis, and now they're talking to the Baltimore Ravens about that number 10 pick. So are the Oakland Raiders, and they are targeting Randy Moss. As for New England, Pete Carroll is probably wondering to himself, when is he going to get that stud running back to replace Curtis Martin? Now let's go to Chris Mortensen.
Surprisingly, there has been only one trade in the NFL today. Not surprisingly, that was made by Jimmy Johnson and the Miami Dolphins. He is again stockpiling picks. That's his MO. He's got 3 in the second round. Now let's go to Hank Goldberg.
Green Bay, where Ron Wolf predicted there would be a lot of trading today. Well, he didn't let anybody down. As Mort just told you, he got out of the second round and traded up to Miami to get their 19th pick. He needs defensive help, secondary defensive line being the key areas. They weren't inactive here totally today. Besides the trade, they signed Doug Weidel, a left guard from the Colts. He'll compete with Aaron Taylor leaving for free agency. Now let's go to Linda Cohn.
We're in Charleston, West Virginia with Randy Moss, and sure, Randy wishes he would have been picked higher, but he remains upbeat. So does his camp. Why? Because the Cowboys and Raiders are keeping in touch here and saying there's still a possibility there could be a trade to get Randy Moss. Chris Berman in New York, back to you.
All right, gang, thank you. And we'll be back out to all our sites. But right now on the Sprint video conference, one of our tools that we had a lot of fun with last year, let's go out to Chicago and join the head coach of the Chicago Bears, Dave Wanstead. And David, I guess thanks for joining us and good day to you. I guess the phones are ringing off the hook, but in the end, Enis was just too good to pass up, or were there deals that you're still scratching your head over that the Bears decided not to make?
No, this was something that Mark Hatley, Bill Reese, Mike McCaskey, we talked about for the last couple of weeks as far as, what the value that we thought Curtis Enis would come under in this draft, and we were very determined that he could help our football team, and we were not going to just give up Curtis Enis and drop down just for the sake of doing it. So we're really excited about having Curtis, and I think there's no question that he'll have an impact on our football team and help us win games this year.
Dave, one of the positions which you have now, some extra players or good players are at running back. I'm not asking you to predict the trade yet, but could the Bears make some moves, keep Enos, and then move? I mean, you got Edgar Bennett. That's one of the areas where you're stocked. I imagine some will not be Bears next year.
Yeah, we are, and that's something that we've thought through if this situation did happen like it did today. And what we'll have to do is we got minicamp coming up next week, and we'll deal with all the players and at that time.
You've got your hands full with every team except the Bears making the playoffs. Good luck on your move up the ladder and get back to that war room. Thanks for joining us, Dave.
Okay, Chris, good talking to you.
Dave Wannstedt in Chicago. The pick is in for Baltimore at the 10 hole.
A 10 spot. With the 10th pick in the draft, the Baltimore Ravens select defensive back from the University of Miami, Dwayne Starks.
Well, they lose Antonio Langham to free agency at the corner to San Francisco. This certainly adds up, Mel.
Well, it does. I think when you look at a need area, this is a guy here that will be plugged right into a starting position opposite probably Rod Woodson. See the ability there against Florida State in a big game. That's against Peter Work, the outstanding receiver at Florida State. Here against Thad Busby again, makes the play in coverage. You see the closing speed there, the ability to make up ground in a hurry. Now you watch him down in the red zone area on a route that's very difficult to defend for a 5'10", 170-pound corner, not for Dwayne Starks. Here you see the athleticism and speed as a punt returner for Dwayne Starks. So as I said, Chris, only 5'10", 175 pounds, but he's a 4.30 recovery speed corner. He also has great athletic ability, and he's experienced the last 2 years in that man coverage. The only thing about Dwayne Starks, even at Miami, despite that great ability, he did play a little soft in terms of man coverage at times, gave mediocre receivers a little bit too much cushion. With Baltimore Ravens, they have the pass rush with Boulware and that great group of linebackers in that defensive line that played well last year towards the end. He's going to be protected in terms of coverage by that front seven.
He is fast, he is tough, but he's skinny, Joe. He's short. I mean, he's small. He's got to cover some big guys.
He does. If you take a look at the division, look at the wide receivers that play in this division, Yancey Thigpen, and look at their heights. Not their yards so much, but their heights. Jimmy Smith, McCardell, Michael Jackson, Darnay Scott, Carl Pickens. And you've got some big receivers that he's going to match up against. I personally think that to find somebody with quickness and the ability to cover one-on-one overrides the fact of him being 6 feet or 6'1". I think this is a good pick for Baltimore here. Quickness can make up for such a difference because quarterbacks, contrary to what popular belief is, we're not the most accurate people all the time in the world. I think you put the ball places sometimes where guys have to make plays. If you've got a defensive back that's quick enough to be able to be around it, he can be a playmaker for him, and I think Starks can.
Now we move to the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Eagles, Ray Rhodes is one heck of a coach. There's no question about that. But the Eagles picks, this slot
Where
has
are you
become,
going with this
No,
one?
no, the Eagles picks lately have become what Arizona used to be, what Cincinnati used to be. Other teams go, oh, they picked him, great. Our guy's still available, a little bit lower. Ray's made some interesting picks. This is a key year for the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's go to our Sal Paolantonio for some insight on Philly. Sal?
Well, Chris, as you know, the Eagles have a problem with Bobby Taylor coming back from a knee injury, and they do need a corner, and they like Dwayne Starks a lot. Matter of fact, they sent down their security personnel to Miami to check out Dwayne Starks. He checked out fine, and they were planning to really look hard at taking him with that 11th pick. Ozzie Newsome, the Baltimore Ravens personnel guy, knew this, and he thought, if I trade out of 10, I'm going to miss out on Dwayne Starks, and that's the reason why they pulled the trigger in Baltimore on picking Dwayne Starks. Now let's go back to New York.
All right, Sal, thank you. So there's the Starks pick, and we look at Philadelphia. Well, we're going to be looking at Philadelphia for the next 12 minutes. Still to come when we return here to the theater in New York, in the bowels of Madison Square Garden. The Eagles on the board. Atlanta coming up after that. The linebackers are ready.
You're planning for the future. looking out for your family and your business, you need strength, knowledge, and experience on your side. That's Pacific Life, helping you protect your family and plan a secure retirement. Our family of companies provides insurance and investments that help you reach your financial goals. Use the power of the Pacific. Pacific Life.
When I decided to train for this, I heard it all. Jehu, you fool, this is the desert. Jehu, it's 110 degrees, crazy things. I practice around 5-6 hours a day with the rumble pack. On the slopes, in the half pipe, Jehu is there. It's very spiritual. Just you and the mountain, and the snowboard, and the game.
1080 snowboarding, only on Nintendo 64. Real close to the real thing.
I warn you, snowboarders, watch out for Jehu.
This magazine captures the sizzle of sports. The glory, the joy, the pathos.
Who's the next great quarterback? That All-American Manning or that Rebel Leaf? And get me something on the draft. Who's going first round? And some mature audience-only pictures. Lots of sparks. Print it, baby.
The Senior Tour rolls out in Vegas, where defending champ Hale Irwin and a pack of legends aim to conquer two of the toughest courses in the West. The Las Vegas Senior Classic by True Green Chemlon. Coverage begins Friday at 3 on ESPN.
There's always pressure to perform in front of a Polaroid camera.
Do something funny.
But what really works?
I like to go with the thumbs up. Doesn't come real naturally, so I like to practice it before going to parties.
I believe in the wacky face. I have a palette. I create art.
There's variations you can play with. I'll do the double.
I think the right prop is critical. Most people eat with a spoon. What's that? That's not comedy.
The sexy thumbs up.
People might not see the wacky face coming, but when it's there, boy, are they glad.
Bobby?
What do you want?
We've got to talk. These kids you're mixed up with don't know right from wrong.
They're my friends.
The people who don't dial 1-800-COLLECT are nobody's friends. 1-800-COLLECT is 10 cents a minute every evening.
Really?
This isn't a game, kid. You could be saving your parents money.
Bobby, you with us or him?
You made the right choice, son. 1-800-COLLECT, 10 cents a minute every evening.
The education of Dandy Don continues. We await the punt.
Classic Sports Network presents a world premiere special event. Replay the history of the NFL on television. Broadcasters.
We're on national television. I'll finish it right now.
Directors.
I had my cameras everywhere. They couldn't hide from me.
Pioneers. This is the story of how football changed television and how television changed football. Replay the history of the NFL on television. World premiere Monday at 8:30 on ESPN.
The Eagles are on the clock, but they haven't waited that long.
With the 11th
Commissioner
pick
Paul
of the first round, the Philadelphia Eagles select tackle from Florida State, Trey Thomas.
Well, Trey Thomas, well, he's seen a couple of kitchen trays he's enjoyed. 349 pounds, 6'7", big man.
No sacks allowed. You see that bench press of 500 pounds and that huge frame. Look how he just takes that defender to the ground. And a guy that really got better and better as his career moved along. This was his first season as a full-time starter. Remember, Walter Jones was getting all the press last year. This was Trey Thomas's season, and he was really a dominator. Huge kid, really does a great job against a counter move because he has such a wide base and certainly can move defensive ends off the line of scrimmage. I asked Andre Wadsworth earlier this year, I said, who's the toughest defensive end, offensive tackle you ever played against as a pass rushing defensive end? He said, hey, wasn't anybody I ever played against. It was who I practiced against. It was Trey Thomas. He's so huge. He's got quick feet, not as athletic as Walter Jones was, but he cannot counter move Trey Thomas. And Andre said, hey, in practice every day, we had some great battles, and he had the ultimate respect for Trey Thomas's ability.
You know what is not new is that the Philadelphia Eagles in recent years have gone #1 pick on the offensive line. It began really when Richie Kotite was there. Davis, Lester Holmes, Bernard Williams, Barrett Brooks, Jermaine Mayberry. So this, now Trey Thomas, it's the 6th offensive lineman picked with their early picks in the first 2 rounds since '91.
You would think at this point they've got one heck of a great offensive line. I mean, when you take a look at the draft, you'd go, wow, look at those guys, all those #1s. They haven't had one be very productive at all. Maybe they can break the string of the bad luck they've had.
Let's go down for more on Trey Thomas to our Andrea Kramer in Jacksonville. Andrea.
Yes, as for Trey Thomas, there were reports, we started reporting over a week ago, that he had failed a drug test for marijuana last fall, which caused him to be suspended for the Maryland game. A team general manager and head security director, have confirmed to us that he actually failed 2 drug tests, and that's the reason that he was suspended for the Maryland game. We spoke to Florida State. They confirmed their drug policy as that. If there was a second failed drug test, that a player would be suspended for 1 game. I spoke to Trey Thomas's agent, Lamont Smith, this morning. He said that he was only aware of 1 failed drug test, that it was an insignificant amount, which did not cause any concern to teams. This was clearly a concern for the Philadelphia Eagles, and one reason for that is the history of picks that they've had. They've had some questions about drug use by running back Charlie Garner, Bernard Williams, the offensive lineman, questions about drug use with him. So it was heavily debated for the Philadelphia Eagles, but they went for the need, which was offensive line, and got the top-rated offensive lineman in the draft, Trey Thomas. Let's head back to Chris Berman in New York.
Okay, Andrea, thank you. Next up, the Atlanta Falcons. We expect them to take Keith Brooking, linebacker, Georgia Tech, which would be a heck of a player, plus help them sell some tickets down there. But right now, tickets to be sold in San Diego, I think they'll sell a few. With our Mike Tirico is Ryan Leaf and the owner of the Chargers, Alex Spanos. Michael?
Chris, some happy folks who are waiting to make the trip back to San Diego. Ryan, let me start with you. There are so many comparisons that have been and will be made with Peyton Manning. You guys will be inexorably linked. Has your friendship starting back around the Heisman Trophy Award, has it helped both of you come through the last 4 months?
I think so. I think that our relationship has just grown into something pretty neat. I'm really happy for him. I think that for him and his family, I've become real good close friends with them, and I think that our relationship will be linked for years and years to come, like Drew's and Rick's has, and same with Archie and I think Jim Plunkett.
Absolutely. Mr. Spanos, it has to be great for you to come to New York and take back with you the guy who you hope won't ever force you to go back to New York for the draft.
Let me say this, Mike, and I've said it earlier, and I've said it most all day. Ryan is going to be the man that's going to keep me out of New York for the next 15 years.
Well, he'll be glad to hear that, because he had to pick up the dinner tab for his entire family this week. Congratulations, both of you.
Thank you.
Chris?
All right, guys, thank you. Now, Ryan asked for a nickname. We're going to do that in a minute, but Atlanta wasted no time, and they're selling tickets already, right? We ready? The commissioner, I understand, has the card. He does not have the card. You see? Everything was smooth sailing. All right, well, we asked in the first issue of the magazine, Ryan asked me during the ESPYs, I got to have a good nickname. I am Ryan Leaf. I mean, it's an easy name to have fun with. And we had some suggestions written in, like Leaf in the fast lane. Yep. Now we're going to the commissioner. Here's Atlanta's pick.
With the 12th pick in the first round, the Atlanta Falcons select linebacker from Georgia Tech, Keith Brooking.
Well, I tell you, Atlanta, we'll get back to that in a minute. Atlanta is ecstatic with that. Again, a hometown guy and a linebacker along with Tuggle in the middle that'll make their defense start to make some plays a little bit more than they have. Leaf in the fast lane, which of course is going to San Diego, and the Eagles sang the song. Quantum Leaf. That's pretty good. You got to be Leaf. That's real good. Rod Stewart, which was my suggestion, reason to believe. Comic relief, leafing on a jet plane, leaf and let die, leaf of the zone, 4-leaf clover, but the winner and the one I like the most, we got it from several folks, Ryan Beyond Belief. He enjoyed the name too. He said that's a winner. So that's what he is on NFL Primetime. Ryan Beyond Belief. And of course, Brooking's another name I can have some fun with.
And he's
the Babbler.
Great football player. I thought he was the 5th best player in this draft. Atlanta Falcons team there at 12. Obviously, a neat area linebacker. And remember, Keith Brooking, he was always perceived to be a middle linebacker. He had played there most of his career. Outside linebacker this year here in the Senior Bowl with a sack. And you'll see him here against Thad Busby in Florida State. Sack again. You see the 4.48 speed, a 245-pound frame. Sideline to sideline defender. Great nose for the football. This kid comes to play every week. A guy with, I think, a Chris Spielman-type tenacity with more physical ability. Here, 40 yards down the field, making the interception. Here on special teams in the Senior Bowl, making the play. So you're talking about a guy, I talked to Keith a couple months ago, Chris, he said, these individual workouts are wearing on me. I can't hit anybody. I tell you, he is definitely that Chris Spielman style of player with a little bit more physical ability mixed in. And I tell you, for the Atlanta Falcons, they got themselves one heck of a talent with Keith Brooking, with also the great attitude that Dan Reeves wants in his football players.
And they don't even have to pay for the moving van, really.
Well, the other thing is, too, is you got to remember that the defensive line of the Atlanta Falcons did a heck of a job last year in sacks. They put a lot of pressure on people. Now you add a young speed linebacker and allow them to be able to cover downfield a little bit better. You really make that defense even stronger. You keep a healthy Chris Chandler. Remember, they finished the season 6-2. You were talking about Arizona being one of those up-and-coming teams. I think Atlanta falls into that category, too.
They had a nice run at the end, and, you know, the Falcons, this will help sell some tickets, no question. Cincinnati is now on the board with the first of their 2 picks, and we think that'll be Takeo Spikes, inside linebacker, Auburn. That's pretty much gone right down the list, which is an upset almost. Bengals coming up next. Carolina to follow. We'll be back.
Original, one of a kind, pasta creations, now only at Applebee's. The original deep dish lasagna, 3 exotic mushrooms and 1 huge ravioli, Santa Fe red chili pasta with tequila lime chicken, 6 new dishes, one of a kind pasta creations. Come in for an original, but hurry, they're also limited editions. You belong at Applebee's.
For great selection and service, you can rely on Cable & True Value Home Centers. For all your indoor and outdoor projects, you'll find that we wait on you, you don't wait on us. Get premium quality Weatherall exterior acrylic flat house paint, just $14.99 a gallon. Premium quality Easy Care interior latex flat, $13.99 a gallon. True Value premium quality paints, available in over 2,000 colors, backed by a 20-year guarantee. Great prices, great service at a great store. Cable's True Value, LaPorte, Michigan City, Plymouth, and Walkerton.
Hey, my name is Rick, but everyone calls me The Rick. Yeah, so this ivy was growing over the wall at Wrigley, so I grabbed it, and now I'm raising it here in my room. As you can see, it's growing more towards Andre Dawson than Kurt Bavacqua. Now, a lot of people would see this as a case of it favoring a right fielder with a 482 lifetime slugging percentage than a utility player with 275 RBIs. But what they don't realize is Bavacqua smashed into the ivy chasing down a fly ball off of Sandberg back in '83. Ivy doesn't forget something like that.
Life's a trip, and it takes money to get where you're going. That's what mutual funds are for. At Janus, making money means looking for breaks nobody else saw coming, jumping on and riding them in. No matter what the market's doing, there are great companies to invest in. Janus finds them, so you can get there. Janus No-Load Mutual Funds.
This ESPN News presentation of the 1998 NFL Draft is brought to you by Nintendo 64. Get in or get out. By Polaroid. See what develops. And by Janus No-Load Mutual Funds.
Back in New York, the Bengals didn't wait long. Commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
With the 13th pick in the first round, the Cincinnati Bengals select linebacker from Auburn, Takeo Spikes.
Well, it's not like we're the only ones that could say we told you so, but now you talk about a middle linebacker. This is a guy that makes many a play.
It's a great inside linebacker. Came out after his junior year. You talk about Takeo Spikes. You're talking about productivity year in and year out. Look at that size, 234 pounds in the Ray Lewis mold. The great Baltimore Raven young linebacker. Speed, tenacity, quickly reacts in the direction of the play. You know, great moves. And I think when you say getting around blockers and away from traffic, sifting through an area that's really clogged, he can do it. He can create a lot of activity with that run-stopping ability that he provides. Here against LSU, you see his ability in coverage as well. So a guy that can really do it all, reads a quarterback very well in coverage, not to take him off the field. He can be an every down defender. And I think when you look at his ability in space to make a tackle, this is something all linebackers can't do. A lot of them struggle early in in their career, it'll be a natural for Takeo Spikes. I look at Takeo, and back since really September, October, you look at that physical ability, the great speed. He runs a 4.4. He's got unbelievable strength. And you see a lot of the same characteristics that have made Ray Lewis and the Baltimore Ravens so successful.
Fourth time the Bengals have used a first-round pick in the 90s on a linebacker. James Francis, still there, of course. Alfred Williams, Raynard Wilson last year. Now Takeo Spikes. Solomon Wilcots played some ball for Cincinnati, and now he's playing ball for us. He's in Cincinnati after a reaction to the Bengals' first of 2 first-round picks. Solomon, welcome.
Thank you, Chris. Right now, I'm joined by Bengals defensive coordinator Dick LeBeau. And, Coach, there are a lot of guys on the board, but you guys chose Takeo Spikes. Is he the guy you wanted?
Yes, he is, Solly. We liked his athleticism. He jumped out of the gymnasium in the vertical leap. His 40-yard time is under 4.5. He's a 230-plus pound man. Very much an impactor inside with great range. We think he's a 3-down player, can play on 3rd down. And we're excited about getting this young man.
A lot of people compare him to Baltimore's inside linebacker Ray Lewis, just a maniac on defense. Is that a fair comparison? What do you guys expect from him?
Well, if Spikes can come up and play like Lewis, I'll be a very happy man indeed. That's a tough comparison to take a guy just out of college and compare him to one of the most productive backers in the pro game right now. But we see the potential there to be that type of a player.
Very disappointing year last year on the defensive side of the football. As you guys continue to move on into the draft, I guess you can look for more guys on the defensive side of the ball and possibly another linebacker going to get the quarterback?
Well, it's a good year for defense. We weren't as disappointed in the latter part of the season as we were in the early part. We think our players made good progress, and we're looking forward to get a little more help for them.
All right, the Bengals have another pick, the 17th pick in the first round. Now let's send it out to Bristol and Chris Fowler.
Well, Solly, thank you. Always nice to welcome a former Colorado Buffalo to the team here. After the quarterbacks went 1-2 in the first round, then the run began on defensive players. Spike's latest defensive player to be taken, but it began with pick number 3 in Andre Wadsworth, followed by Grant Wistrom, and then Greg Ellis. So just like college recruiting in the NFL draft, the premium on pass rushing.
With the 3rd pick in the draft, the Arizona Cardinals select defensive end from Florida State University, Andre Wadsworth. The Rams select defensive end, Nebraska, Grant Wistrom. The Dallas Cowboys select defensive end from North Carolina, Greg Ellis.
And Ron Jaworski joins us now. Jaws, Wadsworth, a guy I got a chance to watch a lot in college. Unblockable at times in big games like when he played North Carolina. Everybody wants the guy who can explode around the corner and get to the quarterback.
Well, Arizona has to be thrilled with getting Andre Wadsworth. Joe Green, the defensive line coach, now has a complete package to fill out that whole defensive line. As we go to the pre-play, what we want to see here is what they will do with their 4-3 in the nickel situation. You'll have Simeon Rice on this side. You'll have Eric Swan in here, and you'll have Mark Smith in there. Now, normally you'll get the double team right in there. That's the guy you want the double team on. Of course, that's Eric Swan. That means this position right here, Andre Wadsworth will get the single on the right tackle, gives him the clean shot to the quarterback. That's what you want. Now, with Simeon Rice coming off this side, and you've got Wadsworth coming off this side, the quarterback drops, sets up, there's the pressure up the middle. Now, the other thing that Andre Wadsworth brings to the table is what teams are now doing called the zone blitz. He will rush the quarterback. The nickel dime, the dime corner will come off the corner, attack the quarterback. Now Wadsworth, with his great athleticism, athletic ability, will engage and drop off into coverage. That's what he brings to the table defensively. What a package. The Cardinals, I believe, are going to be a very good defensive team. When you look at their corners, Tom Knight, Aeneas Williams, great cover guys. Now you get that quick pressure on the quarterback. It makes the secondary even better.
Hard to believe that Andre Wadsworth was not recruited by anybody when he came out of high school in 1993 from an unrecruited walk-on who thought he had played his last football game when he played for Little Miami Christian High School. He thought the career was over, all the way up to a number 3 pick in the NFL draft from walking on. Gained a lot of weight, hung out with Peter Boulware, who was his roommate, and Boulware has challenged him to surpass Boulware's rookie sack total of 11.5. Now, joining Grant Wistrom out of Nebraska, already taken in his 4th round, is Jason Peter. Peter was the roommate of Wistrom at Nebraska. Those guys shared a townhouse and also shared the role of defensive leader. Peter and Wistrom at times able to scare their teammates into strong defensive play. And Peter, a guy who has put on a lot of weight like Wistrom since the end of the season. That's coming up.
It's it.
your beast. Excuse me, but if you dial 1-800-COLLECT...
It's 10 cents a minute every evening.
You know about 1-800-COLLECT's super low rates, too?
Of course I do, silly.
Do you believe in destiny? 1-800-COLLECT, 10 cents a minute every evening.
A snowflake falls at the far end of history. And that snowflake, we'll call him Steve, winds up as part of a droplet of water. And one day, that droplet, Steve's droplet, could wind up in a brewery where a man you'll never meet discovers the perfect temperature to frost-brew beer. And like that, Steve is in a Coors Light can, and then a tray, and a cup. And now, he's here with you. So I ask you, gentle stranger, do not spill Steve. Coors Light!
What's good news, David, is that we got the pet. I don't come out of the for it, but for some reason,
We'll just take the roof off.
so these guys.
I am everyday people.
Air Canada has more non-stops between the USA and Canada than any other airline.
Why is America on America Online? Email is really cool.
We can shop. It puts the whole internet right at my fingertips.
And we've spent over $500 million to more than triple capacity.
You name it. Online, I've got it.
America Online. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1.
Boomer Esiason, the 4th selection of the Bengals.
Boomer is on the phone with us right now. And first of all, Boomer, I must say, ever since you came on the scene, you got to love the nickname. Been a fan of yours all the way.
The Bengals really had the steal of the draft when they got the 3 that they got, including myself.
One thing I wanted to say, Boomer, I wouldn't hang my head now. I'd keep my head high. Just thinking back over the years, if you look back, which I mentioned earlier, at the quarterbacks who were very successful in the NFL. Very few of the quarterbacks who are successful went in the very early rounds.
In no way am I hanging my head low. I'm very happy to be with an NFL franchise. It's sort of a motivational factor for me.
Best of luck in whatever you do. Luck to see you in the NFL this fall. Best of luck with the Bengals. Thanks for joining us.
4 score, several hairs, and several chins ago.
Nice hair, Mel.
Boomer Esiason, Chris Berman, Mel Kiper.
That was unbelievable. Actually, you were still playing at the time.
I was still working, yeah.
You would think that I would have enough connections here at this network to have burned that. How you doing?
I'm doing very good, actually, and I feel good, and it's been an interesting day, to say the least, with Randy Moss.
Yes, it has. You look at your team. Well, you quarterbacked last year, and did they offer you another contract, by the way?
Actually, they did, right prior to this, but I knew that they were going to go linebacker. I'm sure that they'll probably end up going defensive back or offensive tackle. I still think that they have a really good team. You know, last year at this time, the Bengals had very high hopes. When you look at what they're going into this year, however, they have 9 playoff teams that they have to play. They have to play the NFC Central, the most, I guess, competitive division in all of football, so they're going to have a very, very hard schedule.
You have fond memories of this day? I mean, you sat around for a while, but it worked out all right.
You know, my memories were not fond, though, to be honest with you.
No?
Because, you know, I thought I was going to be a top 10 pick, to be honest with you. And I dropped to number 38 or 37, I can't remember, and it was a bittersweet day for me. You know, the difference then, though, was we had the USFL, and there were all the questions of whether or not I was going to sign a $40 million contract, much like Steve Young did, so a lot of teams were afraid of that. And I was dropping much like, you know, Randy Moss. I don't know if, you know, obviously for probably different reasons, but I think
probably.
I think for the
Because
most...
you worked for me.
That's right, I did work for you at the time.
For me, I remember that.
But it was a bittersweet day for me, but I certainly was very happy that I got into the NFL. I did not want to go to the USFL, and I thought I made that plain and clear, but when Steve Young signed that big contract with the LA Express at the time, I think it had definitely had an impact on me.
Well, now you got 14 years later a $40 million contract with ABC. So
yeah, right.
So you see, if you sit around and you wait, you get...
Let me just say, this TV doesn't pay like the football does.
Well, not yet.
Right, okay.
Let's get caught up. You're going to join us for a while because the Bengals, of course, are on the clock a few picks down. Carolina picked in a hurry while we were away Jason Peter, because their run defense last year, dreadful.
They're trying to restructure their defensive line, and Jason Peter will be a key ingredient. You see 274, well, 292 during individual workouts, so his weight did fluctuate, but he can get off a block, plays through the double team. And remember, late this year, he had those back spasms, and played through that. He was at least on the field, trying to get on the field to play. Really set a great example for his teammates there. Hard-nosed, very relentless here on the sack. I think you look at Jason Peter, he also, because of that size situation, now 292, and his quickness, which you see right there against Brock Huard, gives you the flexibility. He can play a defensive tackle spot, a nose tackle spot, a defensive tackle spot, and a 3-4 for Carolina, and it gives him a lot of flexibility if, in fact, his weight can remain in that 290 range.
Well, Peter will be playing, the Carolina Panthers hope, next to Sean Gilbert. Now, that deal has not yet been made because Washington and Carolina, frankly, got into a Hatfield and McCoy situation. Yeah. So now it can be made after this draft. Not made yet, but Sean Gilbert signed a sheet, or will have, with Carolina. Let's go to Mark Malone with some information about Sean Gilbert and the Panthers. Mark?
Well, Chris, I've talked to Dom Capers, and he said, in fact, as you mentioned the Sean Gilbert situation, they traded their 43rd pick for the #1 pick in 2000 from the Miami Dolphins. Now, that'll allow them to give 2 number 1s, one in 99 and one in 2000, to the Washington Redskins for Sean Gilbert. In fact, what will happen is that offer sheet will be signed probably sometime on Monday. Capers feels confident that that's going to get done. They've done a lot of movement in the free agent market. They've had 9 free agents signed, most of those on defense. Gilbert will make it 10, and now that they've got Jason Peter, a guy that can replace Cragen inside at the nose tackle, they really feel that they've got that defense back in order. Boomer?
All right, Mark, thank you. Of course, that's one that we've been watching for a couple of weeks. Sean Gilbert had as many tackles last year as Mel, Joe, and I combined. When he plays, he's pretty good. I mean, remember, he was drafted first round, very high. And his second year with the Rams, when they were still in Los Angeles, and now that puts that back some, he had double-figure sacks. So they really are getting a guy that hasn't sacked very high figures in about 4 years. But is that a big gamble to get a player like this? He's still young, guys.
I don't really think it's a gamble. What I think it's a calculated risk, however, because he's been out of football for a year. They're going to be paying an awful lot of money for him, and they're going to have to be giving up some draft picks for him. I mean, this player has got to produce. At least you know you're getting a known quantity, though.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with you.
No, you don't agree with anybody.
Well, no, I do actually. At time to time, I do. But I think the year off doesn't really hurt him that much. I think that he's okay. He's rested. Any injuries, you know what it's like. A guy takes a year off, all of a sudden you feel rejuvenated, you feel energized. I think the money he's going to get is certainly going to energize him. Now you add Peters as another young defensive tackle. Carolina, all of a sudden, in one fell swoop, winds up solving their interior problems, much like the Redskins did with Stubblefield and Wilkins.
Well, I think it's great for him, you know, and certainly with the money that he's making. But I also think that, you know, they're mortgaging a pretty hefty future, draft situation for them. So, you know, this is they're going for the championship. That's what they want.
Well, Boomer, he's got a lot to prove. I think he was an athlete last year. Everybody kind of blamed Sean Gilbert, said, hey, if Sean Gilbert was in there, maybe the Washington Redskins are a playoff team. So I think when you look at Sean, he's coming in, he's fresh, maybe not rusty, who knows, we'll see. But he's certainly in that defensive structure. They were old last year, they had a lot of age up front, weren't very active, and now when you add a Jason Peter and a Sean Gilbert into the mix, it's got to upgrade that front seven.
Let's go up to a guy that knows a little bit about defense, our Tom Jackson on Sean Gilbert after shaking a little bit of the rust off. However, Seattle is on the clock. Are they about to make a pick? Is that what we're doing? We're going to go to Tom. Somebody give me some help here. Seattle's pick will probably be Anthony Simmons, linebacker from Clemson. And as we go up to, no, we're not going to go up to Tom. How about that? We're going to go to break. You know what? I saw
so
3 different coverages.
Like a 2 minute play.
We're going to call a timeout. We'll be right back.
Come on, a whitening toothpaste. It really works and has all the fluoride I need each day.
Aquafresh Whitening gives you all the fluoride of Crest cavity protection, but whitens better. And Aquafresh is safe to use every day.
Look, what makes Aquafresh Whitening so special?
Aquafresh's patented Tri-Clean formula gently breaks up stains to help get teeth their whitest. Not even Rembrandt whitens better.
In that case, count me in.
Aquafresh Whitening, safe to use every day for dazzling whiter teeth. Beep, beep.
its unique wide-track design, the wide-track Grand Prix Sports Sedan provides better cornering and control when you're out for a bite. The wide-track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Wider is better.
Home Depot's philosophy is cutting edge. What does the customer want? We always got something new coming out on the floor.
Things that you were wishing would get on the market, and all of a sudden, wow, there it is.
It's important to give the customer everything needed to do any project around their home.
Like great Grillmaster grills, the flame control system makes certain you get sure starts, even heat, less flare-ups, and perfect meat. Come see the complete line of Grillmaster grills at the Great Grillmaster event. It's happening this weekend at the Home Depot.
Thank you. Morning, ESPN, 644, 16 Slices, 4644. ESPN.
6 feet 1. All world from the University of Hawaii, the titan of the keyboard, his highness of the highlight, Larry
ESPN. Thank you. Morning, ESPN.
The wrong nuts. I know.
Starting this fall, the NFL on ESPN Radio. 5 up-to-the-minute stats and scores as they happen from around the league. Well, that's starting this fall. We've been doing that for years. Hear interviews from the stars that made the plays happen after it's over. NFL on ESPN Radio starting the first Sunday in September at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So if we have to call an audible on TV, you can go to ESPN Radio, basically. Seattle is on the clock. They got about $1.50 to go. Let's go up to Green Bay and get some words of wisdom from our own Hank Goldberg on where Dennis Erickson and company are going. Hank?
Well, I talked with Dennis Boomer. Anthony Simmons, a linebacker from Clemson's a guy he covets, outside linebacker. He thinks he can go inside. Remember, they picked up Darren Smith as a free agent and Chad Brown last year. That gave him a lot of speed at linebacker. Back to you, Boomer.
All right, Hank, thank you. The pick is up to the commissioner. And let's zero in with Paul Tagliabue.
With the 15th pick in the first round, the Seattle Seahawks select linebacker from Clemson, Anthony Simmons.
You know, Mel, I mean, if we're scoring at home, it's going to be tough to beat the Swami. I mean, we've gone kind of right down the list here, haven't we?
It's been very predictable, Chris, and I think you look at Anthony Simmons, you see the eyes of a middle linebacker, a guy that really could play outside linebacker as well. In their system, he'll give a challenge. Certainly Dean Wells is coming off of a pretty good year. I think when you look at this kid, I think you see a guy very active, really one of the all-time leaders in tackles in ACC history, pursues, he's active, he's very alert, really like a cat. Every time you look up and you watch film, you study film, number 41 is on the scene big time. He's really all over the field. He's only about 6 feet tall, about 230 pounds, but tremendously instinctive, and a guy that, like I say, productivity in the ACC throughout his career was just unbelievable.
Playmaker, playmaker, playmaker. Joe, let's plug him into Seattle.
Well, Seattle defensively, I think, was very strong as it was. I mean, you take a look at the front. You got Sinclair, you got Adams, you got Cortez Kennedy. You pick up Sally Amua last year. Now you add this kind of speed to linebacker. All of a sudden, you've got yourself a defense that is as fast and as quick as anybody in football. I mean, Boomer, defensively is really where they've improved a lot in the last 2 years.
Well, you know, I've always looked at Seattle kind of like an enigma. You know, they have all this talent there. They have one of the best all-time quarterbacks to come along. Barring you, Joe, of course, but I will say this, that they have the talent to compete. There's no question about it. They're obviously in a very talented division with the Kansas City Chiefs and the Denver Broncos, and you never know what's going to happen with Oakland, and you would think that San Diego is going to give them a little trouble, but this team is a team that I think
slowly. They always have a tough September.
This is definitely a playoff caliber team in terms of their talent. Now, obviously, again, you have to look at their schedule. You have to look at who they're playing against.
Is this the year, though?
This will be a year that they will definitely make the playoffs. Whether they're Super Bowl caliber, that's going to come down to Dennis Erickson and his coaching staff.
Well, let me ask you this. They really don't have a huge need area. They took Anthony Simmons. He'll be protected by those two big tackles. What are they missing to get to the next level?
Well, to me, it comes all back to the coaching staff. You know, they have to get them ready to come out of the chute, and they got to be fired up as soon as the season starts. They cannot afford a slow start.
You know who's going to be fired up? Game 1, Ricky Waters. Game 1 at Philadelphia. Right. Oh, that ought to fire them up a little bit to try and run the ball. Tennessee and then Cincinnati are our next two picks. Let's go to Andrea Kramer in Jacksonville for some insight. Andrea.
Well, Chris, I think that the talk in the Oiler draft room is going something like this. The two players that they want are both there. Wide receiver Kevin Dyson from Utah, who Jeff Fisher said would be an immediate starter opposite Yancey Thigpen, and linebacker Brian Simmons from North Carolina, who Fisher said is a difference maker and would be better than any linebacker they currently have. But since both players they want are still there, they are also talking about trading down, talking to the 5 teams below them, if they believe that they can still get that player. Remember, Floyd Reese has traded down the past 2 years and got the guy that he wanted. Back to you, Boomer.
All right, Andrea, thank you very much. And now we have the Tennessee Tuxedos. And the reason we call them that is they're about to play in their 3rd stadium in 3 years. Their deal with Vanderbilt is done. They'll play in their 4th stadium in 4 years. Next year in '99, when their permanent home in Nashville is built and they're ready to go. Boomer Esiason, you know these Oilers team at 8-8, and certainly with Eddie George, they can dictate a little bit on offense. He's the real deal. They need to give Steve McNair as much help as possible. Is this the year that McNair takes off, or is he still a ways to go? What do you think?
Well, you know, I think we've seen steady improvement from him, but it needs to take it up another level if this wants to be a playoff team, and they're close. They have a pretty good defense. Jeff Fisher always puts together a good defensive team. I think Dyson's the guy here because of, you know, he'll be a nice combination with Yancey Thigpen. You put Dyson in there, and now all of a sudden you have Eddie George. That's a pretty formidable offensive firepower.
Their wide receivers were the most disappointing part of that football team last year. They felt like McNair has reached a level to be able to play and be an efficient quarterback at still a very young age, but they didn't get the production near what they needed out of the wide receiving corps. You've got Eddie George, so you're going to be able to control the running game. Now all of a sudden you need some place to be able to go down the field. That seems to be the general theme of football teams that want to take it to the next level. Teams like the Oilers, like the Giants, that say we have to now compete against Green Bay and Denver, the teams that can put points on the board. The only way they're going to do it is by throwing the ball down the field.
And when I look at teams like this and I look at their young quarterbacks, now is the time that these young quarterbacks have to start playing to the level of their expectations. I mean, you know, these are first-round draft choices. I look at, you know, what Steve did last year. He was 52%. He was about 2,600 passing yards, 14 TDs. You know, he's got the great scrambling ability, obviously has great athleticism. He had 8 rushing TDs. He gave us fits when we played them last year in Tennessee, but then towards the end of the year, he didn't play very well for them. So this is the type of year that if this team wants to take it to the next level, you know, he's got to match the play in his division. And really, when you look at our division with Brunell and Cordell Stewart, you know, those are some pretty high numbers that he has to match.
Boomer, let me, and of course we've talked about, you know, Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf. How tough will it be for them this year with all the expectations, or will it not be tough? If you're in their shoes, project how they'll do in year number 1.
Well, they'll definitely struggle. I would imagine that Peyton will start the season out as long as he can get his contract worked out. And the one thing that I keep hearing from these players is that they talk about the speed of the league. It's not so much the speed of the league as when they see that playbook in front of them, and there's 350 pages in there that's not only describing their offense, but all the different defensive looks that they have to face during the season. I mean, it can be overwhelming. And the thing about it is that they have 20 hours during the week in college football to study for their game plans. In professional football, that's all you do. You know, you don't have any other books.
That's
you don't
a day.
Have, right, it's a day in professional football. And just the amount of information that they have to absorb is monumental, and that's why quarterbacks have trouble.
Down 20 points on the road. You know, Derek Thomas or someone, you know, with the smoke coming out of the ears. They're going to handle it right eventually, though, but they're going to take some knocks.
They'll handle it, you know, and I certainly don't want to rain on their parade.
No,
today.
no.
You know, I don't want to put, you know, kind of take the smiles off their face. So I saw Peyton down and I said, hey, you know, congratulations, but wait till you get to Buffalo, and it's like,
Bruce Smith,
and it's in December, you know, wind is blowing, and there's 80,000 fans screaming and yelling, and you're down 21-0, and it's 3rd and 14, and number 78 is coming around the left side to your blind side. That's when you find out what it's like.
How long did it take you to feel comfortable in an NFL offense that you felt I'm maximizing my talent in the National Football League?
Well, I'll tell you, it was a lot better than the lights here. I'll tell you, actually, we had a game like this in Cincinnati where the lights went out one night. You know, I was like, let's just take it in and call it.
It's like a cereal commercial.
You know, when Mel speaks, everyone listens.
You can say, look at this silhouette of Mel.
The Prince of Darkness, Mel Kiper, will return.
Every day, more people are choosing Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse. And here's why.
The only thing small about Lowe's are our prices. Aisle's big, price is small.
Find a lower competitor's price and we'll match it.
Plus, take off an additional 10%.
We shop the competition, so while their prices are up here,
Lowe's prices are down here.
After all, add a T to Lowe's and what do you get? I rest my case. When it comes to home improvement, Lowe's knows.
Can make them worth more at trade-in time. Just one call to John Deere and you'll get information on the lawn tractor you can use year-round, year after year after year. If you call, you'll discover that John Deere lawn tractors start at just $38 a month.
Is that all? Where's that phone number?
It's at the bottom of your screen. So, get off the fence and onto a Deere. Don't let another year slip away. Call now and find out why nothing runs like a Deere.
You're hooked on hockey. You watch till your eyes play hat tricks on you. You even dream hockey.
Wake up! You could win the ESPN2 NHL All-Star Dream Come True presented by MasterCard. You'll go to NHL All-Star Saturday and to the All-Star Game on Sunday. Just tune in to the ESPN2 NHL playoffs. Watch the first game of the night. Call the 800 number with the team that gets the first power play. Wake up! You could win the ESPN2 NHL All-Star Dream Come True presented by MasterCard.
Cool.
I started with the original Rogaine. I wanted to fix this, and Rogaine was starting to work. But they said, Mike, switch over to the new Rogaine. That's when my hair coach started noticing.
Looks good, Dad.
With this new extra strength for men, they say 45% more hair is the average. I think I'm gonna beat that. Every Sunday, I got 60,000 friends staring at my head, so more hair is a big win.
The new Rogaine, 45% more hair.
I mean, consider the alternative.
Worldwide leader in sports, this is ESPN News' special presentation of the NFL Draft.
Someone once said, let there be light. I think it was Mel back in '84 with all the hair. It's been answered. We have light, and the light is now on the Tennessee Tuxedos. The Oilers of Jeff Fisher are on the clock. The card is going up. After that, we'll have Cincinnati's second first-round pick, and then it's time for New England. And Boomer talked about it. Dyson would certainly add up. He's the
really well. Boomer touched on McNair. You're looking for some improvement there. You need the weapons. And Kevin Dyson, to me, a very underrated receiver. I thought he was a better all-around player than Randy Moss was during the course of the senior season, despite inconsistent play at the quarterback position at Utah. You look at the wide receivers with the Oilers. Of course, Big Pen, 79 receptions with the Steelers coming over, same division. Willie Day Sanders was really the disappointment. Did not step up and have the kind of year that they expected. Then the two young kids, Derek Mason and Joey Kent. Joey Kent really struggled as a rookie in the NFL. Now you look at Kevin Dyson. He was the #1 receiver on my board. Randy Moss, too. Oz Hakeem, Jaquez Green, and Jerome Pathon, all in that early to mid-second round area, although don't be surprised if maybe a Jaquez Green slides up into the late first round.
Well, he's an interesting player. There's no question about that. He's just 5'7", right? 5'8".
That's 5'8" and change.
5'8" and change, but he's an interesting player. As Tennessee mulls it over, they have 4 minutes to do it. They will continue to mull it over. They will send the card up to the... You know what? We had all the play. We had a 21-0 lead until you showed up. The lights go out. I'm getting it. They're showing me defenses that I haven't
happens
seen.
when you have two quarterbacks? I mean, it always something happens.
Yeah,
when
the
you get
momentum's starting to go the other way now. I want to get back to his question.
Which was?
I don't remember it though.
When did you start to see the light in the NFL? Is what I asked.
Well, I'll tell you what happens. You know, with these young quarterbacks, you know what's going to happen with these young quarterbacks? They're going to see Joe and I doing this. They're going to think this is easy too.
Well, after about 12, 14 years, they can jump up here. We may be ready to go in about 2 hours, as a matter of fact. All right, now we're going to go around the league. Lots of things happening. To get you caught up, let's start with Mark Malone.
The young gentleman that will be manning the quarterback position for the Colts will be Peyton Manning. The Indianapolis Colts make him the first selection overall in the NFL draft. Their next selection will be the second in the second round, number 32. Look for them to take either a corner or a wide receiver. Now let's send it out to Mike Golick.
Here in Arizona, a couple of days ago, I talked to their top pick, Andre Wadsworth. He said he'd love to be a Cardinal because his college jersey number 58 was available. Well, he got his wish. He is a Cardinal, and as you see in the war room here, Vince Tobin handing out schedules for next year with Jake Plummer on the front. maybe Andrew Wadsworth will be the next picture on the front of their next year's schedule. Send it over to Chris Myers.
Here in Dallas, the Cowboys had a chance to trade down, but with that 8th pick, they drafted defensive end, pass rushing defensive end Greg Ellis out of North Carolina. The Tar Heels' all-time sack leader, Lawrence Taylor, remember, played at that school. What the Cowboys liked most about him was his character. His college coach, Mac Brown, said, hey, if I died tomorrow, I'd want this guy to adopt my kids. That's Chan Gailey, not Charlie Chan, with #1 owner Jerry Jones. We'll keep an eye on things in the war room. Now let's go to Andrea Kramer.
Here in Jacksonville, the Jaguars fulfilled a need with the 9th pick by selecting running back Fred Taylor from Florida. They have a pick coming up at number 25, and they could be looking for defensive help, particularly cornerback. Tom Coughlin said he's a little surprised it's been so quiet with no trades. When I asked him why, he said, people are asking for the moon. Now let's go to Solomon Wilcox.
Here in Cincinnati, the Bengals finished last season near the bottom of the league in at least 6 defensive categories, so they come out and use their first pick to take linebacker Takeo Spikes from Auburn. They had hoped to see Anthony Simmons on the board, but he is now gone. So they will turn their attention to Brian Simmons, the linebacker from North Carolina, or the cornerback Terry Fair from Tennessee. Now let's send it out to Sal Palantonio.
Here in New England, the Patriots have 2 picks coming up, number 18 and number 22. And offensive coordinator Ortiz Zampisi has got to be pushing offense. The next candidate on the board, Robert Edwards of Georgia, the running back, could be the heir apparent to Curtis Martin. We'll have to wait and see. Now let's go to Chris Mortensen.
Jimmy Johnson said Friday that he didn't think Randy Moss would fall to the Dolphins' 19th spot. So he made a trade with the Green Bay Packers. He's gone from 19 to 29. Now, he obviously knew the Raiders are trying to trade up to get Randy Moss. But what happens if Moss goes to 29? Does Jimmy take him? Let's go to Hank Goldberg.
I can't answer that either, Moore, but I know that in Green Bay, they're looking for defense with that 19th pick. However, with the rush of defensive players being selected, Ron Wolf, if the guy he wants isn't there, might trade back down to get extra picks. Let's go to Linda Cohn.
In Charleston with Randy Moss, obviously the mood here is of disappointment, but there's positive feelings in the room, and there's a wait-and-see attitude, according to Moss's agent, Bus Cook. Again, the Raiders and Cowboys said to be working on something, but Bus Cook hasn't heard from them within the hour. Back to you, Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Linda and gang, Tennessee has made their selection. Let's head up to the commissioner.
With the 16th pick in the first round, the Tennessee Oilers select a wide receiver from Utah, Kevin Dyson.
Kevin, you got to go with what? Tumbling Dyson? It's the Stones. It doesn't get much better than that.
There you go. You're watching here in the Senior Bowl. This is against Roosevelt Blackman, cornerback from Morris Brown. It could be a 2nd or 3rd round pick, showing that ability and that deep speed, stop and go route. Burst out of his break, very similar to Marvin Harrison, who's a big fan of Kevin Dyson's. Of course, that's been Marvin Harrison's forte in the NFL. Here's a punt returner. You see him flash at 4.45 speed, 200-pound frame, an angular wide receiver. And also, I think when you look at Kevin Dyson, the hands, a strong hand, instinctive receiver, can make the tough catch look routine, and it's some inconsistency at quarterback at Utah. He adjusted to some poorly thrown balls, did a heck of a job, and late in his career, Chris, his route running became a great deal more precise than it was early on.
Is he a better receiver right now than Randy Moss?
I think so, definitely. I thought he was the #1 receiver in this draft. I like his size. I like the angular frame, the speed. And what I like most about Kevin Dyson is the work ethic. A la Marvin Harrison comes to play. He works hard in the offseason. He's got that burst out of his break, so he will separate from NFL corners. And I think for the Tennessee Oilers and Steve McNair's development, they're looking to accelerate that. He's a great fit.
What a big year for sports out of Utah. Majerus takes the team to the final game, and Dyson, a 16th pick overall in the first round. What a big year it's been to Curtis Enos, and he's going to go to the Windy City, the Chicago Bears. He's with our Mike Tirico. Mike?
Chris, thank you. And his parents are going to come to Chicago and spend at least the rookie season with him. We were talking a little bit. You know the Bears situation. Raymond Harris, Edgar Bennett, Rashaan Salam. Somebody out of that mix probably won't be there. But still, they take a running back. Are you encouraged by that or discouraged about being stacked behind a position where there are some established guys?
Well, I'm very encouraged by it. #1, I'll be able to learn with some guys who's already played at the next level. And I think that knowledge is something my dad always told me, always listen to somebody of older age, because the knowledge, they've already been through a lot of things, and hopefully those guys will be able to pass some of that down to me. And secondly, I think it's an excellent opportunity for me and my family to go to a place where there's been a great tradition of running backs and a great tradition of National Football League football.
Well, you talk about tradition in Penn State running backs. It hasn't been good of late. Kijana has struggled in the NFL. Blair Thomas, the Jet fans know about him here. How can you be different and learn from their experiences? Because I know you've talked to those guys.
Well, I think that the one thing that I've said to a lot of people to ask my questions is that, Mike, we're all different. And I think that's something that God has blessed upon us all, is how different we all are. And that's something that's made me the person who I am, is that we've always been through some things. They've been through some misfortune. I've been through some misfortune, but, I mean, we're different. And hopefully, I can change the table. Hopefully, Kijana can do the same this year with the Bengals.
Quick last response with the whole incident with the awards ceremony and the jacket and making you ineligible for the ball game. If that didn't happen, would you have come back for your last year at Penn State?
No, sir. I was going to forego my senior year at Penn State and take my game, take it to another level, and just enjoy the things that's what's happening today.
Congratulations. He's looking forward to his first Bulls game and his first day in the bleachers at Wrigley Field.
Never viewed it. All right, guys, thank you. You talk about Curtis, Mike, going to a team with some great lineage of running backs. Walter Payton, Gale Sayers, Red Grange, Bronco Nagurski, Curtis Enos. I think he'll take his name on that list. Still to come, the Bengals and Wither Jeff Blake. New England, they've waited, and Edwards is still there in the running back slot. And then Green Bay, do they stay, do they go? And Wither Randy Moss. We'll be back.
Today, a breath of fresh air blew into the NBA when a 19-year-old kid made his debut and stole the show.
He was different. He played with such emotion. It's very simple. He had eyes in the back of his head.
Before he played, you could get seats.
That's why they call him what they do.
The great thing about life is you never know what you might want to do next. With the American Express card, it can be anything you like.
Just imagine if you could scan all your documents and save them on one piece of electronic paper. Make revisions like magic, or find information quickly and work in the virtual office as easily as you work in your real office. These are technologies Xerox is developing, so capturing knowledge and sharing it from any desktop will be this simple. The Document Company, Xerox.
There's a legend that supposedly if you look really hard, you can see that horse smiling. Sometimes the horse does smile, and that's a sign of good luck. And just about any culture, really. That's why they got a horse and not like a deer. I've seen it wink at me. That horse has winked probably like twice. One time before I met my ex-wife, and another time before I ended up buying a car for a really good value.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Yeah, that song was written by Jack Norworth. I knew him. He was a decent man. And no finer song has ever been written. I'm not a soft-hearted man, but that song means something bigger than just me. And people had better still be singing it when I'm long gone.
We're back here at the Theater in New York. The Bengals have their second first-round pick. They took Takeo Spikes, linebacker Auburn. Now 4 picks later, here's a pick they got from Washington in the Big Daddy deal. Let's go up to the commissioner.
With the 17th choice in the first round, the Cincinnati Bengals select linebacker from University of North Carolina, Brian Simmons.
Mel, again, right down the middle of the fairway here.
Well, it is. I'll tell you, they like Anthony Simmons and Brian Simmons. They already added Takeo Spikes to Dick LeBeau's defense. And when you watch Brian Simmons here, number 41, another guy that really plays an all-around game. You don't have to take him off the field. He can get into the backfield. Not as strong at the point as some linebackers are. Not a dominating blitzer like others are. But when you watch Simmons, sideline to sideline, great pursuit skills, tremendous in pass coverage. That's what really separates them. His junior year and his senior year against Florida State, here against that Brad Busby. He was an exceptional coverage linebacker, which means Dick LeBeau's not going to have to be concerned, Boomer, with a guy like Brian Simmons, even Takeo Spikes for that matter. Multi-dimensional linebackers in that 3-4 scheme.
Well, that's what the 3-4 is all about. So it's a linebacker safety defense. That's why you know Greg Lloyd, Kevin Green, Rod Woodson, all these players that make those types of big plays. And, you know, the Bengals obviously feel like the weak at the linebacker spot, that they want inside and outside guys, the guys that can run, the guys that can make plays, and guys that are going to hit you right in the mouth when you get there.
Well, let's go out to Cincinnati. It's Bengal time on our draft show here from New York. Let's go out to Solomon Wilcox in Cincinnati. Solomon.
Yeah, Chris, the Bengals are making a run on defensive players here in the first round. Right now, I'm joined by Bengals head coach Bruce Cosell. And, Coach, you're getting the guys you want, trying to improve the defense.
Well, we went into the draft with that in mind. You know, we just have to be able to get the opposing offenses off the field. We've drafted 2 linebackers that can run. They've been very productive as college players, and they're both tough guys.
And you get Takeo Spikes from Auburn on the inside. Brian Simmons, will he play outside, 1-2 punch?
Well, I think we'll probably take a look at Brian. Now, he's played the stack backer position. He has rocked to the outside and blitzed some, but I think we'll wait until minicamp to decide that.
A little bit more on Brian Simmons. Here he's one of the best cover linebackers in the draft. You guys can use him all over the place.
Exactly, and you know that becomes important in today's football, Solly, because you know, you want him to play 3 downs, and Brian has the he has the athletic ability to play on 3rd down and cover those backs coming out of the backfield.
Yeah, and we'll now go back to New York and bring in my former quarterback. Help me get a Super Bowl ring, I should say the runner-up. Let's bring in Boomer Esiason right now. And Boomer, do you have a question for the old coach?
You know, when are you guys going to stop drafting defense, Bruce, and start drafting some offense out there?
Well, Boomer, if you can remember, we scored 42 with you in the game last year, and that wasn't enough. So I'm tired of that, so we're going to stop somebody somehow.
All right. Well, listen, I wish you guys good luck, and I miss you guys.
Thanks, Boomer. We'll see you.
Okay.
I've heard longer huddles than that.
Well, you know what? I talked to Bruce last night, you know, but I will tell you this, and one of the things that really worries me about Cincinnati this year is that they have all the offensive firepower they need, but again, you go back to their schedule. They have to play in Detroit. They have to play in Minnesota. They have Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Denver, all at home, along with Buffalo. They got to go to Oakland. They play Pittsburgh twice. I mean, you know, they play, obviously, Jacksonville twice. Baltimore's a much improved team. And, of course, Tennessee. That's 9 playoff games that they have. I think it will be easily the most difficult schedule of the year.
What will it take for Jeff Blake to get back to the form that we saw, not last season, but a year before that, in '96, when his passes went out of the TV screen when you're watching, but still landed in everybody's hands 50 yards down the field?
It was interesting. When I got there last year, he was extremely, I would say, positive about all the things that he was able to accomplish the years before. You got to remember where he came from, you know? And I think he's going to be a better player without me being there. I mean, he was a 58% completion percentage guy last year, but Jeff has not been known for the completion percentage. He's been known for the big plays. Yes. And he and Carl Pickens have really developed a dynamic relationship. Jeff has just got to learn that he has Darnay Scott, he has David Dunn, he has Corey Dillon now healthy, and he has a very healthy offensive line. When Kevin Sargent came back at left tackle and Corey Dillon emerged as a superstar running back in this league, things started to happen for us. And I was able to exploit those players as best I could, and hopefully he learned from that.
The Boomer of him, the Boomer of you. Now, even though he was Boomer for, well, you know, on
I'm
TV.
with both the Boomers.
Thanks for joining us.
It's my pleasure, guys.
Oh, is he leaving? $40 million contract for ABC. Good luck with it.
All right, thanks.
Oh, you're leaving?
I am leaving. You guys are here for the rest.
Why are you leaving? Stay a while.
Take the rest of the day off. You and Consular can have an even shorter conversation. Let's go up to the much-awaited visit with Tom Jackson. Bengals, 2 linebackers, Tommy. You got to love it.
Well, the Bengals certainly shored up their linebacking core. They got Takeo Spikes inside and Brian Simmons from North Carolina outside, and he'll be the strong side backer. He has that 6'3", 235-pound frame. He's able to get on to people and get off people. The first shot we're going to see here is great range by him. Realize that one of the guys he runs by right there is All-American corner Trey Bly. Then watch him control the tight end here from outside. Tight end actually has the angle on him. He gets him, stands him upright, finds the football, and then gets rid of him. I think that is probably the most difficult position to play in football, is the strong side linebacker. I tried it for 1 year and couldn't quite make it. As we see Jack get down here, Jack McKiernan, the center from Rutgers, and he's not going to hurt me. But Jack's going to try to hook me as a tight end. I try to get control of him right here. The most difficult thing in football is to control a player for those 3 steps before you get rid of him. Brian Simmons is a pretty good guy at it, and certainly going to build around Dick LeBeau's system.
60. All right, Tommy, thank you. And you know what we got to say? We thank Jack for helping us out today. He's in Mel's book. Mel's book, the Bible has everybody. Even Let There Be Light in Mel's book. The New England War Room. The Patriots are now on the board. If they want Robert Edwards, the running back, he's right there for him. We'll be back.
Viva Gorditas!
Sprint is proud to announce it's hit its mark again.
For 3 years in a row, Sprint has been ranked #1 by J.D. Power & Associates for the highest customer satisfaction among high-volume, long-distance users. To celebrate, we're giving people who sign up for Sprint Sense now our biggest offer yet. Up to 300 minutes free. That's on top of the great Sprint Diamond Minute rate.
Looks like we're going for 4.
Call now. 1-800-PIN-DROP.
Renting a car is part of your vacation, right?
Don't worry.
So Alamo thinks it should be part of your fun.
Drive happy.
That's why every time you rent from Alamo, you get our guarantee of unlimited mileage. And with Alamo's great Drive Happy deals, you've got lots of money left for the fun stuff.
Don't worry. Drive happy. Drive happy now.
This magazine captures the sizzle of sports, the glory, the joy, the pathos.
Who's the next great quarterback? That All-American Manning or that Rebel Leaf? And get me something on the draft. Who's going first round? And some mature audience-only pictures. Lots of sparks. Printed, baby.
With the 7th pick in the first round, the New England Patriots select Terry Glenn, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Everybody has their own opinion, but the organization picks the player.
Terry Glenn's selection in the '96 draft put Bill Parcells and owner Bob Kraft at odds. But the friction didn't affect the Tuna's coaching style or the success of the Patriots. Led his team to the AFC Championship before losing in the ultimate game to the Super Bowl to the Green Bay Packers. But the animosity was boiling over.
They want you to cook the dinner. At least they ought to let you shop for some of the groceries.
So the Pats did their own shopping and got Pete Carroll.
I just think it's an ideal situation.
Parcells took the Jets job and in week 2 met up with his old team in Foxborough. The Jets ended up losing a nail-biter in OT. Parcells was able to land one of the Patriots' biggest fish.
Coach Parcells is a coach that I enjoy playing with. I see the New York Jets as a team of great growth.
Well, as a result of Curtis Martin rejoining his old coach, Bill Parcells in New York, the Jets are on the sundial for a while. They will sit as New England grabs this pick, the 18th pick, which was one of 2 draft choices that they got because of the signing of Curtis Martin. They got a 1 and a 3. They have 6 of the first 83 because they have the Jets' 2nd round pick. That's part of the Bill Parcells deal negotiated between the 2 teams at Commissioner Tagliabue a year ago. The Jets, another story, have recouped its 2, but so the Patriots have 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s. It's like a Lawrence Welk in double. And now let's go up to Sal Palantonio in New England. Sal?
Boomer, I just talked to the Patriots war room. They are overjoyed that Robert Edwards is still sitting there at number 18. They gambled by not going up and trying to get Curtis Enos or Fred Taylor, holding on to these picks that they've gotten for Curtis Martin and Bill Parcells. They've got a player there that they want, and I do believe that they're going to take Robert Edwards to be the heir apparent to Curtis Martin. Boomer, now back to you.
All right, Sal, thank you. So we discussed that they gambled and won by staying where they are because we didn't think any running backs would go below Taylor. Once Taylor went to Jacksonville, New England stayed put. and they're going to get their man Robert Edwards if that's where they want to go.
Well, a 217-pound running back, Robert Edwards is, Chris. And I think when you look at durability question, that's why he's still there, or he may have been a top 10 pick. You know, kid, strong runner, very elusive for a big back. He has a little bit of change of direction ability, but what he can do is hit the home run. And with the zone blitz packages, see a lot of running backs going 65, 70 yards for touchdowns. Robert Edwards did that on a regular basis at Georgia against tough competition in the SEC. You see here, going the distance, taking it into the end zone. I think this is something that he provides for a 217-pound running back. Can catch the football, help you in blitz pickup in terms of blocking. I'll tell you what, when you look at this kid and you see time after time, and this highlight package is really accurate in terms of the way he played when he was healthy. Against Tennessee, he would have maybe had 300-plus yards had he not gotten hurt in that particular game 2 years ago. He's a talent. What he has to do is prove, just like Robert Smith did coming out of Ohio State, that he's durable enough to play 16 games in the NFL.
Well, there's some decent lineage, Mel, out of Georgia. Certainly Terrell Davis, MVP of the Super Bowl in his hometown, and, boy, a 6th-round pick. I mean, that might go down as all-time as one of the classic lower draft picks in the history of the NFL. Garrison Hurst now coming into his own, although a couple of teams later, not Arizona or Cincy, but a very good player now for San Francisco. Rodney Hampton was a key cog for the Giants, although he'll probably be playing elsewhere next year. And, of course, Herschel Walker. So how about them dogs? They hope that Robert Edwards, you know, can continue the Georgia lineage. The pick is now in. Let's go up to the commissioner. See if New England gets their back.
With the 18th pick in the first round, the New England Patriots select running back from the University of Georgia, Robert Edwards.
Well, they're Patriot fans here as well as Jet fans are holding up signs. Bill, thanks for the picks. Well, they got their back.
They got their back, but also they had Cedric Saw last year. So, I mean, they've got two very young backs. Derek Culler's also there as a running back. This is a football team that is pretty set in most places. What they're doing now is they're stockpiling and building for the future. That's why New England doesn't want to get rid of a lot of their picks. They didn't want to give up the house to move all the way up to Enos. If you look at Edwards and Enos, you can almost look at Manning and Leaf. You know what you're getting with Enos, you know what you're getting with Manning. With Edwards, if he stays healthy, there could be a greater upside as there is with Ryan Leaf. So you've got a similar situation in the running back part of this draft that you do in the quarterback part of it. A little bit of the unknown in this guy.
Yeah, but if the unknown becomes known, the Patriots have certainly a serious contender to get back and represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. When we return, the Heisman Trophy winner, now a Raider. Charles Woodson will talk with our Mike Tirico and a draft update. Please stay tuned.
Original. One of a kind. Pasta Creations. Now, only at Applebee's. The original deep dish lasagna. 3 exotic mushrooms in 1 huge ravioli. Santa Fe red chili pasta with tequila lime chicken. 6 new dishes, one-of-a-kind Pasta Creations. Come in for an original, but hurry, they're also limited editions. You belong at Applebee's.
Hi, Julie. I love your present.
Well, happy birthday.
How did you ever find something like this?
It's a good deal more than you expected, huh?
Goodwill, a good deal more than you expect.
For a personal loan, endless people to see, endless forms to fill out, endless collateral to put up. His name is Binky.
Why wait for some impersonal committee to make up its mind? Try Loan Source from First Source. It makes personal loans easy to apply for, easy to get. Call today or stop by the branch nearest you. Loan Source from First Source, because we're your partners.
Power sports. Motorcycles, ATVs, watercrafts, and more. Dependable fun with a good time store. Service parts and accessories. Honesty and quality, it can't be beat. Your one-stop shop for outdoor fun. It's Bucks Power Sports.
Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, San Francisco, Miami, Denver. And the first round will be history here in New York. We'll be back.
The wide open spaces of the Chevy Tahoe. Just one of America's natural wonders. Chevy Tahoe.
I like being in control. With this Dinner X, I control the cause of my dandruff every day.
Dinner-X Advanced Formulas medicine doesn't just treat the symptoms. It controls a leading cause of dandruff called P.O. Valley.
Now that's serious control.
Dinner-X Advanced Formula.
Anne Klein Eyewear by Luxottica. What do you want people to see?
I want you to see fearlessness.
The unexpected.
I want you to see you don't need words to make a statement. Let them see you in Anne Klein Eyewear by Luxottica.
Sprint is proud to announce it's hit its mark again.
For 3 years in a row, Sprint has been ranked #1 by J.D. Power & Associates for the highest customer satisfaction among high-volume, long-distance users. To celebrate, we're giving people who sign up for Sprint Sense now our biggest offer yet. Up to 300 minutes free. That's on top of the great Sprint Diamond Minute rate.
Looks like we're going for 4.
Call now. 1-800-PIN-DROP.
The Senior Tour rolls out in Vegas, where defending champ Hale Irwin and a pack of legends aim to conquer 2 of the toughest courses in the West. The Las Vegas Senior Classic by True Green Chemlon. Coverage begins Friday at 3 on ESPN.
This magazine captures the sizzle of sports, the glory, the joy, the pathos.
Who's the next great quarterback? That All-American Manning or that Rebel Leaf? And get me something on the draft. Who's going first round? And some mature audience-only pictures. Lots of sparks.
Printed, baby. We're back in New York, and certainly a familiar sight to all football fans in New York is that man, George Young, VP, general manager for the Giants for 19 years, now working with the league and assisting Cleveland and re-entering the National Football League. 10 out of 19 seasons with the Giants, a winning season, and really did it with eras of Parcells, Reeves, and Fossil. So did it at 3 different coaching regimes, has had playoff success. And so George Young moves on. Ernie Accorsi, who once upon a time was with Cleveland, with Baltimore. And he's now joining us on our Sprint video teleconferencing. And Ernie, you made your first draft pick now as Giants GM. And I got to think you feel you got excellent value there with Sean Williams. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, we had him rated so much higher than what was available at the point that we selected that actually it was an easy choice.
What do you, when you sit there in a draft room, and you've been in many, and you start to notice, well, you know, about 8 picks from where you are, he hasn't gone yet, and then it's 7, then it's 6. Do you have any nails left on your fingers? Or, I mean, what do you do at that point? Hold your breath?
Well, you start to, actually, that's the emotional part of it. It's not putting the players in order. It's when the players that you covet start going off the board. And when one starts, you don't want to hope too hard because you don't want to jinx it. But when you have a player rated that high and he starts to fall, then, yeah, you do start counting the minutes. And especially in the first round where there are 15 minutes between picks, they're long 15-minute intervals.
Ernie, Mel Kiper. Ern, I just wanted to ask you, how you doing, Ern? I just wanted to say, you know, last year in the first round, top 10 pick, Ike Hilliard. He had a great start in training camp, looked like he was going to have a great rookie season, onward to an outstanding career. Then the neck injury. What's his status right now, and how do you feel he'll be in '98?
Well, we're very optimistic about him. He had significant testing in the last 4 weeks, passed them all, has been given a complete green light, Mel, to participate in the entire offseason program and into mini camps and for training camps. So medically, he's recovered completely, and he has a champion's heart, as you know, so I don't think there's any question in our mind that it will have him back better than ever.
Bernie, this is Chris again. I'm not asking you to try and tip your hand in coming picks at all, but there looks to be, from afar, a real flux, a change in the running back situation for the Giants. Rodney Hampton, will he be back? Wheatley, will he be back? Will there be full-scale changes, do you see, come June?
Well, Chris, we have LaShawn Johnson, who we signed from the Cardinals, Tyrone Wheatley, Rodney Hampton, and, of course, Charles Way. And, you know, our feeling is that we're in pretty good shape there. That's not to say we won't add somebody else, but we have depth there. And actually, you know, we had our bellwether was Hampton for so long, and he's been the leading ground gainer in the history of the franchise. And what we're trying to do really, because he missed most of last year, is to stockpile as much talent as we can there, and we still may add some more. So it really hasn't filtered out yet. We did give Rodney Hampton an opportunity to talk to other clubs. We thought he deserved that. We did not want to hold on to him to a point where if we decided that it would be best if he left, that there wouldn't be any time left for him to make a deal. So he is talking to other clubs. He's also going to talk to us. So it's still possible that he would, if he wants to stay with us and we want him, it's still possible that he'll remain a Giant.
Well, Ernie, a heck of a start here on draft day for you as GM of the Giants. May a player you're looking for in the late second round fall from the middle second round. You're 1 for 1 on making the grab there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris and Mel.
All right, we return Jacksonville with their pick, followed by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Your new, convenient-to-use TCI channel lineup arranged with your interests in mind.
My bank isn't my bank anymore. They've changed the name. Things aren't the same. I'm a number, nothing more. I can't find one friendly face. Don't ask me who owns the place. The more I look, it's clear to see. First Source is the place to be.
Your bank changing again? Like closing drive-up windows, charging you for using your ATM card at your own bank? Come to First Source. You'll get more, not less, because we're your partners from the first.
Oh, guys, wait up, yo, wait. Guys, wait.
For some reason, Americans shake Polaroid photos while they develop. It's completely unnecessary, but it's no less strange than what they do in other countries. The vigorous head rub of China is just one of many methods. Most are physical, but some are purely spiritual. In India, the anticipation can last months, while the Scots, as they often do, turn to their livestock. But regardless of the means, the enjoyment of seeing what develops is indeed universal.
Back in New York as the 63rd annual NFL selection meeting continues. Jacksonville's earlier first-round pick was running back Fred Taylor of Florida with the 9th overall pick. Now picking 25th overall, the second pick, and this is where their real pick was at 25. The first pick, of course, coming from Buffalo. The card is up. The commissioner's at the podium.
With the 25th pick in the first round, the Jacksonville Jaguars select a defensive back from Syracuse, Donovan Darius.
Wow. Pair of Syracuse DBs, huh?
Well, what really helped him, Chris, you talk about individual workouts. The question with Donovan Darius was speed or lack of. You know, a great college player. How would he project into the NFL? His workout was phenomenal. You watch him here in terms of the INT, always around the football. Had 125 tackles in Syracuse's secondary, playing next to, of course, to Bucky Jones this year. He's an enforcer, good tackler. What he has a little trouble with is the shake and bake type running backs in space, in the open field. But I'll tell you, he's tough. He's around the ball a lot. And I think the fact that he ran that 4.42 during an individual workout maybe allows teams, defensive coordinators to feel as a safety. He can give you that matchup ability in coverage that a lot of people thought he may not have.
Yeah, well, I think good fit for Jacksonville. He's a nice player. Of course, they got to stare at something you were talking about all day yesterday. 310 yards rushing in the playoff game by Denver.
That was definitely something I think that had to concern them. The defensive line got ripped up in that Denver playoff game. But again, when you get, I think this is a Tom Coughlin type of player. Aaron Beasley at the corner, Davis at a safety, Chris Hudson at the other safety position, Dave Thomas, Deion Figures, of course, coming back, being traded from Pittsburgh. Here you're in a situation where you get a chance to pick up a player that you can come in and play. I see him more as a Tom Coughlin type of football player where they're adding quality and depth to the secondary. This is a football team that knows that it can stay at this level, wants to maintain that type of a level, and this is a young man that can keep them there. I think it's a good fit. Defensively was the way they had to go. It helps their football team.
So they got offense, they got defense, and now the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, but let's quickly go up to Chris Fowler and company.
Chris, thank you. So maybe the run on defensive backs we talked about is beginning here late in round one. The story in hour number 4 of the draft, the wait over for Randy Moss. After 20 teams selected, the Minnesota Vikings made the talented Marshall wide receiver pick number 21. So far, the only player taken that didn't play football in one of the major Division 1A conferences. He becomes the second wide receiver taken 5 spots after Kevin Dyson was drafted. Some teams voiced concern about Moss's off-the-field problems in the past, perhaps his attitude. When he was interviewed by Linda Cohn after his selection, Moss, dressed in North Carolina colors, very much the colors of the first round with 3 Tar Heels taken. He didn't express bitterness. He very much took the high road.
The Minnesota Vikings have selected wide receiver from Marshall University, Randy Moss.
Like I said, don't hold no grudges. I'm just happy now that I'm a Viking, so I'm just going to make the best effort to go in there and just hopefully fulfill my dream, and that's to play and win games.
If he stays focused, sky's the limit for a kid with his physical and athletic ability.
Let's face it, I mean, this is old news. I mean, this is not like it happened yesterday, and that's been our philosophy. We'll take the best player on the board. So last November, I thought it could be, regardless of whether we're picking 30 or further down, that we could get the player.
Dennis Green very enthusiastic as Moss joins his brother Eric on the Vikings. Jaws, the jump from college up to the NFL is so much more complex than the jump from high school to college. And what does Moss have to learn as a receiver going to this new level?
Chris, it's a huge jump, but I love the pick. Randy Moss is a great athlete, but what he's going to have to learn is the passing tree. And we'll take a look at this on our pre-play. And these are all routes that are timed out with the quarterback. All the odd breaking routes will break to the outside. The even-numbered routes will break to the inside. A la the one route will be thrown at 5 yards, and the quarterback's drop you 1.5 seconds. Disciplined timing. The 3 route 10 yards out, thrown in 2 seconds. The 5 route, the deep out, a 20-yard comeback route will be thrown in about 2.8 seconds. And it's critical that the wide receiver be at that particular depth. And when I look at a Randy Moss, I see that outstanding athleticism. I see him fitting into Brian Billick's offense. This is a great pick by Dennis Green. This offense is now explosive. They'll put a lot of points on the board. But the one thing that Randy Moss will have to determine in his mind and really work hard at is understanding the timing and rhythm of the professional passing game. You have to be at a specific route location every time you run a route.
I know you've loved the pick. I agree. He can be a star. The challenge for him begins in training camp. He'll be a media focus from the minute he steps on the field. He doesn't feel totally comfortable surrounded by the hordes of reporters. He'll have to get through that successfully and then make it to the season. Pittsburgh on the clock. The former Steeler quarterback Mark Malone checks in from Indy with an update on what the Steelers might be doing. Mark?
Well, Chris, I can tell you this, that in talking to the Pittsburgh Steelers, they found themselves in a unique situation, almost really drafting for depth at this point. Of course, the big key free agent loss, other than Yancey Thigpen, was the left tackle John Jackson to San Diego. A guy I know they like very much is still on the board. Alan Faneca of LSU, the big offensive lineman, almost 6'5", about 320. This is a guy that can play, I think, both guard and tackle. So I think they've got just the guy they wanted. They said they wanted one of the big uglies. So that's what it's going to be. Let's go back to Chris in New York.
All right, Mark, thank you. Yeah, he is definitely Pittsburgh Steeler-type blocker. And let's go up to the commissioner. And the Steelers did not waste much time with this pick.
With the 26th pick in the first round, the Pittsburgh Steelers select a guard from Louisiana State University, Alan Faneca.
Well, this certainly adds up. I mean, you got Jerome Bettis. I mean, you want a guy that's in the middle of the line. Remember, they lost a little bit there. You heard mention Jackson. the Pittsburgh Steelers, also losing Miss Linsky to Indianapolis. They're going to run the football, and he helps them do it.
And watch him hit a moving target. I tell you, this kid's powerful at the point, but I tell you, he's very destructive. He hustles, and I like the balance and the ability to get downfield and really assist either the quarterback if he's scrambling or a running back. I think he's Bill Cowher's kind of player. What jumps out at you on film with him is his aggressiveness and his mobility for a big man. Pass protection needs a little work, but when you talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers and you look at an Alan Faneca, how he fits in, trapping, pulling, aggressive, Bill Cowher style of football player, very mobile for a big man. And remember, he came out after his junior year. Had he gone back to LSU, and really they thought Kevin Falk would come out early. Kevin Falk went back. Faneca kind of surprised everybody with the Bayou Bengals and decided to go into the draft. He might have been a top 10 pick next year, so good value. Brendan Stye, coming off a shaky year, will be a free agent next year, and the other guard, Will Wolford, may retire after the next season.
You know what has become one of the best games, rivalries in the NFL in a real hurry? Is Pittsburgh against Jacksonville. They have had some excellent games last couple of years. I believe it's the last Monday night game this coming season. So Pittsburgh made their pick. Jacksonville made their selections with Fred Taylor and Donovan Darius. Tom Coughlin, Jaguars head coach, is now with our Andrea Kramer. Andrea.
Thank you, Chris. The Syracuse connection. Remember, Tom Coughlin was an assistant coach and way back when a player. Not that far back? Okay. Only if you say so. Now, Donovan Darius, the safety. I know you wanted Sean Williams. What does Darius bring to you, and is there a drop-off between the two?
Well, Donovan Darius is rated very, very highly by us. Sean Williams just a notch above. But Donovan's an excellent football player, very physical, led his team in tackles as a senior, 3-year starter, has outstanding speed, brings the kind of force we think necessary to play in our division against the big back.
So that hopefully another 310-yard rushing performance by a Denver does not happen again. Do you see him as the 8th man in the box?
Oh, definitely, most definitely.
What about Fred Taylor? Again, just missed a little bit with Curtis Enos, but still fulfilled a need with running back Fred Taylor. Tell me about Taylor.
Need and value in both situations. Fred Taylor, outstanding running back, great speed and quickness, avoidability. He's a guy who has 230 pounds packed into that frame, and it's hard to believe that. But he's the guy that can go the distance, whether he's catching the short pass or whether he's making the run from the line of scrimmage. Better than people think at breaking tackles, great avoidance, and of course in the last 3 games he played as a collegian, just outstanding performances. On top of that, outstanding speed in his workout.
Well, you made the Rob Johnson trade to fulfill these 2 needs. You've succeeded in that. Let's head back to Boomer in New York.
All right, Andrea and Tom Coughlin, thank you very much. Next up on the clock, team with the best record in the AFC last year, the 13-3 Kansas City Chiefs, who made many a move this week, lost Marcus Allen about 10 days ago. After that, San Francisco and the Dolphins.
She gave you life. She gave you her laugh. She gave you confidence. She gave and gave and gave. Well, isn't it time you gave your mom a call? MCI 5-cent Sundays. 5 cents a minute of every Sunday, along with low rates all week long. Call 1-800-SUNDAYS to become an MCI customer.
Excuse me, is the seat taken?
With the power of Visa Platinum, you can rent a villa in St. Bart's, while away the long tropical days, sharing Coquille Saint-Jacques with Nastasia Kinski. Of course, you're fired. You'd lose your job. You hate Coquille Saint-Jacques, and Nastasia's actually dating a European kickboxer called
Serge.
But with the exceptional purchase power of a Visa Platinum card, isn't it really nice to know you could? Visa Platinum, it's everywhere you want to be.
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Hate me because in 30 minutes I can hack into your computer system and bring your entire company to its knees. So while you're watching me, who's watching your network?
8,000 mutual funds. And everybody's looking for a winner. But chasing the latest hot fund won't get you anywhere. To pick a mutual fund, find out how they pick their stocks. At Janus, they pick stocks one at a time. They investigate companies like nobody else and invest in the most promising ones. That's how you get there. Janus no-load mutual funds.
Hey, Dale. Hey, thanks. Sure, no problem. Hey, it may not be much, but I think the right end is lifting just a little bit in the turns.
I'll have it checked out. Thanks.
Okay. Say hi to Kelly.
Sure will.
Be good.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. We got to believe. Running back number 4, Robert Holcomb, Illinois. We'll see. Pick us up.
With the 27th pick in the first round, the Kansas City Chiefs select the tackle from Auburn, Victor Riley.
Well, there's a change. See, we tried to jam that in. They were in such a hurry to make it. It's one of the very few that didn't go down. Are you surprised with this? He's a better at run blocking than pass blocking.
Well, he's a guy that has, when you talk about talent, Victor Riley's got as much talent as any tackle in the draft. He was very inconsistent at Auburn. I think that's the problem. You look at him as a guard tackle. He's huge. He's got quick feet, very athletic. But, you talk about that lazy streak. He needs to turn up the intensity level. For Kansas City, though, they need help at that position in terms of depth and a replacement for Criswell down the road. But you see him neutralizing a lot of those quick defensive ends. When he was motivated, he could dominate. But like you say, what he needs to do is have a coach, an offensive line coach who can push the right buttons, get Victor Riley to maximize all that talent. But the Senior Bowl he showed very well. So when he really comes to play big games, an atmosphere where he's got to really put forth the kind of effort that you need, he was as good as anybody, Chris. But, you say underachiever, for a kid with his talent, he probably should have been a higher pick. But you drop this far when every game you're not maximizing your talent.
No, age old, they're going away a little bit from West Coast speed. The interior 3, Grenard at center and Shields at the guard along with Zott were excellent. Right. But the tackles, little different story.
Exactly. Criswell's 34 years old. You see that? Glenn Parker's 31 years old. Those are the areas that you want to bring somebody. And the nice thing is, with the tackles, you do have a year or 2 left. So you haven't got somebody that has to come in and play right away. You've got a little time. It's more of an experienced offensive line than what you would qualify as an old offensive line that's coming apart. So to bring in a young guy, give him a chance to get comfortable in the system, it works out very well. Also, they're probably going to be a little bit more run-oriented now with Paul Hackett moving on out of the coaching ranks, Jimmy Ray taking over to call the plays there in Kansas City. A little bit of an offensive change probably fits in very well for this young man.
Well, so that's the Kansas City pick. We have San Francisco, Miami, and Denver left in the first round. Going to take a shot with San Francisco and maybe somebody like R.W. McQuarters. Remember, they would be a great return guy for them. They're on the clock right now. But while we wait, let's go out to our televideo conference with Dick Vermeil, the head coach of the St. Louis Rams. And Dick, you've been very patient with us. You were patient today. I've got to understand that as you were drafting Grant Wistrom and you were trying to get up, and would you have a shot at Enos, or are you pretty happy with the way things turned out? No trade.
Well, first off, Chris, I'm happy the way it turned out because we had Grant Wistrom rated right there as the caliber of football player that Curtis Enos is. And we would have taken Curtis Enos had he been there in the 6th pick. But we're very happy to take Grant Wistrom, and I think Grant and I had talked about that when he was here in our facility a while back, that if I had the opportunity to draft there a player that I could put the ball in his hand that matched you, I'd probably go with the guy that I put the ball in his hand. But it didn't work out that way, so we're very excited about the way it has happened.
Well, there's no question about the motor of Grant Wistrom and exactly what you're getting, is there?
No question. He has great explosion off the line of scrimmage. He has extremely good instinct. He has great awareness where the quarterback is. And as you say, a great motor. When you put that all together with growth potential, I think we have a fine football player.
Well, they certainly know him in Big 12 country out where you are. I guess you're coming around the clock here pretty soon. Thank you very much, Dick. Continued success and moving on your way back up the ladder.
Thank you.
All right, Coach Dick Vermeil, we had to go quickly because San Francisco has made their pick. And let's head up to the commissioner.
With the 28th pick in the first round, the San Francisco 49ers select defensive back from Oklahoma State, R.W. McQuarters.
There you go, Chris.
Surprised at that, Mel? I mean, he is someone you talked about. They don't necessarily need him to come in and start. He'll be a nickelback and a big-time return man, which they could desperately use.
Watch him here, Chris. Man-to-man against Brian Alford. Made the play. This is in their bowl game. He was on the field the whole time. Pass breakups all the time. Now watch this. The hands reception for a touchdown. He played wide receiver, of course, in Oklahoma State's offense as well. And you watch against Texas here, a punt returner. And what he's going to do here, show his creativity, his ability in the open field, just like Charles Woodson had done, and take it all the way for a touchdown. Played on offense, defense, special teams, never wore down, always wanted to be on the field. Rob Ryan, the defensive coordinator at Oklahoma State, said, you know, this is a kid, when you talk about work ethic, comes to play, wants to be out there. Against Purdue late in the year, he's covering Brian Alford all day, returning punts, playing on offense. Towards the end of the game, he's catching a touchdown pass. So I think when you talk about R.W. McQuarters fitting into the 49ers who need a cornerback, that's a heck of a steal at this point in the draft.
You know what is amazing about the 49ers is, again, remember they hosted the NFC Championship game. They have been a Super Bowl contender or a Super Bowl champ for almost 20 years now. The rules have changed. The plan B and the free agency, look at them. They are not afraid, we're going to lose this, we're going to make a move here. All right, the re-sign you see in the upper left. But you lose Dana Stubblefield, you make a move on the defensive line, and you get Gabe Wilkins. You lose some DBs, like they let Rod Woodson go, they lose Drakeford. They sign Antonio Langham, which may ultimately turn out to be an upgrade. Plummer retires. Green, they lose him at linebacker. They let him go. They sign Winford Tubbs. Brent Jones retires. They bring in tight end Irv Smith. They weren't happy with the backup situation of Steve Young. They bring in a definite upgrade at that position in Ty Detmer. This is a team that is active, is clairvoyant. They see through, and now what did they not have? They did not have return. That's where McQuarters fits in.
How about Jamie Brown, Joe? I mean, Jamie Brown, they get from Denver for a pick next year, a second-round pick, but he'll be their right tackle, protect the blind side of Steve Young. So Jamie Brown's going to be pivotal. So that really forced them really to maybe go a different position. Didn't say, hey, you have to go offensive tackle. So Jamie Brown protected them against that.
Exactly, but I've also always believed that the one big flaw in the San Francisco 49ers organization has been their ability to return kicks. Even in the Super Bowl years, they've not done a very good job at it. They've relied on that offense and that defense to create field position. They've not relied on the special teams to create that. Now they have a young man who can get it done for them. So this may, not only, as Chris has said, continue to move the building blocks along to fill the holes, but it also now adds just one more weapon to a very, very potent football team.
Yeah, they drafted Dexter Carter in the first round once, and he did a good job, not a great job on returns for him. Then we have a record here, by the way, the 7th defensive back picked in the first round. That is the most that we have ever had in draft history. Let's go back a pick. AFC West, Victor Riley, chosen by the Chiefs at tackle. Tom Jackson, another one of those big fellas, and you can see where he fits in with Kansas City, can't we?
Well, Boom, I thought the most important factor in Victor Riley being picked was where he would go, who would be the coach, and I think that he's a perfect fit for Kansas City. Marty Schottenheimer is a great motivator, and that was the one problem with this kid. When you can get him motivated, we'll take a look at what he is capable of. He is the kind of guy who loves to pancake people. Again, you see the massive frame, comes off the ball very well in terms of run blocking. Look at him move people off the football. And then the second shot we're going to take a look at, watch him turn his man inside, pick up a double block. This is a double pancake. And then watch the enthusiasm afterwards, which I think is most important about this kid. Can you get that big 340-pound plus frame motivated to play? I think Marty Schottenheimer is going to do a good job of that.
All right, Tommy, thank you. Well, Riley fits in, but many of us, we said it, thought the Chiefs would take what was perceived to be the 4th running back, Holcomb, who would go in the first round. We have 2 picks left, Miami and Denver. Let's go up to Hank Goldberg, who was in Green Bay, who made that trade with Miami, which is why Miami's picking now. Why do you think the Chiefs did not go running back?
Well, I talked with Marty earlier in the week, and he only had a conviction on the top 2 running backs. He thought the others might be somewhat limited. He also didn't believe that any of the top tackles would be there when he selected. He was afraid that the 5 of them would be gone. So he was really surprised, because had Riley not been in that spot, they were very possibly going to trade out of that spot, because he was in a best athlete situation at that stage. So he was thrilled to see Riley on the board at that point, and there wasn't any question when he saw him there, Boomer.
All right, Hank, thank you. So the Packers will watch Miami pick in their slot. We have Miami and Denver, and then Oakland in a compensatory tweener between the first and second round, and then the Colts. War Room Cam live. Jimmy Johnson at the board. Miami on the clock, about 10 minutes till their pick. We shall return.
Long live Rome, and on to victory.
There are times when you can't afford to miss a message.
Brutus!
When you get Skyward Plus from SkyTel, you get the message every time, guaranteed.
Ford claimed Expedition is biggest in its class because Chevy Suburban is so large. It's in a class of its own. We couldn't have said it better ourselves. Chevy Suburban is the largest, most powerful sport utility vehicle on the face of the planet.
Hey, go work to me, kid. Thanks.
Slow-crafted Sam Adams. All in due time.
Hey, I'm going to McDonald's. You want anything?
Yeah, give me a Big Mac and fries.
Hey, did somebody say McDonald's? Coffee and a cheeseburger.
A number 3, and supersize it.
Dairy, cheeseburger, apple pie, Coke, and you have call line 7.
Sorry, fell in the mailroom. Look, we need 4 Big Macs. Could you hurry, please? Thanks.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Freezing tonight, mate. Clear and cold.
There are times when you can't afford to miss a message. When you get Skyward Plus from SkyTel, you get the message every time, guaranteed.
For most people, springtime is a time of peace. It's a time of natural beauty and flowers and such. But for the baseball player, it's a time of impatience. He's got the fire in his belly. That's what springtime is. It's the quiet in the field before the war.
Coming this summer, it's a lot more of the NFL on ESPN. Starting July 28th, the NFL Tonight with host Mark Malone. We'll have news from around the league every night, Tuesday through Saturday on ESPN2. Then, starting September 6th, NFL Countdown. Now starting at 11 a.m. A full 2 hours of news, inside stories, and live reports from around the league. Then, review the day on NFL Prime Time, starting at 7:30 this year with in-depth highlights of all the day's games. And then right after prime time, it's Sunday Night Football. From Labor Day to after Christmas, 17 weeks of the best teams, the best players, the best rivalries in the NFL. A full NFL season, all on ESPN. And certainly wall-to-wall football this fall on ESPN. We're so excited to have all these Sunday night games and 2-hour NFL countdown, and prime time leading into a game every week, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It shall be fun. Well, Miami, then Denver, as we wrap up the first round. And a pretty quick pace first round, actually. Now, as Miami is on the board, Mel, let's look at your board and look at just value as the Giants did. They saw Sean Williams, hey, he's the best value guy. We take him. If Jimmy goes value, what does he do?
Well, I think Corey Chavis, Jimmy wants guys that have a lot of recovery speed. That's not a need. I think when you look at guys down the line here, Bob Hallen, because of his versatility, but he's more of an early to mid 2. I think Brian Kelly, like I said, is a corner safety. Leonard Little could be a defensive end in Jimmy's scheme, but he's not that big. Stott's a defensive tackle. Kreutz is interesting because he's Jimmy's kind of center. He's an attacker. He can be there for 10 to 12 years. Cleveland really helped himself, but of course Jimmy's okay at tight end. So that's some of the value. I think an Olin Kreutz at this point, a guy that can play 10 to 12 years at the center position. Jimmy's thinking now, though, and center is an area on that offensive line, Joe, that he would like to maybe upgrade.
I mean, you can also throw out the possibility of a Jaquez Green. I mean, here's a guy who's a big-time receiver. He's a big-time receiver, little guy, real quick. But again, play with Ike Hilliard. I mean, you've got a guy who can really make plays, and I think that's what Jimmy wants to do. He said he wants to change the offensive philosophy a little bit in Miami. Kippy Brown's taken over as the offensive coordinator, likes to run the football. That may tend you to think, okay, maybe he wants to go to the offensive line, but you're still going to have to put points on the board. Dan Marino is his quarterback. Dan Marino got very little help from the wide receivers last year. That's why everybody went after him. Now maybe if you can put a little quick guy out there, it may help the situation a little bit. There are obviously a lot of possibilities here. Nobody has a clue what Jimmy's going to do, and Jimmy wouldn't want it any other way.
No, but you know what? I'm glad you brought up Jacquez Green's name, because I think we may hear some trade calls early in the second round. Some of the teams who are contenders down low in the second round want to move up because he's a unique, albeit very small player. Bobby Beathard told me about Jacquez Green, Joe. It's like Darryl Green. The guy's so good, I don't care how small he is. That ended up being a pretty good pick.
Well, you take a guy like, you mentioned the name of Darryl Green. In my opinion, Darryl Green is the type of a football player, given the opportunity to have been a kick returner in the National Football League, he would have been, without question, the all-time greatest kick returner in this game. Guys that can accelerate to get to top speed so quickly are invaluable in the return game. Jimmy just keeps moving around and getting an idea of what he wants to do.
You know what Jimmy does? Jimmy always is looking to maybe acquire some of those extra 3s, 4s, and 5s, where he turns into Zach Thomas's and Jason Taylor's and hole fillers. So, Jimmy's going to work it. If he's got 3, 4, 5 guys bunched together, he'll slide into the early second round. So he's got a lot of options here. But when you get down to this point, if you look trading down, Jason Peter was off the board. Greg Ellis off the board. So the guys that Jimmy was really targeting with that pick were gone. So it was a wise move already to move down and pick up an extra 2.
Or do we have our first huge curveball?
I think we do. I think the curve has come.
Here it is.
Could even be a knuckler.
With the 29th pick in the first round, the Miami Dolphins select running back from Mississippi, John Avery.
That's a Tuberville connection we talked about yesterday.
You know what? We did mention that
Tommy
size. Why not, right?
Tommy Tuberville had told me about a month and a half ago. Said, hey, John Avery's a heck of a back. People say he's not a guy who runs tough between the tackles, but hey, we designed our offense to take advantage of his game-breaking speed to the outside. He needs to work on his hands. But what Jimmy wanted, and Tommy said this when I talked to Tommy Tuberville, he did a great job at Ole Miss. Speed. He wanted somebody from 0 to 5 yards that could get into that hole and go to daylight, break into that secondary, something they don't have, not put all that pressure on the offensive line to sustain their blocks. And I think John Avery, with that 4.35 speed, I think he can really run. I think he is a game breaker, very elusive. You watch him, you see, and I don't want to say it, but I'll say it. Barry Sanders, a little bit of that style. Style, I said.
Well, here's the question.
That creative, when you see him in the open field, kick returner. Now here he is, going the distance. Look at the speed. And you see the
here's the question, Mel.
Moves.
Is he Warwick Dunn? That's the question.
Well, Warwick runs tougher between the tackles. For a little guy, Warwick's not afraid to mix it up and get those tough yards between the tackles that you have to get in the NFL. I know Mike Godfrey and I debated that yesterday. Mike said, hey, in the Marshall game, in the bowl game, Motor City Bowl, he really showed that was a problem, running hard up inside. I mentioned that to Tommy Tuberville. He said, no, it's the design of our offense. So, Jimmy rolled the dice with a speed back, a home run hitter.
Well, speed is what Jimmy Johnson has always coveted. It's what helped make the Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl champs. He doesn't have that much of it in Miami. He does now. Let's go down to Chris Mortensen in Miami very quickly. Mort.
Well, Chris, always speed. And yeah, Warwick Dunn is kind of a name that comes up. They are looking for a third down back. They have moved Jarris McFell to wide receiver. And one thing you can see, Jimmy talking on the phone, something he always does is talk on the phone to the guy he's going to pick because, number one, he wants to make a couple points. Welcome him to the team. Number two is he wants to make sure the guy's signable and he wants a commitment to the offseason program. But look for Avery to fill that third down back row for Dan Marino and Jimmy Johnson. Let's go to Chris Fowler up in Bristol.
Mort, thank you very much. Ron Jaworski, Mike Godfrey joined me. John Avery, a guy that when opponents played Ole Miss this past season, defensive coordinators, Mike, had to account for Avery. They just were terrified of the big play that he brings as a special teamer as well. A great return guy.
He can fly. I'll tell you, a high school sprint champion that dislocated his elbow in the first ball game, missed the next two, then came on strong for the Ole Miss football team. Has great balance and feet. You're just going to see him keep moving up the field. Almost slips. You see the little wiggle he's got right there, and then he's off and running. He's got touchdown speed, Chris. Every time he touches the ball, Ron Jaworski, he's got a chance to take it the distance. This guy can fly.
Not the rugged inside runner. We talked about this yesterday. You don't expect him to get tough inside yards, but as a special teamer, he's a threat.
And kickoff return ability, Chris. He can go the distance carrying the football and kickoff returning, and here he shows again getting to the end zone. He's got a feel to making the big play. And I think the biggest thing about him is the band director at college always has to be ready to hit that stick when he touches the ball because it's time for the instruments up, fight song.
And that's an ingredient that's been lacking in Miami, Jaws. There have been much explosive offensive playmakers in that. You said Dan Marino a second ago he's a happy guy with this
Well, I'm
pick.
all excited because Mike got me all excited, so Marino's got to be all excited because he's got Avery in his backfield. So it all fits together. And the one thing the Dolphins have lacked is a playmaker. They haven't had a guy to make big plays for them. So let's see how they're going to make big plays with our pre-play. Here he would line up right here. There's John Avery. If Green comes back, along with O.J. McDuffie, they'll draw the double coverage. That's going to open up these areas of the field you see right there. Well, how do you get to those? Well, here's the matchup. And football is a game of matchups. You have now got John Avery, quick as you can find him against the linebacker. Now, the play that works, attacking the zones, you got him matched up against this linebacker running down this seam. What Dan will do is fake the draw in here, drop back, hold that linebacker, wide open area of the middle field. This is a guy that could run, could catch, and as Mike said, get the band started. It's a touchdown. Dan Marino's got to love this guy. He'll put points on the board. They have a playmaker in Miami. Jimmy Johnson's got to be happy. Bob Ackles is looking for this kind of player. Hey, maybe Marino will get some more years out of that career.
And an Ole Miss player makes it 9 out of the SEC. The power of the Southeastern Conference being displayed here in round 1. The Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos are on the clock as the draft coverage continues from Connecticut and New York after this.
For any lifestyle, stomachs sometimes hurt. When that pain is serious, Dr. Rakesh K. Gupta can help most patients who have long-standing symptoms of stomach and gastrointestinal problems. Dr. Gupta will make the most accurate diagnosis possible, exclude diseases that are treated by surgery only, then prescribe the right diet and medication. With offices in Valparaiso, Maryville, and Michigan City, Dr. Gupta takes assignments on most private insurances and honors reduced benefits when not listed on PPO list. Call Dr. Gupta today.
Hometown values. Family-owned tradition. Root Funeral Home, 312 East 7th Street in Michigan City. Call 874-6209. Our family, serving your family since 1938.
The education of Dandy Dunn continues. We await the punt.
Classic Sports Network presents a world premiere special event. Replay the history of the NFL on television. Broadcasters.
We're on national television. I'll finish it right now.
Directors.
I had my cameras everywhere. They couldn't hide from me.
Pioneers. This is the story of how football changed television and how television changed football. Replay the history of the NFL on television. World premiere Monday at 8:30 on ESPN.
Dockers khakis, one leg at a time.
Got cable? You probably pay too much for too little.
Circuit City and DirecTV can bring you more choices for a guaranteed low price. You'll get over 40 channels for just $19.99 per month with DirecTV Select Choice programming. And any DSS purchase at Circuit City includes a free self-install kit or a professional installation for only $99. If you like sports, enjoy NBA League Pass and NHL Center Ice free. You'll even get a second receiver for only $99 right now at Circuit City.
We're back in New York as and I say this for Tom Jackson's personal edification, the Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos are now on the clock, and they have about 7.5 minutes to go. We'll get to Tommy and thoughts on their pick of either before or right after it's made in just a moment. Joining us now on the teleconferencing, the Sprint teleconferencing, is Carmen Policy, the president of the San Francisco 49ers and the man with the most infectious laugh of anybody that I know. Carmen, welcome. R.W. McQuarters, he's an interesting player that you guys have tabbed in the first round, and someone that you haven't had this excitement returning kicks and punts for a while, among others. You guys very excited to have him aboard?
Never have I seen, with one pick, the receivers coach jump up on the table and applaud, the defensive coaches, screaming and yelling, and the special teams coordinator thinking we were masterful. Everybody in the room was delighted.
Carmen, you lost a ton of players. You bring a lot of players in. How has the organization been able to do this year in, year out? Do you have vision that maybe only Superman has? I mean, how do you guys keep kind of bending with the rules and being at the head of the class?
Well, first of all, ownership provides us with the opportunity to have the kind of flexibility we have, the versatility we have, and the autonomy that we've enjoyed over the years. Secondarily, we're aggressive. We recognize what has to be done, when it has to be done, and we're subject to taking risk at times, and we go out and do it, and we've enjoyed it. We've enjoyed it. We've had some fun with it and some reasonable degree of success.
Carmen, speaking of ownership, there has been much in the news, much rumored, much written, much said about what might happen here in the coming months. Do you see, between now and, let's say, the start of the season in September, the situation between the longtime owner, now not owner of the Niners, Mr. DeBartolo, and you and those who are with the team now, is it beyond repair, or can it become amicable again?
Well, I think everybody within the 49er organization always wishes the best for the entire DeBartolo family. And certainly, including myself at the top of the list, we wish Ed DeBartolo good luck in terms of dealing with whatever business challenges he has. But having established the kind of system we have and having developed the 49er way of doing things, and as I said, with ownership supporting what we have in place and what we're trying to build, we've been able to operate in a business-as-usual fashion. So I don't sense that there's going to be a disruption of what we're going to have to do and what we're trying to do this season.
Carmen, have you talked with Eddie DeBartolo recently, or has it been a while?
It's been a couple of months, I believe, the latter part of January since Eddie and I have talked. And really, it's really as much a business accommodation and a feature that's related to the present situation that all of us find ourselves in that dictates that. And it's actually easier for us to do what we're doing in the way we're now obligated to do it, for us to more or less have some distance.
Let me get back on the field here for a moment. There's a receiver that's not bad that you have on your team named Jerry Rice. We saw him get hurt, get re-injured, or a different injury, but late in the year on that Monday night game against Denver. How is he coming along? Is he going to be ready to go at minicamp or certainly training camp in July?
Well, in our early training camp, Coach Mariucci invited Jerry to show up so that he could be an element of support for some of the newcomers and some of the vets, and he was there with the intention of patting fellows on the back and clapping his hand and cheering from the sideline. He wound up practicing. It's now anticipated by the doctors that he will be an active player in our mini camps in June. Probably will be at the point of being about 90%. It's further anticipated he'll certainly be 100% in training camp.
Well, that's great, because if he's 100%, that means the Niners are 100%. Good luck with your first pick here, Mr. McQuarters, and continued success this weekend, and thanks for joining us, as always.
Thanks very much.
Carmen Policy, president of the San Francisco 49ers, eloquent, and was so gracious to help us with our town meeting with the president in Houston this last Tuesday. I didn't get a chance to just do that on the teleconference, but we thank him for that. It was a momentous night for this network. We have 3 minutes to go on the clock for the Denver Broncos, so I think we're looking safety, but they have found, the Super Bowl champs have, that maybe there's some corners that they did not expect to be sitting there at this point to still be available late here in the first round. Of course, their defensive backfield, a little bit long in the tooth, although you certainly got to say that Steve Atwater played like the Steve Atwater we all remember in the Super Bowl, where he was unbelievable. But let's go up to Tom Jackson. Tommy, there are a couple of names. Actually, there's a name left that has some definite Bronco ties. Chavis.
Well, I think it's the best of both worlds. Corey Chavis is a cornerback who's big enough to play safety. His uncle, Barney Chavis, is a coach there with the defensive line. As you mentioned, both Tyrone Braxton and Steve Atwater have been in the league double-digit years, even though they both certainly played well. Tyrone Braxton played well the entire year. Steve Atwater had some injuries, played a Super Bowl. not to be redundant. So I think that if they have a chance to address the defensive side of the ball, we need to remember that it's the highest scoring offense in football. I know they're interested in a safety, but they'll take a corner/safety if they can get it.
Of course, you played for years and years. Tommy did with Barney Chavis, and he was kind of the link from the past to the present, huh?
I just had him chase me. That was all.
Well, let's take a look at the depth chart here, Joe, for the Broncos. The depth chart. You know, Tommy mentioned Braxton and Atwater. Torrey James, as Tom mentioned, now he comes back. I mean, they were expecting big things for him before he went down, before the season started. So if he comes back, it changes the complexion, because Flash Gordon, or the commissioner, as I call him, is a nickel. That's a big difference. So maybe that's what they're debating right now. If they know how Torrey James is going to be, maybe they don't go DB.
But Chris, the position of cornerback is one where no matter what coach or what coaches you talk to, whether they're offensive head coaches or defensive head coaches, they'll always tell you that we cannot have enough cornerbacks. Cornerback is a position where you take the chance of getting people hurt, you get people nicked up. If you're thin there, it limits what you can do on defense. And this is a position where Denver has a chance, maybe not in a need spot, but they can bring in a young guy from an insurance standpoint. As Tommy mentioned, you can move over to safety. In talking to the Denver Broncos, they feel very comfortable with their wide receiver position. That's not necessarily a pressing area of need for them, although there are some available at this point in the draft. I think that the defensive back wouldn't be a bad way for him to go.
Well, we'll find out exactly what the champion Broncos are going to do. The commissioner has the card.
With the final pick in the first round, the Denver Broncos select a wide receiver from Tennessee, Marcus Nash.
That's a gamble. That's a gamble.
Well, let's see. Maybe since John Elway has not yet officially decided if he's coming back, maybe this will help. Go ahead. We drafted a wide receiver.
Well, they needed one, certainly. But when you look at Marcus Nash, he struggled this year with consistency. Then he had the injury with the knee in the Orange Bowl. Then he had the subpar individual workout. I thought he'd drop maybe into the late second round. But I think when you look at the Denver Broncos, it's a need. They looked at a guy who certainly was productive at Tennessee, made a lot of big plays. You see him here after the catch doing a lot of damage. His workouts didn't showcase that kind of speed, but in game situations, he flashed it. What he needs to do is concentrate. It's not poor hands or suspect pass receiving skills. It's a lack of concentration with Marcus Nash. He has the size. He's certainly athletic. And I gotta say, against SEC corners, there he is against the Shea Townsend, who figures to be a late-round pick, doing the job. A one-handed catch there against Kentucky. You see first-round ability, but then there's other instances, Chris and Joe, where you see those drops, which you just can't have at the pro level.
Size with a little speed. And Tommy, let's go back up to you. I can't say a total shock, but yet maybe against the grain a little bit. Are you surprised with this selection, Tom?
Well, I'm not really surprised, because when we talked about the cornerback/safety, the other area that the Broncos wanted to address in case the Raiders took a Charles Woodson, they were paying attention to their division, where they knew they were going to see now a Sean Springs in that lineup, and they're going to see a Dale Carter at Kansas City. They're not going to see a Charles Woodson with the Raiders. They thought that they needed a receiver that they know can get on the line and threaten teams deep, and I know that they're hoping that Marcus Nash is going to be that guy.
Well, Tommy, the first round with Oakland on the clock with the tweener pick. End of the first round. Defense 16, offense 14. 3 from North Carolina have been picked. That is intriguing. And the Raiders get this pick as a result of compensation for losing their exclusive franchise player, Chester McLaughlin. We'll be back.
At first, Ramada and Holiday Inn may look similar. So to set us apart, at Ramada, we look for ways to do something special. At Ramada, our personal best will blow you away. For reservations, call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
When I decided to train for this, I heard it all. Jehu, you fool, this is the desert. Jehu, it's 110 degrees, crazy things. I practice around 5-6 hours a day with the rumble pack. On the slopes, in the half pipe, Jehu is there. It's very spiritual. Just you and the mountain and the snowboard. and the game.
1080 snowboarding only on Nintendo 64. Real close to the real thing.
I warn you, snowboarders, watch out for Jehu.
Sprint is proud to announce it's hit its mark again.
For 3 years in a row, Sprint has been ranked #1 by J.D. Power and Associates for the highest customer satisfaction among high-volume, long-distance users. To celebrate, we're giving people who sign up for Sprint Sense now our biggest offer yet. Up to 300 minutes free. That's on top of the great Sprint Diamond Minute rate.
Looks like we're going for 4.
Call now. 1-800-PIN-DROP.
Call alone. Mailman, it's been a long time.
Whoa! Mailman! You grew hair!
That's right. Couldn't have done it without my Rogaine.
The new Rogaine Extra Strength for Men. It's concentrated. It gets more to the root to grow 45% more hair than the original.
Nice rebound.
Carl, sign my Rogaine. The new Rogaine. 45% more hair.
It delivers for me.
Strangest thing happened to me the other day. Instead of traveling to a culture, I found myself traveling in a culture. I was on board Virgin Atlantic Airways, and I found it was a place where people were happy to see you, where the feeling is we're human beings, you're human beings, and this is going to be fun. Really.
And everyone gets their own choice of entertainment.
Including the choice to do nothing at all. Very civilized.
Virgin Atlantic to London.
Well, the sight of this man means only one thing. The Raiders are on the clock.
We're scared.
The Raiders, this is a unique pick. It's the 31st pick in the draft, but yet it's a tweener. It's a compensatory pick that they just acquired as a result of a ruling this week by the Management Council that their exclusive franchise player, Chester McLaughlin, tendered an offer sheet by Kansas City. Raiders did not match. As a result, they get a pick that's just added to the draft right here at 31, and the Chiefs' second-round pick, which subsequently, you may remember a little while ago, they traded on to Tampa Bay. But this is an added pick where normally Indianapolis would be drafting. Indianapolis and others quite upset around the league when this ruling came down.
This has materially affected the draft. As we speak, there are trade discussions going on with the Raiders for picks in the second round. It's given them the ability to control the second round and in effect, handed them a bonus that no one ever figured they should have. And in fact, that 31st pick, which controls the second round, by rights should be ours. And there's no rational explanation for why it was done.
We're somewhat disappointed that being one of the 7 teams that had a franchise player, that no one from the Management Council took the time to call us to inform us about what was taking place.
Was an arbitrary selection or a decision on the part of the league to place another pick in the draft, to devalue the rest of the picks, and it is very upsetting because without any discussion, bang, there it was.
Well, Chester McLaughlin, meanwhile, signed by the Kansas City Chiefs, who also, by the way, signed Leslie O'Neal this week and in major changes with KC. Chester, a 5-year deal. In a 6-year career with the Raiders, you can see that his stats have been a Pro Bowler several times. Kansas City goes for help from within the division. They lost, Neil Smith went across the division to Denver and helped the Broncos win it, the Super Bowl, and now they're hoping that McLaughlin comes over and they acquire help within the division to help them get into the Super Bowl. Oakland has made the pick. Let's go up to Gene Washington.
The Oakland Raiders have selected defensive tackle from Washington State, Leon Bender.
Well, Mel, they lose McLaughlin, and here's a guy that could go right in the position.
I'll tell you, he's 318 pounds, Chris. When you look at an athletic 318, a guy that is that defensive tackle, which were so valuable in free agency this year. Guys, people say, well, he's inconsistent, but I'll tell you what, he's focused on football. He played a defensive tackle position on a defensive front at Washington State that at times dominated the opposition, along with their defensive end, Dorian Booth. And he's one of those guys. He's that collapse-the-pocket style defensive tackle that everybody wants. Played against quality centers and guards and did, I think, a very solid job, and his workouts were strong. You see the athleticism there. Kid's 320 pounds. So I think for the Oakland Raider team that's always had a history, bring in those big defensive tackles. You had Darryl Russell from USC in the Pac-10. Now, of course, you have Leon Bender. So he was going to be a 2. So it's not like this is a reach or a stretch. He was going to be a second-round draft choice.
So from the Pac-10 champs, Lee Ferry, second pick overall. Then we begin the second round with the defensive player going.
And it was really an area where the Oakland Raiders were in a situation where they did lose a quality defensive tackle. They needed to fill that spot with a body. And this guy here looks like he has the ability possibly to be able to fill the void left by Chester McLaughlin. Of course, it's hard to fill the void of a Pro Bowler. You just hope the young guy comes in with a big motor. I think with the other guys that influence him on the defense, there's an opportunity for him to contribute and play right now. So that's, I mean, when you lose a body, you basically have to find one. And that's what I think we've seen overall in this draft. Corners have moved on, corners have been replaced. It's sort of like an overall San Francisco philosophy where we've got a need, let's go get it. They're able to do it in this draft. A couple teams like New England, for example, for depth, they can go depth route. Detroit can go depth. Other teams finding very specific needs like Oakland did in their first pick.
Still to come, the regular second round. Indianapolis, Arizona, and we move along. When we return, we'll talk with the commissioner of the National Football League, Paul Tagliabue.
Renting a car is part of your vacation, right?
Don't worry.
So Alamo thinks it should be part of your fun.
Drive happy.
That's why every time you rent from Alamo, you get our guarantee of unlimited mileage. And with Alamo's great Drive Happy deals, you've got lots of money left for the fun stuff.
Don't worry. Drive happy. Drive happy now.
Your money. Investing it should get you somewhere. So you put your money in mutual funds. How do they invest it? At Janus, they dig deep. They like to visit the company before they buy the stock. They interview customers, suppliers, employees. Looking that closely turns up the most promising places to invest your money. That's how you get there. Janus No-Load Mutual Funds.
Specialist or sergeant. Beneath the ribbons on your chest will be the souls of those who came before. You will be an individual, but triumph as a team. You will know strength, courage, and compassion. You will win what must be won, achieve what must be done. Be all that you can be. You will be a soldier.
Once upon a time, there was a printer that thought it was a copier. It was fast, 32 pages a minute. This printer collated, sorted, and stapled like a copier. Even had a name worthy of a copier. And starting at just $2,900, it made all the other printers very, very sad. That's the story of the Xerox DocuPrint N32, the printer that thinks it's a copier. For your local reseller, call 1-800-34-XEROX.
The NASCAR Ride-Along program puts you in the action.
Go right, go right. That's it, Mark. That's it. Speed up, and catch up. Right there. Oh, man, Keyshawn, you should have had that one. Come on, ref, you gotta see that. Throw the flag. You can't see. He was all over us. Mark, that car was all over us. That's pass interference. Oh, sure, now they throw the flag.
NASCAR on ESPN. Come along for the ride.
Leader in sports. This is ESPN News' special presentation of the NFL Draft.
And welcome back to our studios. Round one of the draft, a pretty briskly paced round. Under 4 hours and 50 minutes. We're now into round two. The first round beginning and ending with a selection of a Tennessee Volunteer. Peyton Manning, the quarterback, of course, going number one. Marcus Nash, a guy that Manning served as best man at Nash's wedding a year ago. Not the main reason he came back to Tennessee for his senior season, but certainly a fringe benefit. He would have been in NFL training camp, not able to stand in as best man for Nash's wedding. Manning showing class and, as usual, saying all the right things today.
Well, it's an honor, Mike. There's no question about it. I'm really excited about what's ahead and just proud that the Colts put their faith in me. I'm looking forward to the challenge of getting the program going, and it's a really exciting time right now.
You saw Andre Wadsworth quickly there. He went number 3. The SEC dominant, 10 of the 30 first-round picks of the conference that was dominant in bowl games as well. Another measurement of conference strength. The SEC had 4 first-round picks last year, up to 10. And the ACC, with those 3 players from the North Carolina defense going in the first round, checking in second with 7 picks. As we said, we are in round number 2. The Indianapolis Colts, who began the day by selecting Peyton Manning, have gone and gotten a receiver with the first pick that they have in round number 2, Jerome Pathon, a wide receiver out of Washington. Very exciting player, guy who has good speed, and also a guy who's able to make very difficult circus catches. Not every pass that Pathon caught was laid right in there, but he showed the ability to go get the ball. Hopefully, Manning will deliver a lot more on target than some of the passes that Pathon saw this year. But right away, the Colts upgraded the offense with a quarterback they expect to start instantly, and now a weapon for him in the fleet, Jerome Pathon. We'll have more on him as the day unfolds. But now to Jimmy Johnson with our Chris Mortensen. Chris?
All right, I'm here with Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, let's get to the big news of the day. You've signed a contract extension, or you're signing one year. I thought you were a 3- or 4-year coach and out. What happened?
Oh, yeah, I signed a new contract here, not too long ago, and to clarify a couple of things, there are no stock options, no incentives. It's just straight money for so many years.
No free cars from?
Well, I do get a free car, but it's through the year 2000.
All right, let's go to, you traded out of the 19th spot with the Packers before the draft even started. When 19 came around, 2 interesting players on the board, Vonnie Holliday, who the Packers took, and then Randy Moss. Did you regret trading out when you saw those players there?
No, in fact, Tom Bronson and I talked about it. We were sitting, there, and we said, okay, well, what's going to happen? There it's building up to our pick, and I said, hey, really, once Brian Simmons went off the board, we said, well, we would all be on the phone right now trying to trade out of this pick because we didn't want to pick at the 19th pick with the players that are available. Holliday's an outstanding player, but we took a defensive tackle, a couple of years ago, and we've got Tim Bowens, and so we're in pretty good shape there. But we would have been trading out of the pick regardless who was on the board, at least at that time.
Was Moss at all a temptation?
He would have been a temptation at 29, but we wouldn't have done anything at 19. We would have been trading down.
Speed doesn't surprise me. John Avery has plenty of speed. Some people might say that might have been a reach as well. What did you like about him?
Well, we took Jarris McPhail was running our nickel back, and the past couple of years we moved him to wide receiver, so we needed somebody for a nickel back. Now, everybody, my offensive coaches, the people at Ole Miss, they say he's an every down back. We'll see, but we know this. He can return kickoffs. He can give us a change of pace. He can give us something that we haven't had the last couple of years, and that's big play capability offensively.
Well, Jimmy Johnson has 3 picks on the second round. He says there's value in that round. Let's go back to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Mort, thank you very much. Mort spends time down with Jimmy. They must use the same hairspray. The hair is starting to look the same. Well, at any rate, the first round is over. We're into the second round. Corey Chavis just selected by Arizona with their pick in the second round, their first pick in the second round, defensive back Vanderbilt. Joining us now, a friend of all of ours, really, and certainly presiding over a bumper year in the National Football League, and that's Paul Tagliabue, and an exciting draft, as we talked about. Thank you for joining us. But television deal, bargaining agreement, CBA very close to being ratified. Got a lot of ducks in order this year. A lot of excitement in the league, isn't there?
Well, we did, and I think you can feel it here with the fans today, and you can see it in the stadiums last year, and culminating with the Super Bowl. It was a great year for the league, and hopefully we can keep it going.
There were some upset teams, as you were well aware of, about the pick that Oakland just acquired, that they used Bender on, the compensatory pick. The situation didn't change, but if the team's been, if not appeased, do you feel that you've addressed it, you've talked to them, and everybody's moving on?
Well, it's a competitive thing at this time of the draft, so I understand that people can get upset about this type of thing, but it had to be done on a transition basis. We focused hard on the competitive aspects to make sure it was fair. It's something we've been doing since '92 when we made the transition into free agency. And, it's important to get the labor agreement extended, and that's what this is a part of. And that's what gives us the draft. That's what gives us a 31st pick. So we don't make these types of adjustments and do it in a fair way, then we'll have a lot of instability. So in the big picture, this is an important thing, and we think the clubs will understand that it was similar to what we did with Ted Washington and Robert Smith 3 or 4 weeks ago. and I think it'll be accepted.
You can't talk to everybody, but the Colts were the next one. Did you talk to Napoleon, Irsay, etc.?
Well, I spoke to Jim Irsay yesterday at some length, and I think he had come to understand, having spoken to our people, and George Young and I talked about the competitive aspects and satisfied ourselves that it was a balanced thing. Chester McLaughlin, as you know, 4 straight times in a Pro Bowl. It's a big give to lose him, and the compensatory pick concept's built into our system now.
Cleveland Browns are entering the NFL not this fall, but next fall. In May, is the timetable right, Paul, that you're going to get an ownership group together? What's the timetable for them as they come in alone as an odd team, and it'll be the 31st team?
Well, the biggest date for me will be the Hall of Fame game next year when the Cleveland Browns play the Dallas Cowboys in Canton, Ohio.
Right.
You know, that's the big day for me. So, and then opening up the regular season next year. But next week, we're going to have our ownership application out to the interested parties, and we'll be processing it and hopefully reach a decision on the owner in the upcoming months by midsummer.
How long can the league go with an odd number of teams where someone will be off week 1 and someone will be off week 17, which is not an ideal situation?
It's not ideal, but as you know, we've had odd numbers of teams in the past, and but I think the key thing now is we have a window of opportunity to expand to a 32nd team. We're working with people in Los Angeles and Houston. Those would be our priority cities, and hopefully we can get something done in the next couple of years.
What's the league's role, if any, at this point in the San Francisco situation? We had Carmen Policy on a while ago.
Well, I've been staying in close touch with the head of the DeBartolo family interest, the head of the corporation, and I'll be talking to him this coming week. I told him we would talk again right after the draft, and I've spoken to Mayor Brown about the stadium situation on a number of occasions. So our priority is to keep the 49ers, you know, front and center, focused on the field with Steve Mariucci at the helm. Hopefully, these off-field things will resolve themselves in the coming months, but we want stability and continuity.
You got a chance to meet some of the top players, and specifically the 2 quarterbacks. I don't know who's taller, Manning, Lee, for you.
Well, we're close. We talked about that this morning.
They're great. It'll be exciting. This draft, I think, when we look back, this will be one that we'll fondly remember. I mean, you're excited. They're all wonderful kids.
Well, the 4 players we had here today, you know, Charles Woodson and Curtis Enos, and the 2 quarterbacks, I think it's typical of what we have in the NFL today. Outstanding young men who are focused not just on the field, but off the field. Talking to these players and their families, they know that people expect them to be role models and also great football players, and I think they all will be that.
Congratulations on a great year and a new contract for you. Always a pleasure to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for your help.
Thanks. The draft rolls on from New York. We'll be back in a moment.
Every day, more people are choosing Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse. And here's why.
No one has more flooring options in stock. Wood floors or carpeting.
Lowe's has your floors covered. Ceramics, vinyls, rugs.
At everyday low prices, guaranteed. Buy it at Lowe's, and you can get it installed, too.
Berbers, plushes, sculptured, tile. Lowe's has flooring to the ceiling. When it comes to home improvement,
Lowe's knows.
You're not going to believe how effective Bowflex is the first time you get on it. Bowflex may look a little different, but that's because we designed it to function correctly. Bowflex uses power rod resistance. Bowflex power rods are so effective that Bowflex guarantees results in 6 weeks or your money back. Try going to the gym and getting a guarantee on results. You won't find it. If you call and get our free videotape, you're going to see an effective workout and see how easy and quick and fun working out with Bowflex is.
You're hooked on hockey. You watch till your eyes play hat tricks on you. You even dream hockey.
Wake up! You could win the ESPN2 NHL All-Star Dream Come True presented by MasterCard. You'll go to NHL All-Star Saturday and to the All-Star Game on Sunday. Just tune in to the ESPN2 NHL Playoffs. Watch the first game of the night. Call the 800 number with the team that gets the first power play. Wake up! You could win the ESPN2 NHL All-Star Dream Come True presented by MasterCard.
Cool.
Okay, so you don't measure up to someone else's idea of perfection. Don't worry. We think you're perfect, especially for our executive class seat.
Guys like me don't get much respect. I mean, I'm not even a cereal box, but man, I could care less.
Triple Play 99. EA Sports. It's in the game.
athlete's foot. It's a predator made up of many types of fungus that eat your feet alive. But there's a potent weapon that doesn't just cure some, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure. Lotrimin AF, the brand doctors recommend most. Full prescription strength medicine, Lotrimin AF is so powerful, it doesn't just kill some causes, it kills them all. Lotrimin AF, the killer cure.
This ESPN News presentation of the 1998 NFL Draft is brought to you by the U.S. Army. Be a part of the toughest, smartest Army in the world. Be all that you can be. And by the document company, Xerox.
We are back at the theater in New York as the one of the fastest first rounds we've had, just over about 4.5 hours, fastest we've had in a half dozen years. We gave you Oakland's pick, the top of the second round, Leon Bender. Indianapolis's pick, Chris gave you Jerome Pathon, a very interesting player, a fast wide receiver from Washington. And it would add up that if you draft Peyton Manning first, let's get someone along with Marvin Harrison that he can throw to, and they also have a fine tight end in Dilger, so that they can move the ball up top.
Well, they do. When you look at Jerome Pathon's speed and that deep threat, that home run hitter, great hands. I mean, he was a kid, came out of Canada and has developed and evolved and emerged in the Pac-10 against a pretty good defensive back. So you see the body control. That's what really sets him apart, Chris. When there's a deep throw from Brock Stewart, he adjusted. This is an outstanding catch right here in the end zone. And a lot of these passes that normal receivers, average receivers, would have a hard time coming down with, Jerome Pathon had no problem adjusting to. So when you look at the hands, the speed, and plus he's not 5'9", he's 6 feet even, he's got good size, he can run, he's an emerging talent with not a huge football background, limited football background. He should even get better with pro coaching.
Hey, Bill loves him. Bill Polian loves him. A return guy also can really push the envelope, and that's what they want to do. Now, a guy who we thought would go in the first round, Arizona, Davis defensive back Vanderbilt. You like it?
Well, everybody said, Chris, he didn't have cornerback speed, but he ran a 4.53 at the combine. He's 205 pounds. You see the man-to-man ability that he has. He had no safety help in the middle of the field in Vanderbilt's defense, and he still did a heck of a job. And you talk about a Vanderbilt defense, it was really their staple. They were in every game in the SEC, virtually against any opponent on their schedule. Now, with Arizona, when you look at Corey Chavis, he'll be probably a safety. So that's what everybody thought he was. He's going to give you that cornerback type ability at a safety position in terms of coverage. Tough kid, too.
Now, this last year, I said Warwick Dunn was my favorite player in the draft. Jaquez Green, my favorite player in this year's draft, and he's going to the same team. Tampa.
Hurricanes, Seminoles, and Gators.
Yeah,
they look at the history, and they've had great success. Tampa Bay has, keeping those guys at home. And Jaquez Green, Riddell Anthony, certainly. You talk about Warwick Dunn. Those are exciting players, and he's really to the wide receiver position what Warwick Dunn was to the running back spot. Undersized, but tough, and when you want a big play, look at the separation. There's usually 3 to 4 yards between Jaquez Green and the cornerback in that system. You saw Hilliard have an impact. Anthony struggled a little bit with consistency, but this system in Florida gives him an opportunity to give Trent Dilfer one more key weapon in that offense.
The Bears have just selected in the second round defensive back Tony Parrish of Washington, and now here's a name that we haven't talked about really yet.
Well, you know, he's 5'9 3/4", 5'10", but he's a hitter. This is against Ryan Leaf. Comes away with the interception. He takes it all the way. So when you look at a Tony Parrish, you're talking about a guy very athletic, as you can see here, when he went into the end zone. He will hit you. Yeah, he's strong. He's compact. He's really chiseled. He has that chiseled frame like granite. And when he hits you, he hurts you. And I think when you look at the center fielder ability, that's what Tony Parrish brings. You'll see him coming up against Amon Green. And you'll see an open field tackle, one-on-one. Amon Green should end up being a second-round pick out of Nebraska. So Tony Parrish, proven against big-time opponents. He is the ultimate center fielder.
All right, so now that's gotten you caught up. Arizona with their second-round pick now coming up. And speaking of Arizona, it's a great day for them already. They're on the board again. Let's go out to our Mike Golick in the desert. Mike?
Great day. First, they set their sights on an impact player, and they get that with Andre Wadsworth. Then things started to get a little intense at the end of the first round. Picks 20 through 25. 3 of the top safeties taken off the board. But look at the reaction of Vice President of Player Personnel Bob Ferguson when the Raiders selected a defensive tackle. Now, this set the table for cornerback Corey Chavis to be taken with the 33rd pick. And Mel, you are absolutely right. He is going to move to safety, 6 foot, maybe about 200, 205 pounds. Love this guy's ability. Remember, they took Tommy Knight last year at number 9 at corner. They like him there. Corey Chavis will go to safety. Boomer, you're right. Things are coming up roses. I'd say that, but we're in Arizona, so they're coming up saguaros right here for the Cardinals.
All right, Mike, thank you. Hey, Fergie had his game face on right there. Oh, Vince Tobin. I mean, that was Chavis. I just like what they're doing. Now they're up again. We'll see if we continue to like what they're doing. Let's go back to Jacquez Green. We brought the name up at the end of the first round with Tampa Bay, and what wonderful, you know, the change they made in offense last year with, you're in good hands with Allstott, and of course, Warwick Dunn with Dill for a Pro Bowl. They have more Pro Bowl players than anybody else. Here's the next team in that conference where it's much tougher to say you're a Super Bowl contender. I don't want to say it yet. Right. But to move up in the Green Bay, San Francisco, you saw how long it took Green Bay to move up the ladder to be a legitimate contender. Tampa Bay is on the way, and they have a new sombrero next year, too. There's a lot of excitement down there, only negative. They're expected to be good this year.
They are expected to be good with every reason, too. And when you take a look at the way this football team has been built, Tony Dungy is one of the finest defensive coaches in football. All of a sudden, he gets himself a good, solid defense. Then you bring in Allstott and Dunn. You get yourself a good running game to support your quarterback. Now it's time for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to move it to the next level, find people that they can get down the field with. Jacquez Green is the type of a guy who can put points on the board for you in a hurry. That is the next level. When you look at the top-level teams, the Denvers, the Green Bays, these are the teams that everybody wants to become. The 49ers, the Cowboys. Let's put points on the board. Let's see if we can get up 60, 70-yard chunks in one fell swoop. You do that with Warwick Dunn on the ground. Now you got a guy like Green outside to go along with Riddell Anthony and give you an opportunity to stretch the field. Right now, Tampa Bay, when you look at them, even though Tony Dungy is the coach and a defensive guy, you say offensively, they're as explosive as anybody in football. And I think that's why they go and take a small receiver like this. It's the ability to get into the end zone and get down the field now that starts to move them up into that 6, 7, 8 echelon of the guys that are going to show up in the playoffs every year.
And they all get to go home on their day off because when they don't practice on Tuesday, I mean, once again, the Bucs, as you point out, Mel, have taken players from the Sunshine State. I mean, the list is just long and just growing. Of course, Jacquez Green now Florida. Last year, Dunn and Anthony from Florida State in Florida. Odom, Warren Sapp, of course, from down the road, well, across state in Miami. Derek Brooks. What a draft that was in '95. That was before Tony was there, but Rich McKay pulled the trigger on those. And, of course, they had a lot of picks, but they had a lot of picks for a lot of years that were washouts. This team is, and who would have thought that the Bay of Pigs, Green Bay at Tampa Bay, is a Monday Night Football game this year? The Bay of Pigs on Monday Night Football. How far have they come? Arizona's on the clock. Tight end?
When do we get these tight ends? Cleveland and Alexander off the board.
We'll be back.
Harvey?
What do you want?
We've got to talk. These kids you're mixed up with don't know right from wrong.
They're my friends.
People who don't dial 1-800-COLLECT are nobody's friends. 1-800-COLLECT is 10 cents a minute every evening.
Really?
This isn't a game, kid. You could be saving your parents' money.
Bobby, you with us or him?
You made the right choice, son. 1-800-COLLECT, 10 cents a minute every evening.
You never know when your number is going to be up. That's why you need protection against the unexpected. But life is full of surprises. You could live to be 100. So at the Conseco Companies, our goal is to help you protect wealth, create wealth for life.
Zero-pressure Michelin. So revolutionary it won't go flat, even with a puncture the size of a golf ball, letting you drive up to 50 miles at 55 miles per hour. Just what you'd expect from Michelin.
Home Depot's philosophy is cutting edge. What does the customer want? We always got something new coming out on the floor.
Things that you were wishing would get on the market, and all of a sudden, wow, there it is.
It's important to give the customer everything needed to do any project around their home.
Like great Grillmaster grills, the flame control system makes certain you get sure starts, even heat, less flare-ups, and perfect meat. Come see the complete line of Grillmaster grills at the Great Grillmaster event. It's happening this weekend at the Home Depot.
Hello, I'm Netboy, live from ESPN Sports Zone via XPG 46 Digital CompuCam. You know, you can check out the big basketball games live with play-by-play graphics on NBA Gamecast. Hey, I do it all the time. Yo, Furman, get out of my cheese puffs. Those are my cheese puffs! Furman!
This magazine captures the sizzle of sports, the glory, the joy, the pathos.
Who's the next great quarterback? That All-American Manning or that Rebel Leaf? And get me something on the draft. Who's going first round? And some mature audience-only pictures. Lots of sparks. Printed, baby!
We are back in Arizona. Just made their second round selection. The name we haven't brought up yet, but every tackle is 330, 340, 350. It's Anthony Clement, 6'7", 355 from Southwest Louisiana. So, Mel, for Arizona, oh, my darling, it's Clement time.
Well, you talk about left tackle. Lomas Brown's going into his 14th year this season, so you need an heir apparent to Lomas. And Anthony Clement, who played left tackle at Southwestern Louisiana, could be a right tackle. You see a huge bookend, strong, very athletic, was a shot putter on the Southwestern Louisiana track team. So a guy that does bring some athletic ability to the table, decent movement, average feet. But I tell you, he can get after you as a run blocker with that huge frame and open up some running room. And, of course, you have Adrian Morrell now as their main back. And, yeah, he's the kind of guy, when you look at Anthony Clement, only 21 years of age, started 33 straight games to close out his career. So very durable for such a huge bookend and still young, only 21.
Well, as we say, the Cardinals are, well, that pick was Arizona's, that was their regular pick, was it not?
Yeah.
In case you missed it, all right, this is, let's recap now what the Chargers and the Cardinals did. Of course, the Chargers went from 3 to 2 in the first round, this is a while back, to move up to have the opportunity to pick Ryan Leaf. In exchange, Cardinals moved down one slot, which they drafted Wadsworth. They pick up the extra second-round pick, which turned out to be Corey Chavis. They got Eric Metcalf, former top pick, wide receiver, kick returner. Linebacker's not a bad little player, Patrick Sapp, and a #1 next year. So it's quite a move by Arizona and quite a, I don't want to say ransom, quite a price that San Diego paid. Our Sean Salisbury went to San Diego and filed this report.
Thanks, Boomer. Surprise, surprise. The Chargers got their quarterback in Ryan Leaf, but have stated publicly that they'd have been happy with either Manning or Leaf. So I asked General Manager Bobby Beathard if by giving up 3 draft picks and 2 players, they had to sacrifice too much to get their quarterback.
I don't think so at all. I think, in fact, if they turn out like we expect and like we hope, then I think it's going to be cheap.
I think he's a great competitor. I think he's a tremendous competitor. He's fiery. He shows great physical courage out on the field. He has a willingness to run. I think as big as he is, sometimes it's surprising how nimble he can be on his feet. In the workout, I thought he showed great touch. In fact, when Jim Kelly was a rookie, his ability to throw different kinds of balls when he had to throw them. You know, if a guy was wide open, he could throw a nice touch ball in front, real accurate. If he had to drill it, he could drill it. And I think that's the one thing that caught my eye about Ryan during the workout. He was able to throw a variety of different passes, different ways.
We did our job now. Ed McGuire, our cap man, has to get him signed. But now it's this isn't the fun part, but I think it's a little advantage going second because the Colts are ahead of us, and they've got the same problems ahead, or the same challenges ahead.
Can't keep the smile off my face.
Coach Kevin Gilbride's not the only one here in San Diego with a smile on his face. The fans are ecstatic that Ryan Leaf will be their quarterback. The question is now, will he be able to start in the fall? They're going to have to accelerate his learning because the Chargers would like to have him penciled in come first game. Boomer?
All right, Sean, thank you. And we will not hear from the Chargers again today. They're off the clock until the 5th round. So,
bye.
Bobby's surfing.
That's right. Dean and Mr. Spano.
No, they're on the plane.
They're on their way back
taking
home.
Ryan to San Diego right now. Hey, you know what? Dick Vermeil, we had him on and we had to hurry him off, and we apologize for that, but some picks were flying, and Dick was gracious enough to just sit around and answer a couple questions and go. We thought they would make the move, St. Louis, to move up to get the number 5 pick overall and take Curtis Enos. They waited, they waited, they waited, and when Kansas City passed on Robert Holcomb, there was no other spot, and so St. Louis has just picked their running back with first-round value. Robert Holcomb, running back, Illinois, who was a bellwether in a storm. Illinois was not a good football team. I mean, he carries the ball like 300 times a year, Mel.
I mean, Chris, you look at Robert Holcomb. He was a marked man. 0-11 team. Yes. Everybody knew who they had to stop, and he still had his 150 yards every game. Good inside runner, can carry defenders for extra yardage. And I tell you, a guy that is really tough. He's just enough shiftiness. You know, he's not one of those guys that's real creative, but he has enough ability to make defenders miss, to allow him to run, really go for 40, 50-yard gains on occasion, despite having about 4.55 speed. So when you watch this kid play, he is a guy who in this day and age of the long run can provide that, even though his 40 time is not super impressive. Look at the balance. And you continue on after the first hit. That's a sign of a great back. What we don't see on the highlight package is the ability to catch the football. And that's what really set him apart during individual workouts. Teams basically came away with that workout saying he might be the best pass receiving back in this draft, in addition to what you saw on a 217-pound frame at Illinois running with the ball.
In a minute, Mel, I want to go to your board very quickly, Joe. Tony Banks and his development as he works under Dick Vermeil and that coaching staff. Get a big back like Holcomb. How much, I mean, it's probably an obvious answer. How much could he play into Banks' development?
Well, it is an obvious answer. Anytime you can get a running back to come in and play and take some of the pressure off your quarterback, it helps. I think the one thing I observed out of Tony Banks last year is he had really moments of greatness. He played some great stretches, not just a game, but great stretches of play. And then all of a sudden he'd get into a slump for 2 or 3 games. That's when you need a running back to sort of help you out, take a little bit of the heat off. I think it always helps to have a running back in the development of a quarterback, and certainly a guy like Holcomb, who everybody really liked. I mean, you're talking about real small increments when you start talking about these running backs after Enos. So this was a kid that they really like, and I think can help an awful lot.
What do you do with Tony Banks, with the fumbles and the snaps from center? That everything's just not working right for Banks, even before he gets back in the pocket to throw the football.
Now, I think those are the things that he can work through. He did a better job protecting the ball last year than he did before. I think he'll continue to do a better job. And just the more he plays, the quarterback, the more mistakes you make, the more you realize what you did wrong and the better you become. That's the only way you learn in this game.
So can this guy be the quarterback for Dick Vermeil?
I've seen flashes of him that can be something special. He can not only be Dick Vermeil's quarterback, he can be one of the real special ones that play in this game.
Robert Holcomb can help him do that. Dallas now is up on the clock with Buffalo next. Let's go back up to Gene Washington and find out who Dallas picks with their second-round selection. Went Greg Ellis early in the first. Defensive end, North Carolina.
Dallas has selected offensive tackle from Michigan State, Flozell Adams.
Right, that was, like we said, lineman. Flozell Adams, Michigan State. And he doesn't like the nickname The Hotel because actually 335, he's by far and away not the biggest guy we've talked about today.
Well, I'll tell you, he played right tackle as a junior, left tackle this past season, but you see a guy, he's huge. He has some intensity. People say he's not consistently really ready to play, but when he's fired up, he can just manhandle people with that size and strength. Potentially, he's a great run blocker at the pro level, gets outstanding movement. And as far as a pass blocker, yeah, that's the question mark, but he wasn't called for as many penalties at left tackle as he was at right tackle. So despite the ankle injury this year, he played through it. Certainly didn't have the kind of season everybody expected. That's why he's there in the second round for the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, let's very quickly go down to Big D and join our Chris Myers and obviously position a need for the Dallas Cowboys. Both draft picks have been thus far, Chris.
Right, thanks very much, Chris. They wanted a lineman. They got the defensive lineman and Greg Ellis, and this is where they wanted to go. Actually, Flozell Adams, they had him rated as a first-round player up there with Trey Thomas and Kyle Turley. He was one of the players that they brought in to Valley Ranch to visit during the course of the draft preseason, if you can call it that, before the draft, and they like him to play on the line right away. Flozell Adams was a guy that Hudson Houck, the offensive line coach, you see in the background shaking hands in the room with Larry Lacewell, the director of player personnel, made a bit of a push for. There's a high five from scouting director Walt Julep. Leonard Little, the defensive end outside linebacker from Tennessee, was also under discussion because that's an area the Cowboys wanted to address. But they liked Adams because the offensive line help that they need, so they've addressed both areas. There is a slight hearing deficiency in the right ear of Adams, about a 40% hearing loss, which may affect which part of the line he'll need to play on so he can hear the signals. That was one item that came out in researching his background. Right now, let's go to Chris Fowler in Connecticut.
Chris, I've often kidded Flozell Adams. You got to be big and tough to grow up in Chicago with a name like Flozell. Here's a guy that, on the positive side, really was able to play most of this past college football season with an injured ankle. On the other hand, that might have caused him to drop in the minds of some scouts. If you watch tape, there are games where Flozell Adams was getting beaten on the outside. Remember watching the Spartans game with Michigan when Adams playing below 100%, was continuously beaten on the outside. Never forget the image. Adams behind the Spartan bench, just kind of slowly, methodically banging his head. He did have a helmet on, but banging his head against that concrete wall. So Adams had some frustrating days trying to play through pain with that injured ankle. Flozell, the hotel, not a five-star hotel this year, but he is headed to Dallas, and he's got the kind of size, as they always say, that you cannot coach. Buffalo Bills on the clock as the draft continues from New York and all over the place. Right after this.
Viva Gorditas!
3 hours from now, this place will be filled with 18,000 screaming fans. And if I can take these Coors Lights, deliver them in all their frost-brewed glory, it is my name they're gonna be cheering.
Hear me. Excuse me.
Two hours and 59 minutes from now.
Renting a car is part of your vacation, right?
Don't worry.
So Alamo thinks it should be part of your fun.
Drive happy.
That's why every time you rent from Alamo, you get our guarantee of unlimited mileage. And with Alamo's great Drive Happy deals, you've got lots of money left for the fun stuff.
Don't worry. Drive happy. Drive happy now.
Every Sunday afternoon during football season, I read the opposing team's defenses, but the rest of the time, I read everything I can for news, information, and entertainment. I'm John Elway, encouraging you to read. Read books, read magazines, and certainly read a newspaper every day. Reading will make you more interesting and better informed. Then you'll be ready to be a real star in the most important game of all, the game of life.
Read a newspaper every day because it all starts with newspapers.
Thank you. Morning, ESPN 4644 6690 4644. ESPN.
6 feet 1. All world from the University of Hawaii, the titan of the keyboard, his highness of the highlight, Larry
ESPN. Thank you. Morning, ESPN.
We're back in New York as for the first time today, the Buffalo Bills have been on the clock. The Bills did not have a first-round pick because they already spent it. They feel they spent it wisely after watching a struggling Todd Collins, a struggling Alex Van Pelt, and a playbook-less Billy Joe Hobart last year at quarterback to try to succeed Jim Kelly. They acquired Rob Johnson from Jacksonville, and of course the cost was their one, a fourth, and the one was turned into Fred Taylor. We're going to discuss Rob Johnson in a moment because we have some interesting things to say about that whole move. But the Bills could not believe, I know what was going on in their room right now, until Dallas picked Flozell Adams, Cameron Cleland, tight end, Sam Cowart, linebacker, Florida State. All three of them were left. They were hoping to get one of the three in the spot. When Adams went to Dallas, it was either Cowart or Cleland, and they decided on Sam Cowart. Linebacker Mel, Florida State, who's a real tough football player, who had some injury problems but bounced back nicely last season.
Well, he really did. He missed the entire '96 season and, of course, was a medical question mark going in. Answered all those questions with a great year. Changed his number to number 1 from 56. Went out and did a heck of a job. You watch him. He's an enforcer. He's a hard hitter. Loves to play the game. Flies around the field. Some people say, well, you know, questionable in pass coverage, but he's a guy that, when you really look at him, could be an every down player if used properly. He's a real good wrap-up tackler. Doesn't miss many opportunities in the open field, and he will hit you, Joe, and he will hit you hard. And I think when you look at the character issue, we kind of scrutinize every player, but here's a guy battled back from a very serious knee injury, put the time in necessary in the weight room to get stronger, faster, and ultimately put together an unbelievable senior year with about 145 tackles, leading that outstanding Seminole defense in that category.
Well, I'm talking to John Butler. He says, you know what this kid understands? Angles. Angles to make tackles. And so they have now, even though you would think offense, the value was just too good for him to pass up. A guy who had not had the knee injury would have been almost a bona fide first-round pick. But now, getting restless up there on the set is Tom Jackson with his Sam Coward imitations. Tommy.
Well, I think that Sam Coward brings a lot of things to a football club. Now, the thing that he's going to do is he's going to stay on the field for you every down. He has great ability when it comes to technique. Let's take a look at Sam Coward. One thing you're going to see Sam do, you're going to see his great range here. He has that ability to go all the way across the defense. He's on the weak side. He comes all the way strong side, makes a play at the line of scrimmage. Closing speed. No problem for any of the Florida State players. You can see right there the last 4 steps. And then the playmaking ability right here, picks up a fumble, runs it in. He picked up 4 fumbles this year. 3 of them he ran into the end zone. 1 he recovered in the end zone. 4 touchdowns. All in one season. I scored 4 in 14 years. Let's talk about one thing that he did that I'd like to see him do differently, and then that's the first shot. We saw a false step. He lined up on the weak side of the defense. When the guard came out at him, he got ready to go. There's a false step involved before he can get across. NFL coaches will want him to get here. When he comes through, they'll want him to get here and start across that defense. But other than that, not a whole lot to improve on.
All right, Tommy, thank you. And by the way, speaking of Bills defense, some encouraging reports on Chris Spielman, who hopes, and the Bills hope, will be back playing football for them this fall. Well, time for the bottom of the hour whip around. We start where it all began. Indianapolis, our Mark Malone.
The late edition headlines say it all. Indianapolis is Peyton's place. The Colts making Peyton the #1 overall pick. And then they gave him some help in the second round. Jerome Paython, a wide receiver out of Washington. Look for the Colts now to concentrate on defense, a cover corner, and perhaps a linebacker. Now let's go out to Mike Golick.
Here in Arizona, the Cardinals made it look easy early with their impact pick, Andre Wadsworth. Got a little tense later in the first round as safeties and offensive tackles started falling off the board. But look at the reaction of head coach Vince Tobin in the yellow shirt after Corey Chavis fell to them at pick number 33. They finish it off with big offensive tackle, 355-pound Anthony Clement. You could say they're filling some very big needs. Let's slide on east to Chris Myers.
Here in Dallas, the Cowboys came into the draft with 3 primary need areas, and just a moment ago in the second round, they addressed one of those on the offensive line. Michigan State's Flozell Adams. Flozell, the hotel big, massive blocker with a mean streak, as you got a look at new head coach Chan Gailey in the war room with Jerry Jones. In the opening round, they got Greg Ellis, North Carolina's all-time sack leader. Remember, LT played at that school. They also liked him because of high marks for the kind of character, or at least quality person that he is. The next area of need, wide receiver, something the Cowboys hope to address soon. Right now, let's go to Andrea Kramer.
Here in Jacksonville, the Jaguars had 2 picks in the first round and filled their primary need at running back and upgraded the safety position. Tom Coughlin just missed out on his first choice at both spots, but is more than satisfied with running back Fred Taylor and Donovan Darius, a physical safety he feels will stand up well against the big backs in the AFC Central. Now let's head to Solomon Wilcots.
Here in Cincinnati, the Bengals look to make their moves on the defensive side of the ball with 2 picks in the first round. They take 2 linebackers, Takeo Spites from Auburn on the inside, and then 4 picks later, they take Brian Simmons, the outside linebacker from North Carolina. Look for the Bengals to stay on the defensive side of the ball as they go on the hunt for a cornerback here in the second round.
Here in New England, the Patriots filled 2 big needs in the first round. They cut Robert Edwards, a running back out of Georgia, He'll be thrown right into the mix to take Curtis Martin's place in the backfield. To Bucky Jones, the safety out of Syracuse, will push Jimmy Hitchcock at the right cornerback spot. The Patriots' brain trust is far from done. They've got 2 picks in the second round, 2 picks in the third, expecting to go wide receiver and offensive line. Now let's go to Chris Mortensen.
No surprise with Jimmy Johnson. He's made a trade. He went for speed with John Avery, a poor man's Warwick Dunn from Ole Miss. And Jimmy Johnson tracking the draft like a lot of other people. He's got 3 number 2s starting in just a few minutes. Now let's go to Hank Goldberg.
Well, Ron Wolf, general manager here in Green Bay, was able to trade up with Jimmy and get that 19th pick, and he's glad he did, as he got Vonnie Holliday, the big defensive tackle from North Carolina. But they don't have a pick in the second round. They'd like to trade up from the 90th spot, which is their next selection. Call this a dispersal draft for them. They pick somebody, and then they all disperse. Let's go to Linda Cohn.
Here in Charleston before the NFL draft, several coaches said to Randy Moss if he was available, they would select him. Tomorrow, Randy Moss flies to Minnesota to meet the coach who kept his word in Dennis Green. As for Moss's character, he says it's not a problem. He plans to surround himself with people who truly care about him, and everything will be fine. Now to Chris Berman in New York.
All right, Linda, thank you very much, and thanks to everybody. As we roll on, the Saints are about to make their pick, and then the Jets up for the first time. Rob Johnson, we had some fun with Wade Phillips, the coach, and general manager John Butler at the owners' meetings and talking that Rob Johnson, them acquiring him, it's like the Batmobile. They took that Batmobile out of the garage, and boy, did it look fast, and the smoke came, and it was driving at 100 miles an hour. I remember Rob Johnson started one game last year for Jacksonville, and then he got hurt. And it goes back into the garage. So he looks real good. He should be very good. But they don't get the Batmobile out of the garage that much. If he succeeds, we're going to call Rob Johnson the Batmobile. And by the way, their off-season signing of Doug Flutie down from the CFL, he's that nice little convertible you bring out for a summer day. They bring him out of the garage just as a change of pace. So new quarterbacking with Buffalo. Saints about to make the pick. Jets are up after that. The crowd gets into it. We'll be back in New York with more of the draft.
All this internet talk make you curious? Then check out Computech Systems, your local internet provider. A local call will access the internet and America online. Computech has unlimited access, email, personal webpage, access to 28,000 news groups, thousands of chat groups, 56K modems, and free software for internet navigation with no activation fees. All this for $16.66 per month when paid annually. Visit Computech Systems at 325 J Street, LaPorte. Computech is locally owned and operated.
Hi, I'm Crowell Company's Lantern Man. Whether you have a perfect driving record or a not-so-perfect driving record, you've got the green light from me for immediate coverage regardless of your record. Follow me to the Crowell Agency. I'll be here late tonight to take care of you. Count on me. Remember, as Crowell Company's Lantern Man, I'm your insurance superhero.
Crowell Companies, the insurance professionals, Highland, Maryville, and Michigan City.
The education of Dandy Dunn continues. We await the punt.
Classic Sports Network presents a world premiere special event. Replay the history of the NFL on television. Broadcasters.
We're on national television. I'll finish it right now.
Directors.
I had my cameras everywhere. They couldn't hide from me.
Pioneers. This is the story of how football changed television and how television changed football. Replay the history of the NFL on television. World premiere Monday at 8:30 on ESPN.
There's a company out there in the business of moving things. It's not a trucking company. It's not a shipping company. And it doesn't carry packages overnight. It's a company in the business of moving ideas. Via long distance, wireless, video, internet, airphone, directories, and local telephone lines. What's the name of this company? Well, it begins with G. And it ends with GTE.
We asked some of Hollywood's hottest stuntmen to try Degree. What's Body Heat Activate? As your body heat rises, Degree releases extra protection when you need it most.
I heated up, and it cooled me down. I was on fire, and I was dry.
Body Heat Activated Degree. Your body heat turns it on.
I like being in control. With this Denorex, I control the cause of my dandruff every day.
Denorex Advanced Formulas medicine doesn't just treat the symptoms. It controls a leading cause of dandruff called P.O. Valley.
Now that's serious control.
Denorex Advanced Formula.
All All right, we are back in New York, and New Orleans selected Cameron Cleland. See, those three names we talked about, Buffalo's looking at Adams, Coward, Cleland, bang, 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 here in the second round. Tight end from Washington, the first tight end taken in this draft, the third Washington player taken in the second round. The Jets are on the clock, but are they on the clock? We said they were on the sundial. Maybe they are. Here's Gene Washington.
The Steelers have selected defensive end from Arizona State, Jeremy Stott. Let me give you the details of the trade.
The Jets in Pittsburgh traded. All right, we'll fill that in.
Have acquired the number 41st overall pick in the second round.
No.
Have traded that pick to Pittsburgh, and they get Pittsburgh's picks number 56, number 82nd, and number 149. Once again, they acquire from Pittsburgh the second round pick, number 56, third round pick, number 87, fifth round pick, number 149.
Oh, Tuna can't escape moving up and down. So the Jets get a 3 and a 5 for switching a second round pick. Jeremy Stott, and there's a position where Pittsburgh can use a little help for Joel Steed. Harrison get a little long in the tooth at the defensive end. Can he play in a 3-4 front? No.
It's a 300-pounder, Chris, and what he did this year was really take his game to a new level. Limited football background, track and field guy, started only this season at Arizona State, and really he was to their defense at that position what Derek Rogers was the previous year. Just a guy that took over games. Really, the opposition could not run effectively up the middle with Jeremy Stott in there. He's a real plugger. He's inexperienced, so he's a little raw in terms of his technique. But when you put together a great year like he did in the Pac-10, and you get in the second round, Pittsburgh Steelers, that kind of team, two gap, you really want to occupy people. Jeremy Stott will give you that.
Well, you know, it's interesting here at the theater here. The Jet fans are so hungry for action that they're just cheering a trade in which they get a third and a fifth round pick. And again, the Jets. New England will have 4 picks before the Jets make one. But Bill Parcells has played this game before. As for the Pittsburgh Steelers, we go to Mark Malone, and Bill Cowher told me, Mark, that for the first time since he can really remember, he didn't go into a draft saying, you know what, there's a definite position in which we need help right away. So we could kind of look around and say we could use help here, here, and here, but it wasn't an unbelievable need pick, and you know that Stott's a guy that he had his eyes on.
Absolutely. In fact, I just got off the phone with the Steelers. Stott was a guy, actually, they were looking at the end of the first round, but Faneca was just somebody they couldn't pass up. And when they saw Stott there, especially when you look at Keevan Henry, Nolan Harrison, not a lot of dominating defensive ends. They signed Joel Steed in the offseason to a long-term contract, but they need help at the defensive end. So they figured, especially with all these compensatory draft picks that they have, they were able to package some of those other draft picks, move up the board, felt real good about getting this guy. In fact, Tom Donahoe told me earlier this morning that we got to get 2 big uglies, an offensive lineman and a defensive lineman. And Boomer, they've done just that.
Well, Mark, they've certainly done that. Yeah, I'm going to call them compensatory Cowher because all the players that they lost in the free agent. Now let's clean up the trade for a moment. So they swap seconds, and the Jets get a 3 and a 5. But what you were just describing, as I flip through my 8,000 pieces of paper here to try and illuminate, the Steelers came into this draft with the most picks of anyone. Remember, it's only a 7-round draft, although really if you add in the 30 compensatory picks, it's 8. They had 14 picks overall. They had three threes going in, 2 4s, 2 6s, and 4 7s. So they give up a 3 and a 5, but they got lots of picks to play with.
Well, they do, and I think when you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, if Jeremy Stott's a guy you're considering in the first round, you're not going to wait. Tom Modrak, Tom Donahoe are going to move up. They did it. They still have all those extra picks still available to fill holes with, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are not the team that needs a lot of players coming in. A lot of reserve depth-wise will be helped. The Jets, on the other hand, need those hole fillers in the 3rd and 5th round, so good deal for both teams.
Cameron Cleland, tight end, who could have gone late in the first round. You know, they lose Herb Smith, goes on to San Francisco. He's a guy that can catch and block. You know, you're going to block if you're going to play for Ditman.
Well, you do. And Cleveland and Steven Alexander had very similar grades. Cleveland can catch the ball, experienced pass receiver, and he'll power away from defenders with that 270-plus pound frame. He'll pick up a lot of yards after the catch. You watch him here in the open field. So he's not just a guy who's going to catch the ball and that's it. He can really do some damage. And this is against Grant Wistrom. You see him there, which is really, Chris, where he improved as an inline blocker. If there was any question going into the senior year, would he be dominating in that area? He definitely stepped it up and became a complete tight end. At 270 pounds, he can get the job done for you. And like I said, at tight end, you have Steven Alexander from Oklahoma, very similar to Cleveland, still on the board. So that's a guy right there in Alexander. Figures to go right about this general area.
Well, Alexander's a different player now, isn't he? I mean, he doesn't block like Cleveland does. He's one of the fastest get down the field. Hey, I don't want to compare anybody to Shannon Sharp or Brent Jones, who, by the way, was much tougher than he gets credit for, but Alexander's much more of a receiver, isn't he?
Well, he's 248 as opposed to 272 like Cleveland. So the question is, can he dominate as an inline blocker, get the job done in that area? He's improved. He's not 235. He's near 250. What he is an outstanding receiver getting in the middle of the field, which is something a lot of teams are looking for.
All right, well, let's bring in Mort. Mort, by the way, I got to ask you as we go down quickly to you in Miami. I mean, I got to ask you, you and Jimmy, the hairstyle kind of similar here. I mean,
well, we're swapping hairsprays at the end of the day. No, that's. No, hey, Chris, just to look at the New Orleans Saints, you know, talking to Mike Ditka this week, it was clear he is still trying to get tough guys. And don't forget, Mike Ditka is a Hall of Fame tight end. Well, he's a former Hall of Fame tight end. And Cameron Cleveland is a guy he thinks is tough, will block, and obviously will add some weapons. Let's face it, the quarterback's Billy Joe Hobart, so they're going to need some weapons. Chris?
All right, Mort, thank you very much. We'll get back to you shortly. Baltimore has just made the pick in the second round as they're coming fast and furious, which actually is a good term for this man that they just drafted. Maybe one of the fastest players in the draft. Either side of the ball, Patrick Johnson, wide receiver of Oregon, under 4.4 speed, Mel.
Well, he can fly. I think Mike Bellotti said at the beginning of the year, the head coach at Oregon, watch out for Pat Johnson. He had a good early start to his career, then kind of struggled with some inconsistency. But this season, look at that jet-powered exhilaration. I tell you, he can get off the line. He's 5'10", 183 pounds, can run like the wind, was the ultimate deep threat. Really the best big play receiver in the Pac-10 this year, in addition to this deep speed that you see on the highlight package and catching the ball with the defender in the area. He's a heck of a return man. And you look at him as a punt returner. I mean, he can go the distance. And talking about a guy with 4.35 speed, strong for a 5'10", 183-pounder as he broke that tackle. So he gives you a dimension that a lot of teams want, versatility. He can be your return man right away. He can certainly be a third receiver initially in the NFL. And for the Ravens, they have Jermaine Lewis, who's going to be taking over for Derek Alexander. You have Michael Jackson on the other side. The third spot's James Rowe, who showed some progress, but now you throw Pat Johnson in the mix, plus you get that excellent return man.
You know what we've seen? McQuarters, return man extraordinaire, San Francisco. Pathon, return, Colts. Johnson, return, Baltimore. Boy, you really...
Green.
Yeah, Jacquez Green, didn't mean to leave him out. I mean, you really elevate your status and value to a team by being able to return and do that. So we've seen four guys
field position game, Chris, and now field position changes for a Raven team that has a lot more firepower this year than they did the previous seasons.
Bengals went for defense and went specifically for linebacker. They had 2 first-round picks, so one of a couple of teams that did. Takeo Spikes, Auburn, Brian Simmons, North Carolina. 2 bona fide, solid picks by Cincinnati. Bengals now on the clock in the second round.
Do they get their corner, Chris? When do they get that corner back?
Well, how about right here?
There you go.
That's why we're going to Solomon Wilcots in Cincinnati. Solomon.
Yeah, well, the Bengals are soon to be on the clock, and they are looking to pick up one of the talented cornerbacks here in the draft. They struggled on defense last year, giving up the most touchdown passes in the National Football League to the tune of 30 touchdown passes. They're going to have to get a little bit stronger on the cornerbacks. They have to find someone to play opposite of Ashley Ambrose, who is held up on his end of the deal, but they have had musical chairs being played on the other side with 3 cornerbacks, Tito Paul, Corey Sawyer, and Jimmy Spencer. Neither has held up. I look for the Bengals to take a cornerback here coming up soon, Chris.
Well, I tell you what, Solomon, if they don't take a corner, maybe Solomon will play cornerback. He played okay when he was in there for the Bengals. Let's go up to Gene Washington and see what they did.
Cincinnati has selected from the University of Cincinnati defensive back Artrell Hawkins.
This is a guy with one thing he has going for him is great recovery speed. You know, the size, 5'10", pretty strong kid, about 193 pounds, but one thing he can do is run. And he also made some big plays over the last 2 years for Rex Ryan, the former defensive coordinator at Cincinnati, now at Oklahoma. So big playability, a little inconsistent in coverage. He played a little soft at times, didn't really challenge receivers as much as he should have. He does hit you. So he's got some ability, Chris, no question about the speed. I just felt like when you get to this point, here he is right here as a return man. So he gives you that dimension as well. But you have a Patrick Surtain still out there. Certainly when you look at defensive backs, a Ramos McDonald from New Mexico, Brian Kelly, the list goes on, Samari Roll. So there's cornerbacks out there that I had a higher grade on. I think some other teams did. But this kid, at least when you talk about recovery speed, brings that to the table.
You know what? And the Bengals always, they always look at the budget. They don't have to fly him in. I mean, he's from across town. He's a Bearcat. Let's bring in Mike Ditka, the head coach of the New Orleans Saints, on our Sprint video conference call right now. And Coach, as we dial up the number right now as we speak. Here's Coach. Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good, Chris. How are you?
Good.
So
let me go to the
money, huh?
Yeah, of course.
They got the crosstown buses working.
Well, they always check that, you know. Hey, speaking of picks near and dear to somebody's heart, you, a tight end in Cleveland here in the second round, I mean, that's got to strike pretty close to home, doesn't it?
I tell you, we really had a tough decision. I mean, to be honest with you, we like Pat Johnson a lot, but we like Cam Cleveland. I think Cam Cleveland, in my opinion, was the best tight end in the draft. We think that he has potential to be a big-time player. You know, he's a big guy who can move his body. I mean, he's got the speed to go deep. He needs to work a little bit on his blocking, but we should be able to help him with that. But he's a wonderful kid, and we're very elated to get the two football players we got.
Your first round, let's go back to a pick made hours ago in Kyle Turley. Now, there's a guy also that fights on every down. You picked Nioli last year in the first round. A year ago, you got Willie Rofe. Was Turley a no-brainer for you, or were there a big debate going on at that time?
Very little debate, really. If we stayed at 7, we were going to take Turley. There's no question about it if he was available. Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. He's the guy that really struck our fancy. We like him. We like what he brings to the table in the measure of toughness as well as talent.
Mike, you look at your division very quickly. Although San Francisco was on the top, Carolina 2 years ago had a big season, but yet there's some room to move. Atlanta is not a playoff team, certainly. Carolina fell way back. St. Louis is just building with your friend Dick Vermeil. I mean, you got to feel that there's some room to move here in this division, if not all the way up. The progress you guys made at the end of the year. I mean, you're optimistic you can make a quantum leap here this season?
Well, we're optimistic. I mean, but we're realistic also. We understand what has to be done. But when you take some of the football teams and talk about Atlanta, the great job they did down there at the end of the season, St. Louis is a much improved football team, and Carolina is a much improved football team. Now, I think everybody has to realize the team you have to beat are the 49ers. So there's no use beating around the bush. Our goal is to beat the 49ers.
Hey, did you enjoy last year when all was said and done, Mike? Obviously you did. Here we are.
I enjoyed certain weeks more than other weeks, but I enjoyed it. I really did. I'm having a good time, just like you, Chris.
Yeah,
it's a wonderful life.
Hey, Mike, remember, we're all in this together alone, okay?
I get. Everywhere you go, there you are.
All right, get back in there. You got other decisions to make. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. God bless.
Mike Ditka, always a pleasure to talk to. TV, coach, Hall of Fame.
Tight end.
And he got a tight end. I think it's perfect. Miami's on the clock. Pick they get from Carolina, which we'll explain. Then Atlanta. We'll be back.
Sitting in the morning sun, I'll be sitting when the evening comes.
Whether it's the stylish design,
I'm sitting on the dock of the bay,
the advanced technology,
watching the tide,
or even the extensive warranty. It's a whole new Hyundai, any way you look at it.
Come along.
Mailman, it's been a long time.
Whoa! Mailman! You grew hair!
That's right. Couldn't have done it without my Rogaine.
The new Rogaine Extra Strength for Men. It's concentrated. It gets more to the root to grow 45% more hair than the original.
Nice rebound.
Carl, try my Rogaine. The new Rogaine. 45% more hair.
It delivers for me.
Who's looking after your money? You do have goals to reach. Are mutual funds getting you there? How do they see things? At Janus, they look for opportunities one at a time. Not categories, not trends. Just great companies to invest in, no matter what the market's doing. You can find them if you look hard enough. And Janus does. Get there. Janus No-Load Mutual Funds.